That's what I do. That's why I bust my ass. I mean, I know I make dick jokes and I burp into the microphone. What's ligma? Ligma balls. But ultimately, you know, there is a reason for all of this. Socialism, Marxism. I have a lot of money. Blam capitalism. Blammo. Booyah. This is how women make me feel. Oh, I got your nose. Lick mich im Arsch. What about me? Me. I'm manifesting it. I got crystals shoved up my blammo. Yes, mama. I'm doing Scorpio behavior. Awooga. My Virgo is in rising. Honk. Humana. My Mercury is in Gatorade. My mouth opens up all the way to the ground. My tongue rolls out like the red carpet. There's steam coming out of my nose like this. You know what I'm saying? Just be normal. Okay, little bro. Fight. Boop, boop. Wah. Gatekeeper, girl boss, slay queen. I'm an old person in China. Direkt olarak yani. Yok abi zevk alıyorum ben. Dude, once America is destroyed, I mean, the opportunities are endless. That's crazy. I'm losing brain power. Obama! I'm a sheep. Faded in a hoe. You know what I'm saying? That is insane. What's going on, everybody? Blammo. I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right. It's Sunday, fun day. And obviously there's some information that's not so fun. We'll get into that. We'll do some light news, but then also, oh my God, long hair, half up, half down again. When? No. Long hair is gone and never to return again, even though it's like a hairstyle that's kind of popping right now. Heady boys is what they call them. That's the new meta. The heady boy meta, but I'm not participating in that. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. I'm Hasan Piker. This is Hasanabi broadcast, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. The Spud dinner with Phineas. Not only has it been very difficult for both of us to be available at the same time, but also, I don't have my camera op because he's too busy getting fucking zooted out of orbit at Electric Daisy Carnival. So, yeah, Spud Bros. Fucking Spud Bros. I don't know when we're going to be able to do that. There's also some other stuff that I wanted to do. I wanted to do Deco Dem with Tara Yummy. I haven't been able to put that together as well because she has some other obligations. But don't worry, we're working on all of it. All right. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, folks. No, I will not be covering the Polish presidential election until it's, until we come to a real conclusion there. What is this? Hasan's kitchen takeover? What the heck? What the helly? What is this?
Now we're cooking.
Wait,
that's not bad.
Location-wise,
I know.
Very good for me.
It's not bad.
Have you ever done that? Has he ever done that?
He would be like annoying. We'd hear him in the background and shit.
Well, he yells, we yell back.
True.
You know? It might be, how do you say?
He'd say yes. I wouldn't ask. I would just show up.
It'd be like good competition.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
RP kitchen
He'd want to join. Yeah, he'd get FOMO in the other room, and I'd be like, stay. Stay.
No, I think he would just want to try it at the end.
He would want the food at the end.
Which could be fun from like a review perspective.
True.
But he'd have to wear pink.
Wait, we could.
I mean, they can always use my kitchen whenever. I love that she knows that too. She's like, oh yeah, I could just like walk into his house and use it and he wouldn't say anything about it, which is correct. Okay, this is correct. You know? Little do they know they're not getting past the Iron Dome of noise gates. Yeah. Anyway, personal news wise, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about what happened in my life, what happened in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. So help me God. And I'm going to do that. Okay. Ended the broadcast yesterday after a quarter day, basically a half day, maybe a quarter day, 6 hours. Who is this guy? Hung out with my mom and my brother. We watched virtually every episode of that show, the Seth Rogen show. I caught up to it finally. The Studio, fantastic, hilarious. The Kool-Aid episode is so funny. Yeah, the Kool-Aid episode with Ice Cube is perhaps one of the funnier ones. Like, it's just, it gets a little too much at times because of the track shots, the score. It gets a little too tense for my taste, but it's definitely hilarious. It's not a spoiler thing, okay? It's not a spoiler thing. I'm not revealing the jokes. It's also a comedy. How can you spoil a comedy? Oh my God, there's no like, there's just tension through and through. That's it. Every part of it is so meta. It's really interesting because like Apple Plus, Apple TV very clearly wants to be a leader in this space, right? Apple TV wants to be the new HBO. It is dumping a lot of money into the arts side of things, like as a streaming platform. And it wants to be it wants to be a leader in this space, right? It wants to be, and they kind of are. They're doing a lot of good work, right? You got Severance, you got a lot of shows. Like I've been watching Murderbot, which is not that good, but whatever. So I think like Apple TV is trying to become this new HBO, right? And in an effort to do so, they're spending a lot of money on these works of art that are obviously, you know, not going to pan out initially and probably be seen as like major wastes of funding. But that's what Hollywood is supposed to be at the end of the day. And so this show, I think, is the most like, look at what we're doing and look at how awesome what we're doing is type show of all time. Because basically, The Studio is a show about Hollywood, about the changes that have taken place in Hollywood, especially with the introductions of, optics, focus, social commentary, silly IP restrictions, and specifically the streamers, the introduction of streamers. And and it's a little bit of a meta commentary through and through, because it actually is an Apple TV show, which is a streamer, ironically, that focuses on the story of a studio executive that has to juggle the corporate interest in this new hedge fund backed Hollywood studio, streamer funded environment that also simultaneously cares about art, about making art. And it's really good. It's really good. I like it a lot. It's called The Studio. It's on Apple TV. It's fantastic. In any case, I did watch The Pit on HBO. It was also amazing. So I guess we have to put a new pin for Noah's fundraiser, but I wish they made it more realistic. I mean, I think it's supposed to be a little bit ridiculous, right? So I really like it. I personally really enjoyed it. I also watched a little bit of Murderbot. Didn't like that as much. Every time I enter here, you yapping about some chill. I mean, that's what I do, man. I got the gift of yap. The gift of gab. I'm a grade A yapper. Gay. You sexualized that old man for 45,867 minutes. Have you considered therapy? What about The Last of Us Season 2? TrueAnon had John early on. He had some crazy percentage of households that Apple TV only in. Basically, no one has it. Lol. Yeah. Have you read the Murderbot books? They're great. No, I have not. But yeah. So that's what I watched. I watched Murderbot. I watched a little bit more of Andor. Andor is a slow burn for me. I'm catching up. I'm catching up with all of my shows. That's why it's good. It's good. I get to catch up with my shows when I end my stream early, and then Hasan reading a book is a funny meme, I think. I don't read books anymore. I should. I really should. I think about that a lot. I think about how much my brain has probably atrophied. Not even probably, definitely atrophied. I read so much, but the things that I read are so stupid. I'm reading chat. I'm reading articles. I'm reading Twitter. And all of those things combined are not actually reading. They're not helping me learn, at least. And no, audiobooks are not the same. I've never been an audiobook guy. I'm a podcast guy for sure, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I will say it's for me, I have to read like a normal paperback book. I don't even fuck with hardcover. It needs to be a paperback book. Otherwise, it doesn't enter my brain. I genuinely don't know what it is. I can't do Kindle, okay? Maybe one day I'll get used to Kindle. Okay. Sometimes I'll like see someone using a Kindle. I'm like, let me take a peek at that. Let me take a gander. I don't know what it is though. I need it. It can't be an audiobook. It can't be a fucking Kindle. It has to literally be a paperback book. If it's not a paperback book, it doesn't enter my brain. And I think it's because I am old. I will admit that. I'm old. I'm an old man. I don't even like hardcover. And the worst part is, many books, when they first come out in circulation, they only send you the hardcover shit. For the first year, the first edition of most books is hardcover. And it's like, bro, you are literally adding an extra 2 pounds to the book for no reason, okay? Maybe it's good for profits or something, but I don't understand it. Like, the whole point is it's a fucking book. It's supposed to be mobile. When you make it hardcover, it's no longer mobile. You can't even, like, when push comes to shove, fit it in your pocket, for example. You know what I mean? You are destroying the mobility of this medium that is incredibly mobile. It doesn't make any sense. Hardcovers are meant to protect the book and they last 10x longer. I don't care. I don't fuck with it. Because like hardcover books, when you're reading, you can't bend. Okay? There is no taking it and one-handing it, for example. Softcover books, you can one-hand it. You can flip the fucking cover to the back and hold it like this, no matter how thick it is. But you can't do that with hardcover. It's just not good. It just looks nicer on a shelf, and that's it. I think it's the biggest scheme of all time. Not that it matters. There's like 11 people that still know how to read a book, so who gives a shit? And I certainly have not read a book. Like I was going back when I was traveling. I was going back through the Alexander Cookbook on Mao, like the it's like I think it's Alexander Cook on like the Red Book, but it's not actually the Red Book. It's like a collection of it's Mao's Little Red Book, A Global History, and it's just like Mao Cookbook. No, it's just. It's not even. It's technically. It's like a college. It's a college curriculum book. It's not even like a. I guess it's not technically for a fun read, but again, like it takes a while for me to. It takes a while for me to like dive into shit. To read on flights. Damn, that book is expensive as fuck. Yeah, I mean it's I don't think it's that. I don't know. Is it? No, paperback's like $25. I feel like flights are one of those times that are perfect to read because you don't have anything else to do. I agree. Whew. Yeah, I got the Bill Burr clip. Anyway, what the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah, personal news wise this morning. I woke up. I took Kaya and Fifi, who's also here, both of my ladies, to the park with my mom, and then I played basketball. And you know, I only had like 2 full court pickup basketball games in me, timeline wise, because I'm just an old man who is having a hard time getting back into it. But hey, at least on the weight front, I'm down to 235, so that's good. I'm just like ripping through it to the best of my ability. I do have moments where the hunger kicks in, especially at night. Hasan going to be asked at the DreamCon B-ball tourney, no training? No, I am training. Shut up. I'm training. I'm training specifically so that I can get better. Okay? I came into the hardcover slander. This is the most offensive take you've had. Softcover is nice for space, but I don't know. There's something special about the hardcover. I don't agree. I think hardcovers are ass. But yeah. Where was I? All right. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Gym stream when? Gym streams are boring, dude. You guys don't like it. You say you do, but you don't actually want it. Book I would recommend is Nathan J. Robinson's new book, which is basically a summary of all of Chomsky's works. Very good. Howard level type beat. Didn't he write it with Noam Chomsky? The Myth of American Idealism, How U.S. Foreign Policy Endangers the World. Noam Chomsky and Nathan J. Robinson. Yeah. Have you tried book stacking? Alternate reading short fiction book, heavy nonfiction book at the same time. If you get bored with one book, just switch to the other. No. Also, I don't have too much time. I don't have too much time to fucking to read books to begin with. Like I never have time. It sucks. All right. Anyway, your mustache is mustaching today. Thank you. It's because I shaved down my beard a little bit. It was getting a little heavy. Did you cover Matt Walsh's swastika double down? No, I didn't. But let me blast off, okay? Let me blast off. Where were we? Where were we? Where was I? Where was I? Bro, where is Hideo Kojima in the world? He's like hanging out with Robert Pattinson and shit. I always see him doing some stuff, and I'm like, why not with me? Do stuff with me, Hideo. I love you. I freaking love you. Is your fingy healed yet? Yeah, it's totally healed at this point. I mean, there's like still... Like there's a little bit of a scarring that you can see, but it's healed beyond that. You don't game, that's why? Well, Death Stranding 2's coming out. Dude, I will say, I have Death Stranding 1 on my Steam Deck. And as you guys know, I played it a bunch way back in the day when it first came out. And I never actually finished it. And I wanted to get back into playing it, but it's such a long climb, like such a long and arduous climb, both literally and figuratively, to like get over the hump, to get into the game. It's just... It just kind of kills me a little bit. The Steam Deck is why you don't read books. That's true. All right, let's do it. Light news, drama, Reactlord. We got it all. It's Sunday, Funday. I also downloaded this game that because I'm so easily manipulated by my TikTok feed. I downloaded this game that everyone has been saying. Everyone's been saying is like one of the greatest games of the year. It's a puzzle game called like Blue something, Blueprints, and everyone says it's like unlike anything they've ever played before. No, it's not. Expedition 33. Kojima said testing for DS2 had too many playtesters that liked it. He says he likes a 4 out of 10 enjoyment ratio. That's so weird. You need a notebook for that one. You have to take notes on everything. Oh my God. You have to take notes? It's like homework? The fuck? Okay, well, I'll try it. I'm a dumbass who can't solve puzzles. Anyway, we'll see. Some people are saying maybe gaming is back on the menu, and I'm one of those people. You literally need a pen and paper to play that game, but it's amazing. Steam had a note-taking system in it. Yeah, I saw Carnage talking about it. And he said that Steam actually created a note-taking system specifically for the game. He thinks it's one of the best games he's ever played. He thinks it's one of the best games of the year. This year's got some bangers. Northern Lion gave up on it. If the bald boomer gave up on it, how the fuck am I supposed to play it? He's brilliant. He's way smarter than me. This is what he does. Why are you playing that old news when Expedition 33 is going to be game of the year? Expedition 33 isn't it? Expedition 33 is like, it has like a real-time event within the turn-based, right? It's got QTE, but it's like turn-based. Brother, Northern Lion is only 5 years older than you. Yeah, I know, but he is like brain age wise, he's much, much older. Like the vibes he puts out is much, much older, I think. Ironic because I talk about politics and he plays fucking games. Why do you think we have such a major audience crossover? I am Unk too. No question about it. Okay. I'm Unk all the way. Northern Lion also is Unk though. And it's interesting because he gets Unk status while literally playing video games. Think about that. He gets Unk status while playing video games. I have Unk status while I'm talking about politics. Like, talking about politics is already automatically unk status shit. I met a Turkish last night on my Uber drive home from the rave, and we vowed to bring Erdogan down together. Cheers for siblinghood across nations. Good luck, chatter. Yeah, I saw this ad on Twitter. It's amazing. Yes, he was detained. Tremendous juices. Some say the best. I sucked the memory of his cyberpunk playthrough out of him. We let him go in the belief that he was parasite-free, as Baron Tickson would say. Lol. Bulbous orange, real orange tick. Because he's the unk who helps me relax my brain before rotting him with politics for 8 hours. I watch all of his YouTube videos. He's a comfy streamer. He's someone I watch to vibe out from getting information dumped on your stream for days. I don't want to listen to the news because it's too much. I agree. Well, it's Sunday, so we'll probably hit both. You'll get a little bit of news. What is this? You'll get a little bit of news, and then you'll also get a little bit. Oh God, this was I think this is right after I got back from Japan. Right? Look at my hair and shit. God, what a fun time that was. Time to go back. Remember when in the 90s playing video games was riding your brain and watching news was the healthy thing to do? Yes, I have not seen the articles, but I've heard some noise about this woman in Georgia, Adriana Smith, that's being used as an incubator because she's brain dead, and Georgia law requires the doctors to keep her alive against their family's wishes. Yes. I will be making an appearance on Noah's fundraiser stream later today. What is this? What do the Uyghurs say about China? For all tours of Xinjiang, contact what? Old Road Tours. Does Pui like Hasan? Yes, I'm in Georgia and it's crazy. Bro, I don't know if I'm going to dive into this right now. Anyway, what is this? Top floor of my daughter's apartment building blown off just now in St. Louis. Tornado. Surely the answer is more deregulation. I have not played the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 DLC, chatters. I have not. Yeah, I saw this. This is crazy. Look at this shit. Whoop. Sucked it out, dude. Goddamn. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if this is because the tornado was so severe that it like doesn't matter and like all buildings. I'm not super caught up in like building safety codes and stuff. I don't know if this is a consequence of like how devastating the tornado was, or rather the building safety standards in general. And it could be a little bit of both. High rise literally made out of cardboard. I can't tell from this image anyway. I would have to. I can't tell from this this video regardless. I would have to read into it. I live in STL. This tornado was not that bad. This is the builder's fault. But I will say this much. It's probably fantastic. Shaking. It's probably fantastic and really good.
Everything's shaking. Is that
not only do we have not only have we defunded, not only have we defunded the NWS and NOAA, so we can't really figure out the flight path as well as we used to for all of these things. Okay. Not only have we done that on the one hand, on the other hand, you know, it's good that all the housing is deregulated anyway. So what's the expectation here? Oh, also we're working on dissolving FEMA too. And when you do that, that's the triple Monty.
Now to the
like you can't figure out where the tornadoes hit. On the one hand, we're pumping that big, beautiful oil and that big, beautiful clean coal, right? We're pumping it as hard as we possibly can. So that's good. And that's obviously accelerating anthropogenic climate change, right? Carbon emissions are a significant factor in the world, both cooling and also simultaneously getting hotter. And that is changing weather patterns. It's making things erratic, right? We got clean oil, clean coal, clean all the way. But then we're also defunding the aspects that are supposed to be warnings, right? Like, because those guys are gay and woke. The scientists themselves turn around and say gay and woke things like, hey, maybe we should limit our carbon emissions. Like, maybe we shouldn't be doing the stuff that we're doing because it feels like the world is the climate is changing at an alarming rate in a way that will make it uninhabitable in like the next 20 to 30 years. And then you're like, nah, that's gay, that's woke. What are you, a scientist? Ew, yuck, Pol Pot style. Everyone that wears glasses is getting into the kill pile. So we kick those guys out. We defund those programs. So like, if you don't know a tornado is supposed to hit, then it's like, it might as well be as though the tornado never hit at all, right? And then on top of that, once the tornado does hit and people did not get the prior, they did not know what to do in advance, then what's supposed to happen is FEMA's supposed to come in, right? Emergency management and disaster response from the federal government. But we defunded that too. So that's also woke and gay. So that's gone too. It's great. Based and red pilled, no more gay shit, you know? If you die in a tornado, maybe you deserved it. That kind of thing is what's going on with the current government and the way that the government operates. Fantastic. Yeah, Ryan's video on this, the next 4 days are going to be very, very rough. The severe weather outbreak is just beginning, says Ryan Hall.
It's Saturday,
y'all.
May 17th, 2025, and we've got a ton of weather to talk about today, man. We've got an outbreak sequence on the way. There's going to be multiple days of more severe weather, and I just wanted to make this video to keep you updated on what's going on because I don't think we're going to have a lot of time to make videos over the next few days because we're just going to be live all the time, and I know a lot of y'all really depend on these short-form videos to kind of get all the information in one area, so let's roll through this.
He's a little bit of a clickbaiter. Hey, Ryan Hall is a Twitter moot and also is on the right side automatically because he partially as a consequence of his job as like the weather guy online and also because he has a fucking brain. He automatically is on the side of, hey, let's not underfund the NWS, the National Weather Service, nor NOAA. Kind of seems like a bad idea. So that's all it takes for me. Okay. Maybe I'm crazy, but for me, all it takes for me is to hear someone say the words, let's not defund these federal programs, you know?
But real quick, before we dive into the details of the forecast, let's recap what's happened yesterday. We had a major tornado outbreak. We were live for 13 hours covering this crazy system that spawned tornadoes in Illinois. There was one that went through St. Louis. Look at this thing. You could see it through the arch camera there in St. Louis. It just about went through downtown, caused a ton of damage out there across St. Louis, and we were live for that. We were also live for this tornado. It went through Linton, Indiana, Sullivan County, Indiana. There was another big one and over towards Marion, Illinois, and unfortunately this led to a lot of damage. And the last I heard is we're getting close to 25, maybe 30 fatalities reported as a result of this tornado outbreak, and the number's still going up because search and rescue is still going on in a lot of these places, and we've got a lot of injury reports, and of course, unfortunately, there are hundreds of people today that are homeless as a result of yesterday's unfortunate tornado outbreak. Now, Colin Gross on Twitter put together this graphic here that shows one of our most prolific prolific storms yesterday actually was a supercell that traveled for about 500 miles from the middle of Missouri all the way over into eastern Kentucky. This is the one that is responsible for most of our fatalities, actually. A lot of those came from London, Kentucky, and Somerset, Kentucky, between Wayne, Pulaski, and Laurel counties. This is over here close to the weather house. We were live last night as this thing was ripping up communities out here, and unfortunately, this is one of the places where they're still doing search and rescue right now. We don't know what the overall death toll is going to be, unfortunately, because the damage is so prolific out here. Now, this wasn't producing a tornado the entire time, but it produced several tornadoes, and it's just unbelievable that this thing traveled that far. And it was strong. We don't know the rating yet. In my opinion, it's probably going to be rated an EF4. Who knows? You know, there's engineers and stuff out there trying to figure it out right now. But this thing ate a literal path through the forest between London and Somerset. Look at this. You could actually see it on satellite this morning. You can see the scar on the earth. This is Somerset, this is London, and this is the path that it tore in between those two areas. Now, of course, it also hit Somerset and London, both on the southern side. These pictures here are from Deputy Alan Turner in Laurel County, Kentucky, and it's just so unfortunate seeing this. This isn't even the worst of it. I've seen some really crazy looking damage photos from WX Chasing on YouTube. If you want to look up that video, it really puts into perspective how bad it was, especially around London, Kentucky. And once again, y'all, you can look at this and you can just tell that unfortunately the number of injured and the number of people that we've lost is going to continue to go up. Even though we had a lot of people watching from this area last night, and we did have tornado warnings and all that stuff, there's only so much you can do whenever the tornadoes are this strong. A tornado of this caliber is not common in this part of the world. A lot of people just didn't know what to do. The London Corbin Airport was also hit here, and they lost their medical helicopters, and there's a lot of homes and a lot of residential areas around that airport that were unfortunately completely obliterated as well. So once again, it was a crazy outbreak. Unfortunately, it happened, and now we've got to work on getting everything.
Watch Hasan to not get nervous about the weather. Hasan watches weather stream. I mean, a little bit. We got to take a look at what's going on. You know what I mean?
Everybody back on their feet, which is what I'm going to be focused on over the next couple of days, while also continuing to relay information about new severe weather outbreaks that are about to happen. So our hands are kind of full over here at the weather house, but we're able to give back and we're able to help people because of you. Last night, a lot of you beautiful people went over to the y'allsquad.org and you were very generous. You hit this donate button and we raised about $80,000 from y'all in a very short period of time. I went in there and I stacked another $10,000 on top of that, so we've got 90 grand to go out into these communities and immediately get assistance going. We're talking with local officials, we're seeing what people need, and we're just going to do whatever makes sense as we feel it out. We don't have a complete plan yet, but what's going to help is more resources, right? You're not required to do it. We're not asking anybody to donate, but if you've got an extra dollar or two, whatever you've got, consider going.
FEMA is ready and well funded. Yeah, no. We should actually underfund it. We should actually take away more of the funds from FEMA because FEMA is gay and woke, obviously. This is anyway, look, let's do some of the aftermath impact here. Here it is.
Outbreak in our nation's heartland, scenes of destruction across multiple states, the death toll climbing as many of the hardest hit areas could face another round of dangerous weather. ABC's Alex Stone is in London, Kentucky with more. Alex, good morning.
Wait, good morning to you. There is just so much devastation here. It is like this, mile after mile, neighborhood after neighborhood, families cleaning up. And the number killed continues to rise. This morning...
What is this? I don't know who's saying, yeah, they deserved it, but that's something that I rail against quite frequently. Like, nobody fucking deserves to have this kind of death and destruction, to experience this kind of impact just because they live in a red state. I'm just making fun of, like, the government and their inability to deal with these things. Obviously... It's always, my efforts are always to reprioritize and reshift people's focus to who's actually responsible for the limited recovery that these people are going to experience.
Communities left reeling after deadly tornadoes and storms ripped through the Midwest, claiming at least 27 lives. In Kentucky, neighborhoods in ruin. I
mean, people did that after California wildfires too. Like, I know. there's a lot of leopards eating faces shit going on social media right now. It's incredibly depressing because St. Louis is one of the bluest metros in the country. Not that it matters. Yeah, it's also one of the poorest places too. Like, liberals just fucking forget. Liberals don't understand in many circumstances. First of all, liberals forget that, like, just because you voted for Donald Trump doesn't mean you should die. Okay, that's number one. Number two, a lot of these places, especially in the deep south, these deep red states, for example, still have a bunch of Democrats that vote anyway. Democrats that vote for the Democratic Party anyway. And not only that, but the other part of this is that that people don't realize is that, like, where do you think all the black people live, dude? Like, that's crazy. Liberals try to be woke. But then, like, don't realize that half the time when they're shitting on the South, they're shitting on some of the poorest areas of the South where black people have historically lived. Okay? That's it. Not that that even matters, obviously. I'm saying that, like, it doesn't matter if someone is, like, black or white or voted for a Republican. I don't think anybody should have to suffer like this, you know?
Rows of houses gone, roofs ripped off homes, cars shattered. Search and rescue teams combing through the wreckage, hoping to find survivors. Across the state, 18 people now confirmed dead.
We're going to need a lot of help. We're going to need a lot of funding. We're going to need a lot of cooperation.
Rescuers say many who lost their lives lived in these London neighborhoods. 8-year-old Ellie tells me it was the scariest few minutes of her young life.
I watched Homie Spumoni on stream last night, and OG's in my chat snitched. You watched it 5 years ago. I'm telling ass man, Homie Spumoni. Did we watch it? I feel like I forgot it existed. We probably watched it.
Disintegrated around them.
Everything was just
we used to do more fun stuff.
One of the worst sounds.
Her mom, Kendra, injured with a broken foot and bruises from falling.
What do you think of the amount of negative attention content creators are pumping at you on Twitter and the double standards on you addressing anything? The double standards on me addressing anything? What do you mean? I address everything, perhaps far too much, and it invites more negative attention. Who cares?
Bree held on to her babies to keep them alive.
And I can remember Jordan saying, God, please protect my babies. Please keep my babies safe.
Residents here have lost so much, like Carol Wells. The home she lived in for 50 years destroyed. But she says she feels lucky to be alive.
I'm just glad that God let us live another day.
And in Missouri, at least 7 people dead. This neighborhood destroyed after a tornado tore through. And in St. Louis, where 5 of those lives were taken, crews are working around.
Not sure if you mentioned this already. While watching live coverage of this event, one of these major tornadoes had a late tornado warning because a particular national weather station was short-staffed because of Doge cuts. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just like these guys are basically making America uninhabitable. I don't know if that happened in this instance, but the likelihood of that happening in the future is fairly high. It's the same principle for air traffic control. People are like, oh, what we got to do is cut air traffic control. It's too costly. Meanwhile, you're making it harder for planes to, you're making it harder for commerce to exist. You're making it harder for plane travel to happen. Like, it's not even soft eugenics. It's just, I don't even think it's like deliberately the government trying to kill poor people. I think that's just baked into capitalism, where poor people, no matter what, have the short end, get the short end of the stick, right? It's not by design where they're like, oh, just kill the poor people. Who cares? Like, it's more so we just have to make these cuts because of our endless profit seeking. Our interest in endless profit seeking. And of course, the people that suffer the most in this process will always be the poorest people.
Round the clock to clear debris. This massive tree uprooted from the ground. This man running for cover after it fell over his pool deck, narrowly missing him. Over in Illinois, the devastation sprawling there too. Residents beginning the painstaking process of picking up the pieces. And incredibly, guys, this home right here came from across the street. It landed where it is now. The family's possessions all over, refrigerators, countertops, toys. And we're told this family, neighbors tell us, they got out safely. Gio.
All right, Alex.
I think it's kind of devastating that there's no confidence in the government. Like, no one even thinks the government is supposed to be helping them in this process, which is crazy. I don't think there's any equivalence in any other country, no matter how rich or poor. Like maybe Somalia or something, like a super decentralized form of governance, like that's constantly engaging in like civil war or something, or like Libya, like places that have been devastated by Western intervention for the most part. But like, when you look at nation states, no matter how rich or poor, there's this expectation that like the government is trying to do its best, you know, no matter how corrupt, no matter how awful, like they're going to come and they're going to help you out. In America, there is no expectation. It's crazy. What are we doing?
Incredible story overnight. That breaking news, a Mexican Navy ship slamming into New York City's iconic Brooklyn Bridge.
The mast hit the underside of the bridge, sending sailors who were on that.
The other thing about the St. Louis tornado is that it literally hit the poorest part of the city, most vulnerable people. Many of them will likely be permanently homeless.
Mast
Yeah, this was also crazy. There's a Mexican Navy ship. People were being so ruthless about this. There's like I feel like it's maybe like a symbolic ship or something. I don't know. It's like an old timey looking ship, and something happened where the ship ended up hitting the Brooklyn Bridge, and people were sitting on the mast, like people were working on the it's a trainer sailor, and people were working on it at the time. And they died. 2 people died, at least 2 people dead after Mexican Navy ship crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge.
Others clinging for their lives. Onlookers absolutely stunned at the scene unfolding before them on a warm spring night.
At least 2 people were killed and more than a dozen others injured. The incident setting off a huge emergency response. ABC's Rena Roy is at the scene with the very latest. Rena, good morning.
Wick, good morning to you. That's right. This bridge is a major tourist destination here, and it looked to be pretty busy when officials say that boat lost power and slammed right into it. Overnight, shock and horror after
like there were people right there. There's people on top there, I think, at the time.
Bridge, killing 2 and injuring several on board. Dramatic videos capturing the moment it happened around 8:30 p.m. Saturday. The boat approaching the bridge, slowly making its way under. Then you can see that tall mast slam into the bridge, crumbling.
The ship is a goodwill vessel that has been...
It's a traditional embarking run where they sailed to Norway. The engine failed, so they tried to open sails in order to avoid the bridge, but were too late.
On the waters for more than 20 years, sharing Mexican culture. Its name is Cuauhtemoc.
Onlookers filming from the nearby pier, some running as the ship looms closer and closer. People on board seen hanging off those broken masts. First responders rushing to the scene. Of the 277 on board, at least 2 killed, according to officials. 17 others injured, 2 still in critical condition. The training ship had been docked at a nearby pier and had just departed for its journey to Iceland.
The captain that was maneuvering the ship lost power of the ship and the current. Mechanical function caused the ship to go right into the pillar of the bridge, hitting the mast of the ship where there was a couple of sailors on top.
It looks very surreal.
Flavio Moreira was sightseeing with his family for his graduation weekend when he saw it all happen, taking this video and speaking to us shortly after from nearby.
It kept coming and coming and coming. And I just remember thinking, wow, this is so odd. It's getting too close. And then it crashed. It crashed under the bridge.
Now, officials also confirming the bridge has no damage here and nobody had fallen into the water. The NTSB now leading the urgent investigation. Gio.
And that part is very good news, Rena. Thank you so much. Turned here to the blast outside a California fertility clinic. At least one.
And then, yes, last but not least, something not talked about by media regarding tornadoes is that if the Fed government doesn't declare emergency or FEMA stuff, banks don't do emergency loans and insurance companies don't do full payout. Instead, you get predatory practices and scams is a huge issue. There's also this. At least 5 injured in an explosion outside of California fertility clinic. There's an IVF clinic in Palm Springs, and a car bomb exploded near it.
One person killed, and local authorities say it appears to be an intentional act of terrorism. ABC's Jacqueline Lee is there in Palm Springs this morning. Good morning, Jacqueline.
Gio, good morning. You can really get an idea of the magnitude of this explosion. The contents of the building spread across all 5 lanes of this main road. Now authorities are focused on identifying the person killed. This morning, a car explosion rocking a Palm Springs fertility clinic in what officials are calling an act of terrorism.
Terrorism came knocking on the door of Palm Springs. We survived.
The blast so powerful, it injured at least 4 people, killed 1, and severely damaged buildings spanning multiple blocks Saturday.
We have a black cloud of smoke coming up.
This was probably one of the largest bombing investigations that we've had in Southern California.
Officials have a person of interest, but said they are not actively searching for a suspect. The person killed was found near the charred car on scene, but officials would not share if that person was a victim or suspect.
We heard this loud noise. We actually thought something had hit our building.
The car explosion originated in the parking lot of the American Reproductive Center, which describes itself as Coachella Valley's first and only full-service fertility center and IVF lab. The center writing in a statement, "We are immensely grateful to share that no members of the ARC team were harmed and our lab, including all eggs, embryos, and reproductive materials, remains fully secure and undamaged."
People are saying in the chat that like the initial suspicion is that it's like a right-wing guy, right? It's like a MAGA guy or like a super far-right Christian guy who thinks IVF is like illegal or should be illegal, an affront to God, whatever. It seems, however, that the motive was, and this is shocking, but I guess not so shocking given the world we live in. The motive might have been very Reddit motivated. Law enforcement officials in California believe the motive for the bombing of the fertility clinic in Palm Springs appears to be antinatalism. The belief that there should be no more procreation, according to multiple officials briefed on the investigation. The FBI is handling the matter as an act of domestic terrorism which fits the alleged motive. Social media post by the person police believe is responsible is being investigated. For those of you who don't know what antinatalism is, I mean, it is a philosophical belief that no one actually consents to being born, and that given the fact that you are, given the fact that you have the capacity to experience a tremendous amount of harm when you are born into this planet, that it is an inherently unjustifiable and inherently selfish act by your parents to give birth to you, and that no one should give birth. It is like the most Reddit ass fucking opinion you can arrive at, I think. He literally brings up r/anti-sex in his manifesto and multiple other subreddits. Yeah, we are officially in the most like Reddit ass. I mean, dude, this is the most Reddit bombing of all time. It's so fucking insane. It's so insane. I'm pretty sure I saw something that he had a pact with a friend. She's unfortunately committed, so he did as well. I don't know if there's a huge contributor, but I believe it's true. Yeah, we are. It is the most American thing that could have ever happened, where you have people that basically people with every different type of attitude, every different political background, losing their minds, becoming more and more angry, becoming more and more violent, with the tools to be able to act out this violence, and no interest in their future, and just using whatever tools is readily at their disposal, like Reddit, to radicalize themselves into a position that urges them to act this way. America is the nation of stupids and crazies. That much is clear. It is the nation of stupids and the nation of crazies. Everyone is nihilistic. Everyone is losing their fucking minds, and everyone's getting fried by their algorithms and reaching further and further into, reaching further and further towards just engaging in insane acts of violence. Isn't the philosophy morally just, though? Not saying the actions are justifiable. This is why I mean, like, I think people with autism should not encounter philosophy too much. I think like it creates a dangerous combination. I'm autistic. I ain't this stupid. I mean, I'm just saying. Like, what do I always say in this chat? There's always a guy that goes, "Hold up, is he cooking?" No matter what, no matter how dumb an idea is in the chat, you will always have someone go, "Wait a minute, was he cooking though? Wait a minute. Let me dive a little bit deeper into this, let me dive a little bit deeper into the morality of this." I mean, it's like, it's anti-human. It's just like I don't know. I feel like antinatalism is somewhat of a meme philosophy, I think. Before people get super mad at me, everything that I've read about it is so ridiculous at the end of the day, because, like, yeah, that's what makes us human. We experience negative consequences. We experience tremendous pain. Yes, it's not guaranteed that life is going to be great, but overcoming said trials and tribulations is what makes life worth living. And clearly people still, clearly people still choose to live, right? No matter how shitty things are. Otherwise, everyone would be just fucking killing themselves nonstop, left and right. That's it. I feel like it's on the opposite end of the spectrum of what a lot of our brilliant billionaires are on. Like, all of these Elon Musk style billionaires are worried about the birth rates declining in developed nations, and they lose their minds over it. They're like endlessly talking about how we need to just keep breathing. They're pro-natalist, and that's also weird. And then on the other side of the spectrum, you got the Redditors who are like, we shouldn't, it's an unjustifiable hierarchy. You brought about someone who had no capacity to consent to being born, and therefore it should not happen. Fantastic. Anyway, what is this official? Welcome. Here you can download the recorded stream of my suicide and bombing of an IVF clinic. Please do redistribute and upload wherever you can. Is this confirmed? Anyway, suspect believed to be the perpetrator of the fertility clinic bombing in Palm Springs, California, Saturday has been identified as 25-year-old Guy Edward Bartkus, a resident of 29 Palms, home to a large U.S. Marine Corps base about an hour's drive from Palm Springs, the FBI confirmed at a Sunday news conference. The suspect stated in writings or recordings that he was against bringing people into the world against their will, according to law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation. This is r/antinatalism, a little bit of a meme philosophy that the suspect allegedly believes. The bomb used has been identified as a large vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, and its blast could be felt more than a mile away from the blast zone. We believe he was the subject found by the vehicle, Akil Davis, assistant director in charge of the FBI Los Angeles field office, said of Bartkus on Sunday's news conference, noting that the agency was working to confirm his death. The vehicle was a 2010 silver Ford Fusion sedan, Davis added. Davis also said Bartkus was not on the FBI's radar. That's what he said. So, contrary to what they normally say, where they always are like, well, this person was on our radar. They didn't say the line. Say the line, Bart. They didn't say the line. Okay. The attack, he said, marked the largest bombing ever investigated in Southern California. The subject had nihilistic ideations, and this was a targeted attack, Davis said. We believe he was attempting to live stream it, and yes, that is also part of our investigation. The cause of the blast appears to be a large vehicle-borne IED of the sort we have seen before in numerous conflict zones, according to CBS law enforcement analyst Richard Esposito. Based on the damage surrounding the buildings, damage to the surrounding buildings, the blast radius was significant, sending shudders across Palm Springs more than a mile to a mile and a half away, according to witnesses. It does require some planning and some skill to build a bomb of this kind, although we have seen similar devices with even more significant damage before, including the horror of the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995. That's where it is. Yeah, that's where we're at. Fantastic.
Authorities raided a property in 29 Palms believed to be related to the suspect, not providing more details, but clarifying they believe the explosion was an isolated incident. The American Reproductive Center says it will be fully operational come tomorrow morning. And guys, get this. Authorities say that a witness noticed there was a tripod and a camera at the scene of the explosion as if it were being live streamed. The investigation continues. Janae.
Also, the mod of the, subreddit released a press statement saying, it has come to my attention that the individual responsible for today's bombing in Palm Springs name-dropped our communities in their suicide note. Though they struggle with personal grief and mental health issues, their act of terrorism was unjustifiable, incoherent, immoral, and disgusting. The philosophy we represent is explicitly one of nonviolence. We believe it is up to each individual to make their own reproductive decisions. We hope that the Palm Springs American Reproductive Center can rebuild and resume operations. Noom Macaroon, president of the Apenis Society, head moderator of r/antinatalism, r/circlesnip, associate moderator of r/vistopia. Putting your subreddit communities that you moderate is so crazy on a press briefing. What the fuck is happening on the planet, dude? It's over. We are living in the craziest dystopia.
A press conference.
Anyway, here's more information on the dead suspect from the police report that came afterwards.
Live press conference in Palm Springs by several authorities, including the FBI and the Palm Springs Police Department, about that fertility clinic bombing. The biggest news that we got out of this, Irene, is that the suspect that they believe is the person of interest, Guy Edward Bartkus, a 25-year-old from 29 Palms, they believe at this current time.
Is this the fall of civilization? Maybe. Sometimes I think we have the capacity to normalize all of this stuff that we're seeing and experiencing, and then before you know it, it becomes just like the normal state of affairs, the normal state of reality. So perhaps this is one of those moments. Maybe there was ridiculous acts of violence in the past. I mean, luckily this one didn't actually end up severely harming anyone except for the person who detonated himself outside of the clinic. But what's really interesting is, like, I'm sure there were versions of this time adjusted to the Middle Ages or whatever, you know what I mean? Like some kind of hell-bent guy who thinks that like he must end the heretics or something. Like, what would be the Middle Age version of this? I'm thinking. Obviously, they don't have vehicle-borne IEDs back then, but they had some stupid things like this. I'm sure there were stupids back then too. Anabaptist rebellion, a doomsayer. No, I'm not talking about the Inquisition. Those are systematic forms of violence that are commonplace in modernity as well. I'm talking about like people who are just insane, adjusted to the time frame that's like against the systems, but also in a way that doesn't really make sense. Okay, someone thinking that they're reacting to the normal state of existence and like taking matters into their own hands in this way, but in a way that like makes no sense whatsoever. Like when you guys bring up like Guy Fawkes or something, it's like, here's an example that's not comparable to this. John Brown. Okay. John Brown was also a bit of a crazy guy, but morally he was on the right side, fighting against like systems that were completely unjustifiable. Chattel slavery, the enslavement of black people, right? So that's not a good comparison. I'm talking like during the time of the Salem witch trials, if someone was like, actually, the real problem isn't the Salem witch trials in and of itself, but the fact that women exist. So we should all, like, a guy that takes into his own hands this matter and decides to just like cut out the middleman and kill women directly. That would be an equivalent to what this guy is doing.
Based off of the evidence that they have seen, he is the person of interest and the person that died in this. And his body was found next to the vehicle that was used as an explosive device.
Yeah, they're using the words fairly confident that this is the identity of the suspect and the person who was found deceased there at the scene. The other big part of this news conference that we're taking away is that all of the embryos in this reproductive facility were saved. So that is the good news for a lot of the people who are trying to create those families through this center.
And the 4 people that were injured, the other people that were injured in this who were possibly nearby, they were hospitalized, but then we've learned they are out of the hospital. They've been released. So that is good news that the embryos have all been saved and that the other people, maybe the bystanders in this. But they were saying the evidence goes hundreds of feet in each direction around the explosion with the vehicle. And the vehicle was a 2020 Silver Ford Fusion sedan, and he said it went hundreds of feet into the air.
Like, social maladies have always existed. This is not new. I mean, think about all the pogroms, like anti-Jewish pogroms and different types, like the witch trials, right? Like, this is not new necessarily, but I think given technological advancements, the impact of said crazies that decide to take matters into their own hands is far more consequential. And also, I don't think we're doing a good job dealing with any of this stuff because everyone is just hyper online and get radicalized in their own unique hug boxes, their own unique echo chambers, where people are constantly telling them, yes, you are right. You are so right. And when you don't have that normal mechanism, the social function of third spaces is that you're supposed to go and be around other human beings, either because, you know, you have a job and in order to commute to your job, you see other people during transit and you get to test your ideas around other normal human beings, and then that social function is supposed to basically curb your more ridiculous opinions and I guess like create a sense of normalcy, like recenter you. We don't have any of that anymore, and I feel like this plays a big role in the way that people become dumber and also become crazier. Yeah, a Unabomber in basically every online community, you know? We're so cooked when you're calling a bus a third space. No, I'm saying not only do we not have third spaces, we also don't have like public transit and things that you would normally, places where you would normally encounter other human beings. This social function is incredibly important. Humans are social beings, social animals. Bad take. This is a description of gaslighting. What? What are you even saying? That's not even a response to anything that I just said. But in any case, like that is supposed to be a balancing act, right? Okay, look, I agree with you, but it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. Some people are sensitive and are appropriately terrified by what's going on in the world. Dystopia, right? This is precisely what I mean. Like, no disrespect. This is perhaps one of the worst communities to say this in, because a lot of you are extremely online, myself included. But like, no, it's not about refusing to recognize the atrocities that are unfolding all around us, but like you unironically should not be going into a space with other individuals that have that exact same perspective, because that shuts you off from like talking to normal people and rebalancing your worldview. Aren't you afraid of crime? I guess that is like the crime panic born out of constantly watching local news. Is a different version of this, is perhaps like the more reactionary version of people who are terrified of climate change and all of the other systemic forms of violence that people are subjected to, both in the global south and even here in the United States of America. And this is like the right-wing reactionary version of that, the crime panic. These are things that happen. Okay, these are things that happen. It's a normal part of the process. And when I tell you like you're supposed to be normal, this is part of what I'm talking about, which is that like we should seek to eliminate these sorts of issues. We should work to eliminate these sorts of issues, and it requires a tremendous undertaking. Having said that, it shouldn't cripple you senseless. It shouldn't stop you from experiencing your normal day-to-day existence, okay? Perhaps I'm on the extreme end of the spectrum as someone who routinely is victim to death threats with regular frequency, and my friends think I'm insane for refusing to take this stuff seriously. But in my perspective, if I took all of this stuff seriously, I wouldn't be able to leave my fucking house. And I feel like I would inevitably become an insane person if I were just like so sheltered from the everyday existence. I don't want to be paralyzed by constant fear. The way my brain works is kind of like this. I'll give you an example. Your ears have the capacity to hear a lot more noise than you actually listen to, okay? We shut off certain noises because if we were to constantly hear all of the noises that we have the capability of hearing, we would go fucking crazy, right? You'd go crazy. And that's the way I see it. That's the way I see all of these other social maladies or systemic forms of violence and you know, crime happening, where it's like you can recognize it, you can understand that it is a normal part of it's a normal part of existence, but you shouldn't constantly tune into that frequency, because if you did, you would go insane. Okay? You would go insane if you were to recognize all of the violence that's unfolding all around you. If you live in a city, for example, you would lose your mind. That's why I'm very much against apps like Nextdoor and Citizen and Ring and all these other like user-generated content applications about crime. Because when I had Ring on my phone, I would constantly be notified of my paranoid neighbors and what they perceive to be like a crime happening. Okay? I feel like those apps have unironically made people more fascist, because yeah, those crimes do happen, but if you were to constantly fucking tune into those crimes happening, it creates a sense of panic. It's mass hysteria. Pair that up with a media diet that consists of like a hyper focus on like crime happening in big cities, and you arrive at boomers having their brains broken by constant crime. That paired up with the fact that crime, or at least poverty, which people assume sometimes correctly is an indication of crime, is all around you, especially if you live in a big city. Homelessness, right? And then it creates this unique place in your mind where you're like, this is all around. This is crazy. You're wrong about part of this. It's not part of the human existence to know everything going on all the time. The internet has given us access to too much information. Human brains are not equipped to handle it. I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that like you're supposed to tune it out. You're supposed to go, yeah, it's normal. It happens. The great example I always use is Austin, right? Austin lives in a suburb. He lives in a suburb in Portland. So he's not used to hearing police sirens all the time. But if you live in a city, whether it be New York or even a city like Los Angeles, right? You're used to it. You're used to hearing police sirens. You're used to hearing emergency services pass through. If you're in a suburb and you hear police sirens, you're like, oh my God, this is unique. What the hell's going on? I guess my next door neighbor killed his whole family. But if you live in a place like Los Angeles and you hear emergency services outside, you're like, oh, that's normal. That's a normal part of living in a city because things are always happening. Okay? Like it's if you're so adjusted to that frequency of never hearing sirens, okay, because you don't live in a densely populated area, and then you actually move to a densely populated area, or you're visiting a densely populated area, which also obviously increases the likelihood of things happening, crimes, violence, fires, and the like, you're going to freak out. And what you are supposed to do in that process is just go, okay, maybe this is normal. That is a major difference between people that have only grown up in the suburbs and like segregated communities and people who grew up in big cities. Major problem here in America, a nation comprised of enclaves and exurbs and suburbs that surround these cities, rural areas that are all around. America is so vast and so large that, yes, there are a lot of places where, there are a lot of places that are densely populated. But there's also plenty of areas that, have a shit ton of people living in them that are completely isolated.
And they're calling it now like the biggest explosion or bomb in Southern California history.
Yes, absolutely. And we're also learning a little bit more about the suspect, what the FBI knows about the suspect's background. They say that he had nihilistic ideations.
Yeah, all that hippy-dippy touchgrass bullshit is great and all, but how will the tech billionaires get the absolute maximum ad and data revenue by algorithmically entrapping the population amorally with no care for the ramifications? It's not cheap to live in a palace far away from all the effects you cause. I think one of the funnier parts about this is that capitalism, or the dogmatic approach to capitalism, has also created this weird structure where like billionaires cannot shelter themselves from the worst impacts of the society that they've designed for themselves. They are ruining everything. They're ruining society for themselves as well, but they're so invested in short-term profit seeking that they can't even comprehend it. Climate change is perhaps one of the greatest examples of this, because you don't live in Mars, dude. You don't live somewhere else. You still live on this planet, okay? Sure, in the short term, you will be better off than the rest of humanity that won't be able to shelter themselves from the impacts of anthropogenic climate change, especially people who live in poorer neighborhoods, right? But like, what's going to happen? What's the end point? You know, you can't live in a space station, or even if you wanted to live in a fucking space station, is that a far preferable mode of existence than like just living on this planet in a way that is more sustainable, in a way that is habitable for all? That's it. It's so dumb. It's an incredibly nearsighted way of approaching reality, because you're just so hyper invested in short-term profits. Like, we talk about or these guys talk about living in Mars or whatever, but it's like, dude, if you're talking about terraforming an utterly uninhabitable place all the way out there, okay, which we don't even know if we have the capacity to get to and like live sustainably, okay? Why don't you fucking fix Earth first? You know? The lies I see about trans people online is wild. Counterpoint: real world people treat me amazingly. Online is a mess for trans people. The further right you go, the more recluse the populace seems to be. Hence the incel issue, I guess. I mean, that's part of it. And I think that incel issue is like bipartisan. I think it's just something that impacts a lot of people, regardless of their political perspectives. And once you're hit with that brain poison, you turn more right-wing, you turn more sheltered, you become more fearful, you become more paranoid, and your hyper-focus is like systemic violence that you perceive, but from an incredibly narrow scope, the scope of women existing and harming you. Feminism. The social maladies I speak of are identical, whether it be transphobia or whether it be hating women. It's identical. It's just a false attribution to the violence that you're subjected to, like structural violence that you're subjected to. It's just misplaced anger with no one trying to redirect your attention to the actual issues, the actual things that ruin your life. Every lib radfem I know who started leaning right started with transphobia. Yeah.
They're calling this an intentional act of terrorism. The FBI also is tracking a possible manifesto. That suspect was also trying to live stream the attack as it was happening. No confirmation on if he was successful or not in doing so. But this is the first time that this person has been on the FBI's radar. Not to say that he has not had a criminal history before.
Mm-hmm. And they've received hundreds of tips, they said, from people throughout the community about this, and they continue to investigate. There are still gaps in the investigation where he went before the explosion. So they're hoping that they can piece together all the information that they're receiving from people. They said to contact the FBI tip line, that's fbi.gov, Palm Springs vehicle explosion. And that is something that can help them as they try to piece this all together. Maybe that manifesto will release more information on this.
And again, the federal and local officials are confirming that there is no threat to the public at this point in time, and they are not looking for any other suspects right now.
I'm joined now.
Chatter from before, I agree with what you just said. It is important to stay sane and not dwell on it and spend time with normal people. I'm not disagreeing. Let's just not make fun of people. Let's not make fun of the appropriate maladies of empathy. Vistopia is not inherently a chronically online thing. Everyone I've met with it specifically does not spend time online on purpose. Meat is still on every plate and in every supermarket. Stop dismissing. Wait, what? Okay. Sure. These guys kept saying Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Now that they're in a position of power, they say he killed himself. You said, Bart Hiromo says, you said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it. Patel, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was. Bongino, he killed himself. I've seen the whole file. He killed himself. Interesting. What happened? All of a sudden, when you grab the reins of power, you start spitting out the same output. Ain't no way. That's crazy.
Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion.
I've never felt more convinced that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself than this very moment. Watching these champions of QAnon turn around, turn around and openly recognize, openly spit out the State Department line. Okay. Oh my God. 100 P, dude. 100 P.
But as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
Oh yeah, totally.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Also, they won't show the whole file to anybody else. That's the other thing. What happened to that Jeffrey Epstein file that they were going to release? Yeah, Andrew, episode 1, also talked about the IVF bombing in Palm Springs of the bomber being a Redditor. The biggest voice of modern antinatalism is a South African atheist Zionist. Maybe one of the most Redditor-style guys you could be. David Benatar, born 1966, a South African philosopher, academic, and author. He is best known for his work in moral philosophy and for advancing the position of antinatalism, the view that coming into existence is a serious harm. He's the author of Better Never to Have Been, The Harm of Coming into Existence, in which he argues that procreation is always morally wrong because it imposes harm by bringing sentient beings into existence. Central to his view is his asymmetry argument, which holds that the absence of pain is good, even if no one benefits from it, while the absence of pleasure is not bad unless someone is deprived of it. Benatar has also written on topics including death, ethics, human suffering, and gender discrimination. He's emeritus professor of philosophy at the University of Cape Town and is a member of the editorial board of the Journal of Controversial Ideas. As I described to you what antinatalism is, I think I did a pretty good job of explaining it to you because I'm familiar with his work. I did not know he was also a pro-Israel kind of guy. Yeah, antinatalist people are also annoying, just like pronatalist people are. Another backtrack, Bongino's whole job was, as a podcaster, was pushing conspiracy theories about the shooting, and now that he's in the FBI, he's rolling back those conspiracy theories. Interesting. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Let's look at Witkoff from the Sunday.
Now by the man at the center.
From the Sunday interviews, the Goatkoff, the fucking great deal maker, the piece of shit that fucked over the Palestinians aggressively. I gotta pee.
Of negotiations with Iran, Russia, and more. President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. Mr. Witkoff, good morning and thank you for joining us. Let me start right with the news we reported, which is that the President Trump plans to speak by phone tomorrow with Vladimir Putin. Do you expect this call will lead to direct negotiations between President Trump, President Putin, and President Zelensky, in-person negotiations?
Look, John, we had direct negotiations in Istanbul. There were some good achievements made, including the release of hostages. We have to get to a ceasefire. That's the president's position, and we all agree with that position. And most importantly, we have to get to a final peace deal. And the president has a force of personality that is unmatched. I think it's important. His sensibilities are that he's got to get on the phone with President Putin, and that is going to clear up some of the logjam and get us to the place that we need to get to. And I think it's going to be a very successful call.
What did you make of Putin's not going to Istanbul? I mean, President Trump even offered to adjust his trip to be there himself. Why was it, do you think, that Putin decided not to go?
Look, I don't want to comment on his motivations. I think in some respects it may have something to do with the delegation that he had sent to the original Istanbul talks, but those were different circumstances back then as compared to today. I want to leave it to, I want to be a bit more positive about this. I believe that the president is going to have a successful call with Vladimir Putin. They know each other. The president is determined to get something done here, and hopefully, if he can't do it, then nobody can. So I leave it to the two leaders to have that call.
Vice President Vance said recently that the Russians, quote, are asking for too much. Is that your assessment of where we are right now? Is Putin asking for too much?
My assessment is that this is a very complicated conflict that shouldn't have happened. I completely agree with President Trump in that regard. And, you know, you've got people who are at each other. There's a lot of emotion, a lot of hatred, and the carnage has to end. And so I think in a negotiation like this, people take positions. The art, the elegance of it, and the president is the master at this. I've said many times that I follow his tactics because they work. The art here is to narrow that wide berth between the parties, and I think to some extent we've done that. To some extent, each party is staking out their positions, and I think Monday will go a long way towards identifying where we are and how we complete this negotiation.
Okay, and then we have the other major set of negotiations with Iran. Can you give us a sense of what is the outline of the deal that President Trump wants to get with Iran?
Well, the president has been very clear. He wants to solve this conflict diplomatically and with dialogue. And he's given all the signals. He's directly sent letters to the supreme leader. I have been dispatched to deliver that message as well, and I've delivered it. But on the other hand, we have one very, very clear red line, and that is enrichment. We cannot allow even 1% of an enrichment capability. We've delivered a proposal to the Iranians that we think addresses some of this without disrespecting them. And so that's important. We want to get to a solution here, and we think that we will be able to. But everything begins from us.
I don't believe this at all, dude. I don't. I've been incredibly skeptical of the Trump administration offering back channel communication to Hamas from the start. These guys are working closely alongside Israel. Israel is their North Star here. Israel is the nation state that guides and is incredibly important in America's grand design for the region. And for that reason, I just don't think that there is any real deal making here with Iran. The reason why I don't think there's any real deal making here with Iran is because their goal ultimately is to have complete control over the region through these security partnerships. They can't have complete control over the region through trade deals because the only thing that they do, or I guess like America's version of a trade deal, is security partnerships, because that's the only thing that we manufacture. We manufacture weapons, and we give those weapons to our regional cooperators. But the goal here ultimately is to, just like everywhere else in the Western world, is to decouple from China. Okay? That's the major world war that we are gearing towards. Iran is on the opposite side of this endeavor. Iran and Russia being maybe a country that America thinks it can deal with and use as like a neutral territory, is on the opposing side, because they've been forced out of being in the periphery of the West, being a part of the global trade scheme that the United States of America has cooked up, right? And therefore, they are on the side of China. Okay? So any matter of like dealing with Iran has to be thought about with that ambition in mind. Everything can be, I mean, this is reductive, but everything can be seen from the lens of America versus China, the two poles, okay? This is the reason why I don't think that America is interested or genuinely invested in like peacemaking with Iran.
Standpoint, John, with a deal that does not include enrichment. We cannot have that, because enrichment enables weaponization, and we will not allow a bomb to get here. But short of that, there are all kinds of ways for us to achieve our goals in this negotiation. We think that we will be meeting sometime this week in Europe, and we hope that it will lead to some real positivity.
Like, I just don't trust America or Israel at all in any of these deal makings. Here's a great example. Breaking. The Israeli Security Cabinet has decided on Sunday to immediately resume the transfer of humanitarian aid to Gaza through existing channels until new humanitarian aid mechanism starts working, according to two senior Israeli officials said. Yeah. So on its face, you think, oh, how wonderful. Israel is allowing humanitarian aid to go back into the strip. That's great. Except the reason why they're doing this, or what they're trying to do, for the record, what they're trying to do here is something incredibly nefarious. And I talked about it already. Drop Site News also reported on it. It's something that they've been gearing for already. Okay? It is called, I forget what it is, but it's based out of Switzerland, I think. It's a new group that they've created called like the Gaza Charity or something. Hold on. Let me give you the actual report on this. 1 second. Gaza Humanitarian Organization. Humanitarian Foundation Israel. So, here it is. Head of controversial new Gaza aid group says he won't be part of displacing Palestinians, urges UN to participate in the plan. So, this is the reason why I don't trust America. And this is the reason why I don't trust Israel. Okay? This is an Israel-backed aid group. It's not a real aid organization at all. Okay? It's not a real aid organization at all. There are already real aid organizations that work on the ground, and Hamas is not a threat to these aid organizations. Israel is a threat to these aid organizations. So understand that. Okay? This is, in some ways, a more deranged version of the Gaza humanitarian aid pier that America built under the Biden administration, specifically so they could make it seem as though Israel was not inhibiting aid from going into the Strip when they very clearly were. This is an escalated version of that. This is far more evil than that. It's called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Okay? And the security guards for the American company that will distribute aid in Gaza landed at Ben Gurion Airport. They don't seem like fun people to fight with. Okay? An Israel journalist posted that American security guards landed in Israel. They will in charge of distributing aid in Gaza. They do not seem like fun people to fight with. Great. Can these same guards intercept the American 2,000-pound bombs before they hit tents and kill families who will be surviving on that aid? Serious question, says Mossab Abu Toha, the famous Palestinian award-winning poet Mossab. Okay? I said the problem with aid distribution in Gaza is that Israel is blocking it. The fact that American mercs alongside the Israeli occupying force will choose who to give aid to while restricting calories and using it as a surveillance dragnet is insane, pure Nazi shit. We are watching a live-streamed Holocaust. Okay? This is not aid distribution. This is trying to use in the most nefarious way possible, in direct contravention of international human rights law, in direct odds with how aid is supposed to be distributed by NGOs. Instead of doing that, they are violating all of those laws to weaponize aid against a captive population that is being bombed inside of an open air prison, a concentration camp. It's the most insidious version. It is the most insidious version of this process that I've seen thus far. It's almost as insidious and almost as gross as basically completely refusing to let in any aid. It actually partners with Israel's lack of interest in letting in any sort of humanitarian aid into the Strip. This is a way to make up for one of the major issues that I've talked about that Israel has. Israel is experiencing manpower issues. Okay? They do not have enough manpower and enough interest in permanently occupying the Gaza Strip. And the reason for, there's just, the reserves are pissed off. They don't have their ranks. They're having a hard time. So how do you make up for that? You make up with U.S. security contractors, mercenaries. It's a way to basically not have the U.S. military officially be on the ground in Gaza, but still have U.S. military officially operate in Gaza by way of mercenaries. Because given our war on terror, given our war economy, we have plenty of former special forces operators and military contractors that work as private military contractors now. This is what's happening. Those guys are going to be in charge of aid distribution in the Strip. There's a reason why the United Nations and every single humanitarian organization and human rights group has railed against this process. Okay? Israel's agreed to allow some food into Gaza before a newly approved mechanism for aid deliveries is up and running later this month. The head of the newly established Gaza Humanitarian Foundation told CNN. These are all military contractors. Do you understand? The aid distribution in the Strip is going to be conducted by military contractors. That's insane. They are weaponizing aid against a captive population that is starving and desperate for it. It is insane that they're doing this. It's like they don't have enough concentration camp guards, so now America is sending concentration camp guards into the area, mercenary concentration camp guards into the area to distribute aid by, not by need, mind you, but by whatever their colonial ambitions are. And in the short term, the Israeli Security Cabinet has decided on Sunday to immediately resume the transfer of humanitarian aid to Gaza through existing channels. Is there any chance that U.S. mercs will be more humane than the Zio-Nazis? I'm so desperate for any reprieve from Gaza that I'm searching for something. I don't think so. I mean, maybe, because obviously the Israeli occupying force is so fucking brutal because of the
extraordinary,
the insane amounts of like brainwashing and propaganda that has taken place in the mind of the average Israeli occupying force combatant, that perhaps these war criminals, many former veterans that have a litany of war crimes under their belt from their previous incursion in the war on terror in the region, they could even come across as more sympathetic to the Palestinians than the Israeli occupying force. But I'm not banking on that at all. Do you understand?
Circumstances on the ground right now, you've asked the Israeli government to allow aid in temporarily through existing mechanisms. Have they agreed to that? And how soon will that aid get in, if so?
That's right. We think that the situation on the ground is clearly urgent, and we can't afford to wait. We are committed to being operational with our plan by the end of the month, ideally in advance of that. But no time like the present to move aid in under existing mechanisms. The Israelis have agreed to that operational condition. We don't yet have final details as conversations are ongoing about what precisely that means and when, but we do expect to have some positive updates on that in the coming days.
Once you are up and running, how many distribution sites will you have in Gaza immediately? And how much of Gaza's population do you expect those distribution sites to be able?
Like, if the problem with aid distribution wasn't Israel, okay, if the problem with aid distribution was that, like, there is like a third party involved here that is genuinely presenting a danger to humanitarian rights organizations, then it makes sense why you would need additional security. Because a lot of these humanitarian aid organizations do hire security when they're operating in the region, right? Part of that security is a necessity because there are criminal elements, for example, that disrupt the aid delivery process, for example, especially when normal societal functions have completely broken down. There's no civil organization, like there's no civilian-focused organization like the police force to maintain an orderly process, or when there is a police force that tries to maintain some sense of order at the point of distribution, Israel kills that person immediately, like the next day. And there are criminal elements in the region right now backed by the Israeli occupying force, but Hamas, with the limited amount of with the limited capacities that it currently has, still can implement a curfew, for example, and even punish those who are operating alongside the Israeli security interests in the region, the criminal elements that get full reign to disrupt aid delivery, for example, or steal aid delivery. So there is some version of that, some version of order, but Israel is routinely assassinating those who actually try to maintain that semblance of order. But the reason why I'm mentioning all of this is because Israel is the reason why the aid delivery is disrupted. They're both shutting off aid delivery at the point of the border, okay? There are thousands of trucks waiting with tons and tons of humanitarian aid at the border that could go into Gaza, that could easily deliver aid into Gaza, and Israel is refusing to let that in. And also on top of that, the limited aid that has entered during like the ceasefire time, for example, Israel has actively worked to disrupt in the distribution side by letting criminal elements basically fucking do whatever they want to do in the region under the cover of drones, under the security of drone bombings, if anyone tries to actually go against them. So obviously, the major issue here for humanitarian aid is not necessarily Hamas. It's never been Hamas, as a matter of fact. It's Israel. And we're playing this like song and dance, just like Biden did with the Gaza aid pier, but a evolved version of that same song and dance that is going to be even scarier now.
Yeah, well, we are going to immediately open up by the end of the month 4 secure distribution sites. We have plans to ramp up to 8 to 10. That will include locations in northern Gaza. The initial plan, as we have today, is going to provide 300 million meals over the first 90 days.
Top humanitarian aid officials have been very critical of this plan. They say that it will enable the forced displacement of Palestinians, that it will bring additional risks to the lives of Palestinians living in Gaza. Tom Fletcher, the United Nations Emergency Relief Coordinator, called this a, quote, cynical sideshow and a, quote, fig leaf for further violence and displacement. What's your response to those comments and criticisms?
A lot of what NGOs and the UN heard early was full of misinformation. There were a lot of rumors about the IDF providing the direct security here. There were rumors about, biometric.
Why does it have to be mercenaries that's distributing this aid? Why can't the mercenaries work alongside normal aid distribution that already exists? Why won't Israel allow journalists into the Gaza Strip? Why won't Israel allow humanitarian aid organizations into the Gaza Strip? Why won't Israel allow the hundreds of trucks that are piling up at the fucking border with tons of aid into the Gaza Strip? There is a reason why Israel is letting this happen. It's because this is a part of the colonial ambition, okay? That's it. That's it. Their goal here is not to actually distribute aid. Their goal is to weaponize aid. That is the reason why all of the United Nations and all the NGOs that work in the region are saying this is completely unacceptable. The UN and other organizations say working with Gaza Humanitarian Foundation with compromised neutrality. The organization backed by Israel to take over food distribution in Gaza as famine looms has admitted it would not be able to feed some of the most vulnerable civilians from the militarized compounds it plans to set up. They're going to be distributing aid from militarized compounds. Aid groups in the United Nations have already refused to work with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a Swiss-registered organization led by a former U.S. Marine. This guy that we just saw, Jake Woods. Okay? They say it does not have the capacity to end hunger in Gaza and would make it harder to get aid to civilians caught up in other wars by undermining their neutrality. Israel has not officially laid out its plans for food distribution in Gaza, but statements from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and briefings from Israeli officials envisage 4 or 5 militarized distribution centers in southern Gaza, run by private security companies under the oversight of Israeli military bases. GHF is in advanced discussions with Israel on details and timing and hopes to have news soon, a person involved with planning at the foundation said. They're building military outposts. And because they don't have enough manpower to sustain those military outposts, they're literally building military outposts under the guise of humanitarian aid distribution, and it's backed by American mercenaries. Do you understand? Yeah. UN agencies reject Israeli plan to use aid as bait. And that's precisely what they're doing. When you're like, this is comical, this is like comic book villain shit. This is precisely what the goal is here. Okay? UN Children's Fund spokesperson James Elder insisted that Israeli proposal to create a handful of aid hubs exclusively in the south of the Strip would create an impossible choice between displacement and death. The plan contravenes basic humanitarian principles and appears designed to reinforce control over life-sustaining items as a pressure tactic, he told journalists in Geneva. It's dangerous to ask civilians to go into militarized zones and collect rations. Humanitarian aid should never be used as a bargaining chip. The Gaza Strip has been under a complete aid blockade for more than 2 months, and humanitarians have warned repeatedly that food, water, and medicines and fuel have been running out. The Israeli aid distribution blueprint presented to UN humanitarians envisages only 68 trucks per day entering Gaza, 1/10 of what has been delivered during the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, which held from 19th of January to 18th of March. It is not nearly enough to meet the needs of 1.1 million children, 2.1 million people, Mr. Elder insisted. There's a simple alternative. Lift the blockade, let the humanitarian aid in, and save lives. But they don't want to do that because you have to remember, they want to exterminate and ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip, and they want to permanently occupy the Gaza Strip militarily. This is the goal. So, of course, when you realize that that is the goal, which is, by the way, not even a goal that they are sheltering the public from. This is their stated goal at this point. When you realize that that is their stated goal, all of these things that they do is at the behest of said stated goal. It is so sinister. It is so terrifying and so inhumane to weaponize aid distribution like this, to create military strongholds in the middle of Gaza backed by U.S. mercs because you don't have enough manpower in the Israeli occupying force to permanently occupy Gaza right now. It's mind-boggling that they're just doing this under the watchful gaze of the Western world, under Western leadership that refuses to contend with this reality. Oh, they are going to use a bag of flour to do a mass surveillance upon the entirety of the Gaza Strip. They are going to deny humanitarian aid to groups that they decide are dangerous. Okay? They have done this already. Isn't it bait for Hamas to kill U.S. Army personnel? I don't think it's bait for Hamas to kill U.S. Army personnel either. What is this? Yeah, no, I already talked about this. Yes, this is the first stage of this. So they approve immediate return of humanitarian aid in the Gaza without release of hostages, but only because, as Jake Woods said on CNN, they're doing this so that they can advance the U.S. military compounds that they're building in the region, in southern Gaza.
PII being shared back with the Israeli government. And I cannot blame the humanitarian community for crying foul amid that misinformation. I would not have participated in a plan that did those same things. However, that is not the plan. I want to stress this plan is not perfect, but this plan will be feeding people by the end of the month in a scenario where no one has allowed aid to be in over the course of the last 10 weeks.
So will this aid mechanism be able...
They're doing this thing where, like, Israel set up a condition that is like a complete blockade on aid. So obviously this is better than a complete blockade on aid, right? So that the dumbest person on the planet can say, well, technically this is helpful. This is better, right? If given the option of cutting off both of your arms and your head, they simply say, okay, we're going to cut off one of your arms. You prefer that, right? You prefer that over to cutting off both of your arms and then finally your head. But it's like, you shouldn't be cutting off any of the arms or the head at all. There's another solution out there that you are just blocking the public from even thinking about, which is not stopping aid from entering the Strip. There are plenty of organizations that are willing to work in the Strip. Israel refuses to allow them into the Strip. And when they do allow them into the Strip, they kill them too. That's the other part of this.
Able to function without those major UN agencies? Will you have the stocks of aid? Will you have the trucks, the infrastructure to be able to get enough aid and then distribute it inside of Gaza?
I think right now it's hard to say. Ultimately, the community is going to face a choice. This is going to be the mechanism by which aid can be distributed in Gaza. Are you willing to participate? The answer is going to be, pretty critical to whether or not this ramps up to sufficiently feed 2.2 million people in a very desperate situation.
The whole reason that this mechanism is being set up is because Israel won't let aid into Gaza in any other way. Israel accuses Hamas of stealing aid and then profiting off of the aid.
This is negligent. This is gross negligence that I suspect is just simply propaganda. The idea that like Hamas is actually a burden to aid distribution is a lie, okay? It is just an outward lie. Straight up. Straight up. There is only reporting to show the exact opposite, okay? The notion that like Hamas is actually fucking up the aid distribution in the Strip is ridiculous at a time when Israel's not letting any aid into the Gaza Strip. That's it. If anything, Hamas has not been a hurdle in aid distribution. Hamas has actually tried to create a sense of organization around the point of distribution at a time when Israel has done the flour massacre And at a time when Israel has armed certain groups in the region, criminal elements in the region, to actually create chaos at the point of aid distribution or to even steal aid distribution. There is so much reporting on this. Heads of household would be expected to collect boxes weighing up to 20 kilograms with several days' supply of food and basic hygiene items like soap for their families. There is no provision for those too sick or weakened by famine to walk long distances across Gaza's ruined landscape with heavy loads. From what we've understood, the plan would increase the ongoing suffering of children and families in the Gaza Strip. Said United Nations Children's Fund spokesperson Jonathan Cricks. How is a mother of 4 children who has lost her husband going to carry 20 kilograms back to her makeshift tent, sometimes several kilometers away? The most vulnerable people, including the elderly people with disabilities, the sick and wounded, and orphans, will face huge challenges to access aid. Beyond logistical problems with Israel's plans, humanitarian organizations say that agreeing to work under Israel's military would compromise the neutrality that is the most crucial protection for their unarmed teams. It would also make it harder for them to operate in other conflict zones where neutrality is key to being able to reach civilians in contested areas. These plans are basically instrumentalizing humanitarian aid, putting it into the hands of the party to the conflict, which goes against the principles of impartiality and independence. We don't work with parties to any conflict, said Bushra Khalidi, policy lead for the Palestinian territory at Oxfam. Giving the concentration camp guards the distribution of humanitarian aid, the capacity to distribute humanitarian aid is so insane to me. I hope you guys can understand. This is a new meta of war crimes built on top of an endless sea of war crimes. But of course, it's not. Israel's no stranger to violating rules of war and rules of conflict with regular frequency, whether it be having their special forces team dress up like doctors and patients to go and assassinate someone in a hospital bed, as they have done so, or given the reporting on Israel potentially using even Red Cross ambulances to conduct a military operation alongside a bombing wall campaign that they engaged in when they were trying to extract some of the hostages. They killed 200 Palestinians. And I don't put it past America, because America has also played along with this, with the Gaza humanitarian aid pier sham that was a $250 million marketing tactic to make it seem as though Israel was rendering aid into the Gaza Strip. That pier barely brought in any aid whatsoever. This is also part of the process in the ways in which America has utilized doctors around the world, like in Pakistan. Part of the operation to find Osama bin Laden, which is so crazy that they were like trying to find Osama bin Laden, like they didn't know where the fuck he was. I still don't believe that. They had a mass inoculation campaign in Pakistan. That mass inoculation campaign in Pakistan was actually to collect DNA information from random citizens of Pakistan. It created insane anti-vaxxer sentiment. That was all. There's a reason why some of these things, there's a reason why all of these things are a part of the rules of global war, the rules of conflict. Okay? It's because you're not supposed to harm the civilian population in the process. You're not supposed to you're not supposed to weaponize aid distribution, because then people can't trust the aid distribution. You can't, you can never trust aid distribution ever again in that process. You're like, well, I don't know if this is poisoned. Israel is giving this to me, and Israel's dropping bombs on my head. So there is no reason to believe that this is also going to be, there's no reason to believe that this is also going to be like real aid. It's going to most likely be fucking poison, is what people are going to think. Anyway, Dropsite is doing an investigation into the Gaza Humanitarian Aid Foundation, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Newly formed U.S.-backed private foundation forms the backbone of Israel's new plan to control all humanitarian aid entering into Gaza. 68 days in the total siege, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, GHF, is being marketed as a secure and efficient alternative to UN and NGO pipelines, which Israel has systematically attacked and sought to dismantle. Staffed by U.S. military veterans, former officials, and corporate financiers, GHF promises to deliver aid to 1.2 million Palestinians through privately secured distribution hubs, with plans to expand to more than 2 million. A closer look at the foundation's presentation documents obtained by Axios indicates it is likely to serve as a foreign-controlled proxy to militarize aid, sideline Palestinian institutions, and entrench a system of occupation under the guise of neutrality. I know Biden has cancer. I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up, chatters. I know. I saw the report, okay? Caitlin Collins reports Joe Biden has ass cancer. I know, okay? I told you this was going to most likely happen. I told you he was going to fucking lose the election and then die quietly, okay? And there it is. All right, I know. It's not karma. Come on. If this is fucking nothing in comparison to the incalculable harm that Biden has contributed to the world, specifically the Palestinians, okay? GHF says it will establish 4 secure division sites inside Gaza, each designed to serve up to 300,000 people with food. A new foreign architecture for Gaza. Who's running it? The organization is led entirely by U.S. and international actors, with no Palestinians involved in the leadership or oversight of the project. Okay, Jake Wood is the executive director, Team Rubicon founder. He's a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. You saw him. He's the one in the polo tee talking to CNN here, okay? Not that guy. That guy's the CNN anchor here.
It resells to the Palestinian people.
That's Jake Wood. This is Jake Wood. David Burke, Chief Operating Officer. John Ackery, Head of Missions, ex-US Aid. Board members include Nate Mook, former CEO of World Central Kitchen, Riza Scheinberg, ex-U.S. Treasury terrorist financing, now MasterCard VP, Jonathan Foster, Wall Street financier, Loke Henderson, corporate governance lawyer. Advisory board includes military and diplomatic officials, including LTG Mark Schwartz, former U.S. security coordinator for Israel/PA, Bill A. Miller, former UN and U.S. security official, David Beasley, former head of the World Food Program, pending confirmation, formerly registered just months ago in Geneva. According to Le Temps, the group was incorporated with a Swiss lawyer, a U.S.-based legal consultant, and an Armenian financier on its board, none of whom have a background in humanitarian work. There is no Palestinians in GHF's governance or operational leadership. Oh my God, everyone is talking about Biden's ass cancer. Okay, fuck it. Let's talk about Biden's ass cancer. Yes. President Joe Biden has prostate cancer, his office announces. He's reviewing treatment options. Last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group 5, with a metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The president and his family are reviewing treatment options with his physicians. Knowing that evil never dies, I don't think that this 95-year-old man is actually going to die from this ass cancer, okay? Or prostate cancer. It's not. Prostate is the part of his dick that is in his ass. Technically, this is dick cancer. Yeah. Anyway, we already talked about it. Israel is allowing a limited amount of distribution of aid into the Strip for the time being. If it's metastasized, he's definitely not going to make it out at this age. Yeah. Yeah, wishing him a speedy recovery so we can run in 2028, you know? Biden the Butcher. Tragic. He's so young. He's so young. And look what happened to this young man Another one taken so soon. Here, let's see what CNN is saying. I'm sure they're breaking news covering this right now. Probably not, actually. All right, there's ads on CNN. Breaking. Israeli Prime Minister's office says Israel will introduce a basic amount of food into Gaza to prevent famine, framing it as necessary to sustain the expansion of intense fighting to defeat Hamas. On the recommendation of the IDF, out of the operational need to enable the expansion of intense fighting to defeat Hamas, Israel will introduce a basic amount of food to the population in order to ensure that a famine crisis does not develop in the Gaza Strip. Such a crisis would jeopardize the continuation of Gideon Chariot's operation to defeat Hamas. Israel will work to deny Hamas' ability to take control of the distribution of humanitarian aid to ensure that the aid does not reach Hamas terrorists. Why is everyone coming in here to tell me this? I know already. I know Biden has ass cancer. I know. Oh my God. Everyone is coming in here right now. Netanyahu forced this decision through cabinet despite opposition to far-right ministers. Pressure from Trump working, a.k.a. the Witkoff effect. First step before a ceasefire. This after months of Israel officials talking up the distribution hubs plan, which now seems to be on hold. I don't think it's on hold. This is a part of the distribution hubs plan. If it was on hold, they would not have had American security contractors, mercenaries already landing in Ben Gurion Airport. I got to bring out the text again. Here. Not that people care or read it. Oh my God. Everyone is coming in here to fucking post this. I know, chatters. I know. Here, let's get the CNN.
10 minutes ago, we received a statement from the personal office of former President Joe Biden announcing that Biden had been diagnosed on Friday with what they describe as an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones. I want to read you that full statement. It says, last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9 with metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The statement goes on to say that Biden and his family are reviewing treatment options with his physicians. Of course, former President Biden is 82 years old, and there was so much scrutiny around his mental acuity and physical fitness to serve a second term back in July of 2024 during the presidential campaign. Of course, the former president ultimately dropping out of the race after that debate. And of course, all of that is the subject of a brand new book from our colleague Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson out this month that is really generating a lot of headlines, as well as the release of audio tapes from the former special counsel Robert Hur, audio of the president struggling to recount certain dates and names. But of course, this is a somewhat optimistic diagnosis. They say the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, allowing for effective management. But of course, it is quite serious if it has spread to his bones. Again, they're describing it as an aggressive form of prostate cancer, Frederica. We have reached out to the White House for comment from the Trump administration on this development and waiting to hear more from President Biden and his family as the time goes by.
Right. All of those words seem to be very alarming, but then like you mentioned, the statement being pacified by some optimism of a type of treatment that might be available. I know you're going to continue to do some reporting, and we'll check back with you. Thank you so much, Betsy Klein, for helping to break that news. All right, our Dana Bash is also on the line with us. And so, Dana, from the information that Betsy is just conveying, that this prostate nodule was discovered, do we know anything about a history?
Well, now he can be in charge of the oversight committee, you know?
problems or nodules prior to this diagnosis that is now being announced and shared that this is an aggressive form of prostate cancer?
Hi, Frederica. Not that we know of. Look, when you're talking about a president, a former president, and his medical health, we theoretically should know a lot, if not everything, about it. So if there was a history that he personally had, we would likely know about it. And, listen, as you know, I mean, we all have people in our families who, particularly men of a certain age, who get tested regularly for prostate cancer. And as we saw in this statement, they get a Gleason score, and that determines whether or not they have prostate cancer, and if so, how aggressive it is. Like Betsy said, the thing that clearly is very concerning is that it is spread to his bones. But look, this is also a man who has had a son who died from cancer. Now, former President Biden says that they believe that the reason Beau Biden got cancer, very different kind of cancer, brain cancer, was because of exposure to burn pits while on a military mission. We never know, and we won't know if that's, for sure 100%. But what we do know now is that the former president is very lucky in this sense. He has the best care that pretty much anyone could get. And there's no question that he is going to be, he's find the best care, as they say in the statement. And the idea, as you were saying, Fred, that it seems to be the kind of cancer that would respond to hormones, that's a very, very big deal, regardless of whether or not it is in his bones or not.
All right, I think we lost that signal with Dana Bash. We'll try to reestablish. Thank you so much, Dana. Also with us, David Axelrod. David, I mean, this is striking, shocking news. Yes, he is of a certain age, 82, and prostate-related problems can certainly arise at about this stage of life, but that his diagnosis, according to that statement, would come on Friday, and it with the use of aggressive form of prostate cancer, hormone sensitive, but
I can't wait for the liberals to talk about how fucked up the left is for saying they don't care, myself included, that we don't care that Biden has prostate cancer.
President Biden, as you guys pointed out, Jake and Alex's book just came out. It's getting a lot of attention, a lot of reflection on his decision to run again, and that the rehashing of all of that can't be pleasant for him. But this supersedes all of that, obviously, and he's not a stranger to medical crises. He dealt with 2 brain aneurysms earlier in his life, and almost lost his life as a result of that, and was able to soldier through that. He obviously has experienced a lot of tragedy in his life as well, with the loss of 2 children, one by car accident, and his wife, his first wife, and of course the death of his son Beau. Joe Biden is the unluckiest lucky man on the planet. He's lived an incredible life of service. 50 years of it, but he's also experienced untold tragedy. And I just, whatever your political persuasion, whatever your feelings are about how his career ended, whatever you think, this is a good and decent man who has served his country, and we're all pulling for him.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, this comes at a time where there is so much and continued attention, placed on his mental acuity and stability, as well as ahead of this book release. And you mentioned there's been a lot of discussion about it. His medical condition now, his announced medical condition now, do you believe that silences or delays a lot of conversations about his, last year and a half of his presidency for now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think those conversations are going to happen, but they should be more muted and set aside for now as he's struggling through this.
I thought it was curing cancer, not getting it, dude. What happened? He said he was going to cure cancer, Jack.
It shouldn't be stunning because prostate cancer is so common among men at his stage in life. Most men, if they live long enough, deal with prostate cancer. And it's great news that they think that it's manageable, but jarring nonetheless. The thing, Fred, is that people who serve in these offices, they sort of become embedded in our lives. And, and this is a reminder that that no one's immortal. And so it's jarring. And I had the opportunity to serve with Vice President Biden for 2 years in the White House.
I can't believe that he's the one who got it, and not like Dick Cheney and everybody else too.
The concerns about health, Bo's health. Later on, when I was working as a consultant to the campaign, Bo's health came to the fore, and I just feel for the family, because it's one more thing.
Why do they glaze him so much even now? What do you mean, dude? This is the primary directive of mainstream news, is to whitewash and launder the reputation of war criminals once they are on the verge of death or after they pass.
Anna Navarro, who
it's a major part of how this works.
Former President Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, were on The View last week. Anna, jarring is the word that David Axelrod just used. How would you describe how this news hits, given that yours was one of the last big interviews with him last week ahead of his diagnosis?
Look,
so
I
jarring.
Think jarring is the word.
Jarring is the word. He's already dead. He's basically been propped up.
Somebody you love or you
He's basically been propped up with a stick up his ass that keeps his spine erect for the past multiple years at this point. What do you mean? He's been dead. What are we talking about?
With fear, it comes with
it's not jarring.
Uncertainty, wanting to figure out what the plan is, what the next steps are, what the possibilities are for treatment. There's so many questions that come with that one diagnosis. I will tell you, one of the things that I know Joe Biden has going for him is his very strong faith, his incredible optimism.
His brain is doo-doo. He doesn't even know what any of this is.
Strength of family that have gone through so much together. He's got a loving wife of decades and decades and decades. They have gone through so many ups and downs. He's got children and grandchildren, a sister, just such a wide array of people who love him and will be with him at a time like this. And I think it's part of the recent Bo's cancer, the accident with his first wife that cost the life of his first wife and his baby daughter. It's part of the reason why Joe Biden is a compassionate, decent man that we know. And it's part of the reason why he doesn't lose his optimism, because he knows that from sometimes the depths of sorrow and the biggest...
He's neither a compassionate nor a decent man. This is bullshit.
The Joe Biden
He's neither a compassionate nor decent person.
The Joe Biden I've known for almost 3 decades is a man who I know will fight. Is a man who will have people who love him in his corner. Is a man who will have the best medical advice. And these are things that he does not take for granted, because he knows not every American has the best medical advice and the best medical treatments available. And he knows not every American has the family structure that he has. And I think that's why he tried so hard to bring health care to Americans, and why time and time again we saw him show his heart to America. We saw him hug people who had diagnoses like this. We saw him hug family members who had lost somebody because of everything he has gone through. So, I just join, I think, most Americans, hopefully all Americans, in praying for him and wishing him well, and knowing that prostate cancer today, many forms of prostate cancer are very treatable, and you can have many more years of life afterwards. I have dealt with it in my family, and I know Joe Biden hasn't given up his entire life. He's not going to give up now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you talk about his strength in his faith and in his family. He's a devout Catholic. Jill Biden was there on the set with him as he joined you and the other ladies on The View. I mean, speak to me about, about your recollection, even during that interview, of how I just remember one moment where she really stepped in and chimed in to help underscore, his commitment to public service and his record, and his record to truth. Talk to me about what that moment was like as she, not necessarily completing his sentences, but trying to complete the narrative of who Joe Biden is.
Well, I think a lot of us who are married know that it's not infrequent for spouses to complete each other's sentences. I also think Jill Biden is Joe Biden's strongest advocate, unconditional love of so many decades. And I think, I think the last year, all of the attacks on him, the gossip, the suppositions, all of these things, I think were very hurtful to her as a wife, as a spouse who supports and loves her husband. And so, I think that's what you saw come out. And I think we've all seen Joe Biden because Joe Biden has been a public servant his entire adult life, my entire adult life. Since I've been in this country, Joe Biden has been part of the arena. He's been in the Senate. He's been a vice president. He's been a president. And I think we've all seen him age. I've known him. I am a friend of Joe Biden's, and I have known him for 25, 30 years. And certainly the man who was at The View 2 weeks ago is not the man that I knew 20 years ago. We've seen him age. We've seen his step become more faltering. We've seen his voice lose some of his strength. But throughout all of it, it's always been the same good, decent public servant, committed to America, committed to democracy.
Yeah, Connor clocked it, dude. We got Joe Biden dying before Grand Theft Auto 6.
Anna Navarro, thank you so much. Thanks for sharing your viewpoint here as we're all just learning of this announcement coming from former President Joe Biden's office that he has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. That diagnosis coming on Friday, and in that statement saying that it is
Olivia Giuliana crashing
Anna,
out
for joining us, and that his diagnosis is a hormone-sensitive condition which does allow for
she's saying she's crashing out and saying all those who spent the past week shaming him have been shaming the man with cancer instead of the felon deporting children with cancer. First of all, people didn't even know that he had cancer. And secondly, that his cancer diagnosis doesn't change the dynamic at all. His selfishness and his interest in the continuation of dead Palestinian children unironically contributed to the Trump victory. So if you hate the orange man, and if you say orange man bad, you have to remember that Joe Biden's ineptitude and his selfish interest in maintaining his grip of power is directly responsible for orange man winning power. Okay? There is no like, wow, I hope you feel good about yourself. Like, yeah, dude, I don't feel good. You want to know why I don't feel good? Because there is no karmic justice on this planet. There is no justice whatsoever, and there's certainly no karma, no karmic justice whatsoever, because Joe Biden has seen the entirety of his life. He went all the way up into his 90s. He actually became the president. He oversaw some of the worst American foreign policy decisions. He oversaw the undermining of international rule-based order directed by Joe Biden himself. So much death and so much destruction. And he opened up the floodgates of Donald Trump for a second term. So no, I don't care that he had he got prostate cancer at the age of 90. Okay? Get the hell out of here. And this is before we even talk about his track record leading up to his election.
This far advanced, meaning Gleason 9 metastasized to the bone, the 5-year survival rate is somewhere between 30 and 40%. Again, depending on how well he responds to therapy. One of the questions on everyone's mind, and you just heard this from the reporter, is what about last year's PSA? You know, this was found by physical examination, by a prostate exam. A lot of times we find an elevation in prostate-specific antigen, a PSA, and then we go after it, get an MRI. I mean, he must have had the best possible care here. I'm a little taken aback that it's this far advanced and very, very concerned about it.
Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask you. This is a former president of the United States. He's supposed to be getting, as you say, the best medical care in the world. And yet, you know, just a few months after he leaves office, this prostate cancer is advanced enough that it has metastasized to the bone. That's just not good.
No, and then we don't have enough information for me to be sure of the following statement, but I want everyone to know that the PSA, though, I think it's a really great test, and I do it on every male over the age of 45. Sometimes it can be low, and you still could have this. It's not 100%. I'm not saying his was low. It wasn't written as I don't recall it being indicated there. But if it's high, you go after it. And again, to reach the point of symptoms, we most of the time we can diagnose it before. Although, you know, it may very well be that he's hormone responsive, and that's what...
As a casual lurker, I will have to step away from you. Your level of crassness is worth unsubscribing. Oh no. Only logged in to let you know I think you're very researched, opinionated, politically astute, and extremely crass. Yeah, don't worry. Goodbye.
At this point.
It is, as you say, one of the most treatable forms of cancer, but you have to catch it fairly early, right?
Well, you have to catch it if you catch it while it's still within the capsule, within the prostate itself, it's curable most of the time. When it's metastasized, like here to the bone, much less so. And again, this aggressive, very, very concerning, means that it probably spread pretty fast. They might try to radiate that lesion they found on the bone. They're definitely going to give hormone therapy here. They'll know more in a few months about how responsive it is. When the goal is to get it before it leaves the prostate. When it's left the prostate, it becomes much more difficult to cure.
Dr. Siegel, stay with us for just a moment. We want to check in with senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy. Peter, obviously, you were there at the White House for the full run of the Biden administration. Are you as surprised as I am at this news regarding the former president?
That is because every week that passes makes it all that more, all the more less likely for him to be off the ballot. Okay? He is trying to crawl, not towards the finish line being November 5th. He's trying to crawl to the convention. Remember, these are some of the dirty tricks that this war criminal old man pulled off in an effort to ensure that there wasn't enough time to replace him. Okay? When his brain was dookie, him and all of the people surrounding him, actively tried to make sure that he could go, he could basically make it to the next step in the process so that no one could replace him, so that he would be the one who runs against Donald Trump. And being November 5th, he's trying to crawl to the convention, which is so fucking gross. Once people recognize that reality, I suspect they'll be a little bit more angry. I don't think people have noticed that yet. I've been saying this now since the debate. He is literally trying to desperately get to the convention so it becomes a matter of It's not even a question at that point, because every day that passes by where Joe... Is it just me, or are you being way less crass than you could be? Yes, I am. I'm being way less crass than I normally would be, because I know that a lot of liberals are going to be in their fifis, and they're going to turn around and look for anyone to yell at that they possibly can to try and position themselves as like the real anti-Trump people, not realizing that their actions, the actions of Joe Biden, led to Donald Trump. They just don't want to recognize that, because then the party that they maintain loyalty to will be the wrong party here. That's it.
Do you think that Joe Biden really would have been able to perform as president all the way through January 2029 when he would be 86?
Yes, I thought that back then. I still think that, but I don't know that. When people ask me, did I know this or did I know the other? And the fact of the matter is, no, I didn't. And that's, you make my point here. So it's not all about age. I've seen people develop Alzheimer's when they're in their 30s and 40s.
Ay, ay, ay.
So it's not about age. It's about the ability to do the job. And I never saw anything that allowed me to think that Joe Biden was not able to do the job. Just that simple.
The debate didn't make you concerned about whether or not he could do the job?
Absolutely it did. I never saw any of that. I didn't see the tapes from her interview. And I watched that debate. And you and I talked about it. And yes, I was concerned. Now, the question is this a condition or is this an incident? And I have had incidents when I was looking for my glasses and had them on.
Yeah, bro, you should also quit. Like, what are we doing? Yes, you are also entirely too old.
So you have these kinds of incidents, and that's the question is. And then remember, a lot of us were a bit concerned about his schedule in the run-up to the debate. He took 2 overseas trips, came back, and started preparing for that debate. And I called it at the time preparation overload, because they were cramming into a 4 or 5 day period the preparation for this debate after taking 2 overseas trips, which I thought was taxing in and of itself. And so these kinds of concerns are out there, but none of us thought that there was anything here that created any suspicions of any prolonged condition.
Are you scared of being yelled at by liberals, or do you find some value in being more tempered? You fell off, Onk. I don't care. I'm tired and I'm angry, and I don't think that him getting cancer is even justice. Okay, it is not even a fraction of what Joe Biden deserves. Okay, that's it. And now everyone is going to act like he's already dead. Our campaign bent over backwards to accommodate them. The VP broke on Biden with Gaza. She met them. Senior leadership met with them. Uncommitted leadership told us they knew the VP was better than Biden and Trump, but they needed to win so they could rationalize their antics. Yeah, this guy is former director of rapid response for Kamala Harris, formerly delivering words on behalf of Joe Biden, still defending the Kamala Harris campaign. Joe Biden, outside of Donald Trump and the Republican Party, Joe Biden is perhaps the second most responsible party for Donald Trump. Okay? Kamala Harris is a close third, and her campaign is a close third, but Joe Biden is literally the second most responsible party for Donald fucking Trump. So if you hate Donald Trump, as I do, you have to recognize that reality. If you don't recognize that reality, you are deluding yourself.
Try to keep himself as healthy as possible. He had a trainer that was coming over to the White House twice a week or something like that. In the morning, he had a He had to get special permission to use a Peloton because of the network. They don't like to have extra Wi-Fi networks in the residence of the president. And so it is a very sad diagnosis. And it's worth pointing out, he just formed a personal office. We didn't hear anything from them for the first couple months.
Who's the most responsible party for Donald Trump? Obviously, Donald Trump is most responsible, and the Republican Party is most responsible for Donald Trump. He is Donald Trump himself. But the second most responsible party in this situation is Joe Biden, due to his ambition, due to his horrible management, due to his lack of interest in stepping aside. He did this. We're talking about Trump 2, chatters. We're not talking about fucking Hillary Clinton. Okay? That already happened. Hillary Clinton already did this once. Living in the aftermath of that disastrous consequence of Trump 1, the Democratic Party should have recognized the real threat that Trump 2 presents, as I did, as many others did, and forced Biden out, forced Biden to step aside. But instead, they propped up Biden at a time when myself and many other people could see that he was senile, all the way back in 2019, all the way back in 2020. There were people who actually rang the alarm bells, if you remember. People like what's the Texas guy? Castro. It was here. Look at this.
Barack Obama's vision was not to leave 10 million people uncovered. He wanted every single person in this country covered.
September 12, 2019. Here you have Julian Castro literally questioning Biden's senility in 2019.
My plan would do that. Your plan would not.
They do not have to buy in. They do not have to buy in.
You just said that. You just said that 2 minutes ago. You just said 2 minutes ago that they would have to buy in. You said they would have to buy in.
Have to buy in. If she qualifies for Medicaid,
are you forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
Be in for it.
Are you forgetting already what you said just 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, they packed his ass up for that, by the way. The Democratic Party and its machine is so nefarious that they saw this as a major threat to the one guy that actually was saying the truth on that stage, because they saw Biden as the only option to rally around, against Bernie. They were so terrified. They were so terrified of Bernie Sanders potentially coming out of that primary as the victor and having to change the trajectory of the Democratic Party in a way that actually is progressive, in a way that moves towards an ambitious social democratic expansion of welfare and social safety nets, that instead of that, they literally turned around and they were like, we have to do everything we can to make sure that this does not happen. And Brandon was the guy that they presented as the alternative. He had the name recognition. He was Obama's vice president. He was the best possible person to do this. And the media offered multiple billions of dollars worth of organic and native advertising after a predictable victory that came in from South Carolina. All of this played a role in Biden actually seizing tremendous victories on Super Tuesday, changing the tide of the primaries. They all knew he was old and decrepit, and yet they still pushed him. They still pushed him aggressively, and then they maintained this idea that Biden was perfectly fine, and he had incredible motivation. He was not senile. His brain was totally fine. Here's Matt Stoller correctly pointing out, Democratic insiders know Biden has cognitive decline issues. They joke about it. They don't care. Near a tendon, this is beneath you. Block. Folks, this is the only way to handle this nonsense. The Sanders outreach continues, I see. I wonder why you're losing. Khanna continued, in light of what has come out, it is painfully obvious President Biden should not have run. He said his party played too much deference to party leaders, not to the old guard, to the advisors, and needed to be more independent. Yeah. The Democratic Party played the role that it always is supposed to play, the role that it's perhaps most equipped to play, which is to present a real hurdle against any sort of real left politics. They did that. They shut off any kind of ambitious social democratic option because that was terrifying for them. And in that process, Biden mismanaged the country and engaged in Biden mismanaged the country, was a horrible communicator at a time when there needed to be a uniting figure. Pair that up with negative real wage growth for almost 2 years under the Brandonian leadership, and also to perfectly tie that up with the endless genocide of the Palestinian population in real time that every American could see, and a genuine inability to address such problems, a genocide that we are actually paying for with our tax dollars. Biden oversaw all of that, refused to drop out, refused to recognize the writing on the wall, and handed the keys of the castle to the Republicans.
To his lifestyle and his maybe condition or feeling, I guess you could say, versus some that are a little more uncomfortable. Can you take us through those, Doctor?
Well, as I was saying, taking the prostate out has now reached a proportion where it's very much easier. You can do it without blood loss, usually through a robot, through a small incision in the abdomen, and remove the whole prostate with robot arms in a matter of an hour or two. And recovery, you could even go home the next day or even the same day. That's dramatic improvement. On top of that, radiation has gotten a lot more pinpoint and better tolerated. You can get a lot of irritation from radiation, but it's totally different than it used to be, and they might want to radiate the bone. In terms of hormone treatment, since the White House has already revealed that that it's hormone responsive, which to me means they think it will respond to anti-testosterone treatments, including Lupron and maybe Casodex. That is good news in that they expect it to be able to shrink and to shrink the metastasis. The other potentially good news is they didn't seem to find it anywhere else. So the biggest side effects I worry about with the Lupron or with the anti-hormone therapy is fatigue. It causes a lot of fatigue, and I'm concerned about pain from that metastasis. I'm concerned about the urinary symptoms he's currently experiencing. He could go into urinary retention. But they may be able to prevent that by treating quickly.
Ironically enough, he should have been on finasteride, is correct, considering his fucking hairline and how abysmal it is. Not exactly sure why he wasn't already on finasteride, as your boy is. Finasteride is FDA approved for your hairline, but it also, its primary function is to shrink your prostate to avoid prostate cancer.
Private docs. There is not a consensus whether to do a PSA over the age of 80 from either the American Urological Association or the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force. They tend to recommend against it in such an elderly person. I believe in it. I always do it in elderly people because my philosophy towards medicine, John, is I want to know what's going on so I can figure out how to pursue it. You know, you don't have to biopsy everyone based on a number, but the number is good to know. I am not in any way, shape, or form suggesting he did or didn't have that test, but that is a useful test.
I am clearly not a doctor. That's why we're talking to you, Dr. Siegel. But when the statement says that the cancer appears to have metastasized to the bone, that sounds kind of ominous to me. I mean, bone cancer, I know, can be very painful. If it's in the bone, can you stop it?
Well, hopefully they could stop it if it's so testosterone dependent by the hormone therapy and hopefully by radiation. The 5-year survival rate when it's this far spread, and that's not even including how aggressive it is 30 to 40%. We wish it were a lot higher than that. You know, that's with the most modern treatments available. I wouldn't say it's ominous, but I'd say it's very, very concerning and clearly a life-threatening situation.
All right. Dr. Mark Siegel, our Fox News senior medical analyst. Thank you. Let's bring in Jeff Mason, the White House correspondent for Reuters. Jeff, again, it's been less than 4 months, I believe, if I'm counting on my fingers right, since Joe Biden left the White House, and now we're getting this pretty surprising diagnosis of prostate cancer that has metastasized. Your thoughts?
Well, number one, heartbreaking for the former president and for his family. And so, you know, I think even if you're a neutral reporter who's covered a president or anyone, you would extend your sympathies and best wishes to them. And I certainly do. I think from a political angle, it will absolutely, when you set aside the realities of the health issues that he is now dealing with, which is private, but also a story as a former president, it will also raise questions again about his decision to run for re-election. A lot of those questions were focused on his mental acuity, but just his age, of course, also means
don't fucking scale back on this, dude. This is the Reuters White House correspondent. Okay, this person obviously Fox News is biased on this, but they're correct.
Some of those conversations, just as some of those have been rehashed in the recent days, as new
the
books
person
about
speaking is not biased.
come out.
Yeah, and as the conversations that he had with special counsel
but the
Robert
news
Hur
programming are
released, there have been calls, especially among Republicans, for an investigation into, you know, who knew what about the president's condition, because clearly he wasn't answering questions well in those snippets of audio that have been released. Do you think that this diagnosis in any way changes the equation? Does it bring more sympathy forward for the former president and cause people to just kind of say, well, let's back off a little bit?
I think it's a great question. I don't know the answer to that, but certainly I think the American people and people in general, when they see somebody facing a diagnosis with this, have sympathy. And I'll be interested to watch how that sympathy manifests itself in terms of how people respond on Capitol Hill from both parties. And certainly to your question, if there's a response on the Republican side that is more sympathetic and leading to backing off from the investigations that you were just referring to, then that would be a notable change.
Obviously, most of us get physicals each year. I get an annual physical. Maybe you do as well. For a president, Dr. Siegel was saying that his last annual was in 2024. I mean, is it an annual event for the president, or do they consider doing it more often for the most powerful person in the world?
It is absolutely an annual event. That doesn't mean you don't get checkups more often. And certainly the President of the United States has a doctor traveling with him, as far as I know, at all times. I mean,
remember a month ago when an article came out saying that Biden wanted to help Dems and they avoided him? Now they have to address this against their will because they do not want to be associated with him. That's how bad a decision he made.
Happens once a year, and it happens at once.
I think Democrats should be ruthless and be like, yeah, he was like, they shouldn't be. I mean, they are going to use flowery language to whitewash and launder his reputation. But this article almost certainly came out after his diagnosis. The Bidens want back in? No, that is insane. No way. Do we know exactly when the diagnosis came out? Because that is so psychotic. If he knew he had like prostate cancer and he's still like, I'm coming back in, Jack. I'm sick. I'm sick in the head.
Like these are appropriate for politics. And I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way. I mean, we're all human beings, and we feel for the former president because a diagnosis of cancer, especially cancer that appears to have spread, is very sobering and certainly very disturbing, I guess you could say.
Oh, absolutely, and I fully agree with you about that sympathy.
Launch
and I
me
would
into the
extend mine again
suburbs,
too.
Jack.
It's not something you want to see happen to anyone, be they a leader in public life.
Yeah, it's just like it's yet another idiotic moment where the Democrats will look so silly, will look so stupid if they entertain this, especially because that association will continue with Biden, and that association will remind average Americans what they saw and the inconsistency of what they heard from the Democrats in terms of Biden's fucking brain processing power. This is why I'm saying, like, just say, oh, it's cancer is really mean and really sad, and then leave it at that. If you talk about how wonderful of a statesman he was, then all of a sudden you're just going to keep reminding people. You're all of a sudden going to keep reminding people that, like, you defended his fucking diminished capacity, and it only further it only serves as further evidence that you are an unserious person, only interested in maintaining your grip of power. Kamala would have become president if he had run and won, if he died in office. I'm not so certain about that either. CNN says the 16th article was 2 months ago. Yeah, no, I don't. The article doesn't match up with the timeline. He said that, and then he found out that he has cancer. That's what happened.
The oldest former living president until he passed away just a few months ago. He experienced amazing health, but not everyone is that lucky. And Joe Biden's mother was very, had a very long life, and he's been very healthy.
You talking about people remembering, but how many people remember Trump's lies, though?
And for him
Dude,
to address.
You have to remember, the people that are pro-Trump don't give a shit that he's lying. They're stupid, and they're in a fucking cult. Okay? We're talking about independents. We're talking about, like, average Americans, people who don't vote, and people who do vote, but for the Democratic Party, even if they hold their nose and vote. Okay? There is no way to convince the Republicans. Who cares what they think? They're an insane death cult at this point. They look at the way they handled the tariff stuff. Look at the way they operated within the tariff shit, where they would regularly turn around and be like, nah, it's actually tariffs are awesome. Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, now that you took away the tariffs, art of the deal, baby. Like, you can't have a normal conversation with these people. You can't have normal expectations from these people. They are fucking insane. It's also a problem that is plaguing the Democratic Party. Age. And the diminished capacity of the elderly in the gerontocracy that is the Democratic Party is legitimately one of the most visible parts of this party. That's what's so crazy about it. Like, it's one of the Democrats, I always say, have a crisis in branding because they don't have any sort of discernible policies that you can point to in the way that, like, Bernie does, right? Bernie's old as fuck, too. Absolutely worst double bind here, where they show that Biden willfully retained classified documents and comes across too senile for a jury to convict him. The right will make mincemeat out of this. They'll play up the double standard in courts and harp on how old Biden is. Yeah, this was when the Robert Hur report first came out. That's what I said, and that's precisely what the Republicans did, by the way. The Democrats are in a crisis of branding, if you are to look at it in sociopathic terms, I guess. Okay? Their branding crisis revolves around their lack of interest in being associated with any sort of real progressive policies that they genuinely are pushing for. But then outside of that, this is the type of shit that they're associated with. Just like defending old people because they're in power, with the Dianne Feinsteins of the world, with the Brandons of the world, you know? is terrible.
Out of the presidential race. Of course, he has contended that he believes he was indeed fit to serve. And I want to read to you a little bit from a letter from his former physician.
Yeah, you only predict them correctly because they get their ideas from right here. Yeah, I'm a Republican opposition research merchant.
He has sleep apnea, which is being treated. He has non-valvular fibrillation. He's being treated for high cholesterol as well as acid reflux and seasonal allergies. Of course, we have asked the White House, the Trump administration, as well as a spokesperson for Dr. Biden, the First Lady, for comment and reaction to this concerning news. Some signs of optimism, of course, that this type of prostate cancer can be responding to, it says it appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. But again, quite concerning that it has.
She's 87. This was who was going to.
The former president has maintained a relatively
leader of the
low
House
profile
Oversight
since
Committee.
leaving office in January, but we have started to see him
After the
reemerge
previous
on the
one,
world stage. He attended
after the previous
funeral.
one, literally had cancer and couldn't do his job because of cancer. Remember, Nancy Pelosi actively undermined AOC's chances of being the leader of the House Oversight Committee. And the Democrats listened to Speaker Emeritus.
Curing cancer is something that is so near and dear to the former president.
From her
Back
hospital
during
bed,
the
Nancy
Obama
Pelosi
administration,
pushed
after
for
his
it.
son Beau Biden died of glioblastoma and aggressive brain cancer, the then vice president established the Cancer Moonshot, which was an initiative with a goal of ending cancer as we know it. It was reestablished in 2022. So again, very concerning news, some signs of optimism, but we will be tracking this quite closely, reaching out to all of our sources, Jessica, and bringing you the latest updates as we get them.
Yeah, and Betsy, again, just underscoring, this is breaking news. We're still seeing this all kind of play out. But what about public support for the former president? I noticed some people are starting to make public comments on this.
Yeah, we are starting to see an outpouring of public support. Again, we haven't heard anything just yet from the White House. We have asked for reaction, but we are going to be watching all of these, it's shocking news, and hearing from some of the president's top allies, advisors, former staffers, those that I'm talking to on text message, all exhibiting a lot of shock and concern and really sadness about their former boss, just writ large. Really very concerned about what this news could portend, of course, what his treatment is going to look like, and how this is going to progress.
Certainly, yeah. No, this is shocking news, especially for those who are close to him, who've.
Yeah, Piers Morgan is in his feelings. I'm going to block anyone I see, and there's already a lot of this vile crap flying around, mocking, celebrating, or playing partisan politics with Joe Biden's health news. The man has served his country for 50 years and is fighting for his life. Show some bloody respect. Yeah. Yeah, he served his country for 50 years to do what?
Well, first of all, Jessica, my thoughts are with the former president. Anyone who's ever heard a physician tell them that they have cancer understands how uncertain and disorienting and terrifying these times can be. So my thoughts go to the former president and his family. So prostate cancer is extraordinarily common. About 1 in 8 men in this country will get prostate cancer during their lifetime. And the outlook I think depends a lot on the cell type and how responsive it is to hormone therapy. What we've heard so far, sort of bad news and good news. The bad news is that his Gleason score, which is how the pathologists grade the aggressiveness of the tumor, by looking at it under the microscope, was quite high. The Gleason score goes from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst, and his tumor was graded as a 9, so a very aggressive form. The second adverse diagnostic information that we've received is the fact that it's now already metastatic to bone, so it's no longer contained in the prostate. Yeah. So this is not something.
Have some bloody respect. Gaza's last hospital for 10,000 cancer patients shuts down due to reported Israeli strikes.
Prostate cancer is often treated initially with removing the prostate, but that's not an issue here because the cells have already spread into other parts of the body, and we're told that it's spread to the bone. but there are treatment options. Where the good news is that we're told that the former president's particular tumor appears to be sensitive to hormone therapy. The male hormone testosterone causes prostate cancers to grow. So blocking testosterone is
For the record, a lot of people in the chat are saying, well, Palestinians have no access to cancer treatment because of Joe Biden and now Donald Trump, right? And before people say, oh, this is like saying there's starving children in Africa, make no mistake, okay? Biden is directly responsible for that. You are not directly responsible for the gross distribution at a time of food abundance, okay? You are not directly responsible for that. Whereas Biden is almost single-handedly directly responsible for Israel's endless bombing campaign, as he had every opportunity to shut it down early on and refused to do so, so much so that he allowed this election to be lost to Donald Trump.
And I just want to make sure I'm understanding when they say it is hormone sensitive, and that's a good news. You're saying if you can block that testosterone, which is of course a hormone, that can
they're going to block Biden. They're going to force feminize Brandon.
Or they hope for the fact that it would give them a little more control over that cancer.
Yeah, and I think in an 82-year-old patient, what you're really trying to do is control the cancer, prevent the cancer from spreading more widely, spreading to organs like the liver or the lungs, and trying to control it for as long as you can. And being hormone sensitive gives them the option of using these androgen blocking therapies.
And then the other piece of information that you were going through as well was this information that it has spread to his bones, that it has metastasized. When you hear that, that does sound daunting. What is that painful?
Yeah,
what else does that what else does that mean for the patient in this case?
Yeah, it can certainly cause bone pain, right? And once the tumor starts affecting the bones, particularly the long bones, particularly bones of the legs and things like that, and back. But the more important aspect of the fact that it's metastatic to bone is that it really does change, or metastatic period, is that it does change the prognosis. Sometimes people with early
prostate cancer is generally not fatal, with a 5-year survival rate of over 95% for most patients. Assuming ex-President Biden is under close surveillance, his likelihood of dying from natural causes is higher. Of course, the specific subtype matters. In patients with Gleason score of 9, the 5-year survival rate is typically around 50 to 70. I thought it was 30%, not 50 to 70%. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm not,
And, when oncologists talk to patients, it's important for the patients to understand that they are not a statistic. And if they look at Google and they look at that number, and they look at a number that says, for instance, that 5-year survival rate is 33%, that can be very, very dispiriting. But what I think a lot of doctors would tell a patient, what I would tell the patient if I were an oncologist, is that statistics are for 100 people. And what they should only be interested is, what is their outlook? What are the features of their tumor and their overall condition? Where does that point them? And to me, it sounds like there's a lot to do here. And so I would, if I were involved in the president's care, and I am not, I would tell them, look, we have a lot to do now. We'll take things one at a time, and we'll pick a comprehensive cancer center to help structure your treatment. And I'm sure that's what President Biden's team is doing. They're looking for a comprehensive cancer.
Like, I don't, God, not only do I not care, because this is happening in the backdrop of Biden's actions and his gross ambition to continue starving the Palestinian population and killing them directly, has led to tens of thousands of Palestinians not being able to get this kind of medical care coverage. But Biden also, for 50 years, was a very ambitious person, was able to basically hold on to the grips of power and became the president and used that opportunity to do a metric ton of evil. And on top of that, he is going to have platinum healthcare coverage. There are people in this country right now that have cancer, that have the same type of cancer that fucking Joe Biden has, that are spending their last moments not with their fucking families, but instead talking to insurance agents, okay? Like, who we show what level of support and civility to is so busted in this country, is so broken. Biden directly ran and lied, by the way. Remember when he said he was going to do public option? That was a fucking lie. Biden directly ran against Bernie because the signature policy of the Bernie Sanders populist left was Medicare for all. Never forget that. And every single person that also was antagonistic to said Medicare for all, the ambitions of moving towards Medicare for all, rallied around Biden. This is what the Democratic Party did, knowing full well that his brain was doo-doo. So yeah, it's very, very, very difficult for me to have even a fraction of sympathy for this fucking war criminal, even if you are to cover it from the perspective only of domestic policies, even if you think like Palestinians are nothing and they deserve less and they are deserving of their fucking of their fate because you're a disgusting little freak, a bloodthirsty little monster, okay? Then even on the domestic agenda front, what the Democratic Party did and what the Democratic Party did specifically in terms of placing Brandon as a hurdle against like real leftist policies that the Democrats never wanted to subscribe to, his legacy and his presidential run is so that you couldn't get any health care whatsoever. Your ass spent years shitting on how old Joe Biden is. Yeah, and so many people also turned around and said I was wrong for this, you know? For saying the truth. Anyway. Now let's get back to some other news. I've gone all around. Let's look at the Eurovision shit. There was a pro-Palestine protester detained at Eurovision final during Israel's performance. I don't really watch Eurovision. I didn't watch it when I was in Turkey. I'm not really all that interested in it, even though, I mean, and it's not even because I'm not. It's not even because I'm not a music listener per se. I just don't think it's. I mean, who cares? But obviously, Eurovision is now basically become an opportunity for Israel to try and do reputation laundering, and they do it by force. They do it through trickery, and they do it by force. It's so clear. Like, that's the only thing. That is the only thing that people care about with Eurovision. How Israel's performance sounded like at the arena of Eurovision 2025. The entire arena was screaming. The entire arena was booing, making noise, not in a positive way, but in a negative one. And yet, obviously, the TV shut off the crowd noise. Not only did they shut off the crowd noise, but they made it illegal to bring Palestinian flags in. They apprehended people who were waving Palestinian flags. And also, Israel spent a shit ton of money doing marketing for this Eurovision process. And I assume a lot of people also participated in Eurovision. A lot of people also participated in this fucking like bullshit telephone voting process. Let's take a look at what the soft take had to say about Israel's participation in Eurovision.
Song contest as of late, especially this year. And it's not just because of the wacky outfits. While Israel faces mounting accusations of war crimes and international outrage,
I've seen so much. See, the general public actually likes Israel. You are just too online. Yeah, it's not. That's not the case. But the reason why they're doing that, the reason why they did that, is so they can say that. The reason why pro-Israel people are like fucking freaking out about this and saying like, look at how wonderful this is. The world actually loves Israel, is because they want to fucking create this air, this presence that like the world doesn't fucking despise Israel. They do. Make no fucking mistake. They do. You in this community are infinitely closer to the average person's perspective on Israel's death and destruction campaign in Gaza than whatever the fuck they tried to present here.
they're still being given a global stage to rebrand themselves. Not through politics, but through dance and song. The good old move of art washing, when a nation uses culture, art, entertainment to distract from the reality and downplay human rights abuses. In this case, Israel is using the glitz and glam of Eurovision to present itself as the underdog, the victim, the voice of peace, all while carrying out atrocities in Gaza. Israel's contestant they've put forward this year is Yuval Raphael, an actual survivor from the Nova Festival attack.
Hello Eurovision fans, my name is Yuval Raphael and I will be representing Israel in the next Eurovision. I can't wait to see you all in Basel.
Now, let me just be clear that this isn't about dismissing the fear and trauma Yuval experienced. What I'm talking about is how Israel, in the 69th edition of the Eurovision Song Contest, has chosen a contestant whose very presence functions as just one enormous sob story. You know how American Idol sort of takes someone aside and gives them a little whisper in the ear? Those tears are dollar bills, alright? That is what this feels like, because not only does Yuval's persona and story of victimhood and resilience gets paraded around, the song she will perform just looks like a desperate attempt for a PR rebrand for the state of Israel. And, of course, Eurovision proves once again that its supposedly no politique rule only seems to apply when it's convenient. But first, allow me to explain real quick what the Eurovision Song Contest is and how it works if you're unfamiliar. It would help grasp the not-so-subtle image makeover Israel is going for here. Because while it might seem like just another song contest, it is quite a cultural and political, whether they like it or not, spectacle watched by around 160 million people each year. And when it comes...
I've heard from pro-Trump people two things that reaffirm my position here. There are some like very aggressively pro-Trump people that I don't have direct relationship with, but like know people that are related to them. And from what I've heard from even their perspective, like not on Eurovision in general, but like they are also now anti-Israel. I mean, people who are like borderline QAnon, who are anti-Israel now. At the end of the day, people see the death and destruction of children and they're like, this is fucked up. It's that simple.
Country like Israel takes center stage, especially in a year like this, there is a lot more going on than a fun and silly competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegations, dear guests from all around the world, this event unites us all, crossing borders, crossing languages, creating a shared space.
So maybe you've seen some snippets of it and wondered, is that what goes on in Europe? You'd be correct. Once a year, singers, bands, musicians get all dressed up and represent their country to give a performance of a lifetime with an original song live on stage. Flags wave, the host country's electricity bill shoots through the roof, and just about every LED light in Europe gets wired to one stage. It was launched in 1956 by the European Broadcasting Union and was meant to unite post-war Europe through music. Countries vote for each other, usually it's neighboring countries, trade partners, and occasional political crushes. And eventually, a winner is crowned. And despite being called the Eurovision, there are still countries outside the geographic region of Europe that participate, like Australia and Israel. That's because any country that is a member of the European Broadcasting Union can participate. To win, a country with the highest number of points, and this is where Israel loves to play around a little, points are gotten from professional jurors from each country that vote for a country of their choice. That makes up for half of the total vote. And the other half is made...
Yeah, this is like... This is just a propaganda operation for Israel. It's just a way to like try and make it seem as though people love Israel, and they pump the individual like telephone votes. They just rig it so they can get a high placement year over year. It is a way for Israel to try and make it seem as though there is more support for Israel than there actually is. You're talking about countries, right? You're talking about countries that voted for Israel on Eurovision, countries that literally have European countries that have a very negative opinion of Israel historically, like Norway, that fucking voted for Israel. Get out of here. There was a historic number of people to the tune of 100,000 plus that marched to The Hague today in the Netherlands. Okay? It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's not real. It's just fucking completely rigged. And we just have to sit there and act like this is something that matters. Yeah, from what I understand, Eurovision is sponsored by Moroccan Oil, which is an Israeli company as well.
Fans voting through paid texts or phone calls, where individuals can vote for a maximum of 20 times. And like I said, this is the part where Israel can demonstrate its strong solidarity, turning bloodshed into ballads, headlines into harmonies.
הקהל ריגש אותי בצורה שאני פשוט רציתי לבכות, כי הייתי כל כך מוכנה למלא בוז. ולא היה אחד ששמעתי רק לעזר, רק דגל ישראל.
Yeah, this is during her performance. And not only were they booing her the entire time, the way that they televised the broadcast, they shut off the crowd noise and pumped in, from what I understand, fake crowd noise of cheers. This is the rehearsal, not the finals.
Because when it came to the public vote for Israel in Eurovision 2024, just 7 months of responding to October 7th with a genocide, Israel received 323 public votes.
Yeah, the UK commentator said it's a mixed reaction, not sure what you're hearing at home. Not only that, but also the Spanish broadcaster, the European Union Broadcasting Union, has threatened... Hold on. Why can't I pause this video? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with Twitter, man? The European Broadcasting Union has threatened to fine Spain's state broadcaster if its commentators reference Gaza during the Eurovision. It's a response after the Spanish commentators remembered Gaza when Israel's song was being introduced during the semifinal.
Según Naciones Unidas. They will rise. Este año Radio Televisión Española ha solicitado a Eurovisión un debate sobre la participación de Israel en el festival.
Yeah, they're saying that they reference this year Radio Television Española has requested to Eurovision a debate on Israel's participation in the festival. The victims of the Israeli attacks in Gaza now exceed 50,000, and among more than them, 15,000 children, according to the United Nations. This is not a petition against any country. It is a call for peace, justice, and respect for human rights in line with international human rights. So, this was the Spanish graphic before the show started. When human rights are at stake, silence is not an option. Peace and justice for Palestine. Yeah, bad move by them for posting that after being warned not to. Eurovision is not supposed to be political. Yeah, dumbest guy on the planet. Belgium did something like this as well, with many tens of famous Belgian people who said they disagree with Eurovision and that they stand with Palestine. It's so funny because, like, I repeat this over and over again, but Israel, for many who refuse to pay attention to politics, I think they go, why do you care about Israel so much? But what a lot of people don't understand is that Israel is a perfect demonstration of what happens when something is unimaginably unpopular by the masses, but is still being maintained at a time when, like, social media has exploded and democratized information sharing to a certain degree, with, you know, some negative consequences as well. But it's created this massive fissure between our institutions and our mainstream media operations in some respects in the United States of America, for example, or the BBC. It is directly placing the democratic wishes of the broader public, even in the Western world, at odds with the institutions of control, institutions of propaganda, and also our politicians. It is such an obvious fissure, a direct contradiction with the wishes inside of these nation states that are supposed to be the defenders of liberal democracy. It exposes the lack of interest in maintaining democracy in these Western liberal democracies, because they would rather show that corruption to every single citizen than to move even a little bit away from their undying, unconditional defense of Israel and its genocide of the Palestinians. That's it. That's what's going on here. I don't really know what Eurovision is, but Israelis tried to cheat for it and they still lost. I voted 60 times for Israel, 20 from international, 20 from UK, 20 from Australia. Yes, I have credit cards from 3 different countries. I voted 100 times, used 5 credit cards. Israel almost won Eurovision with a shitty song and pure propaganda. Killing humans is not enough for them. They also try to kill art. Yeah. So they cooked the books to the best of their ability as they, as this is one of the only mechanisms that they have to just do propaganda. But here was even Graham Norton's take while this was happening.
And I think the EBU will be breathing the largest sigh of relief that they're not faced with a Tel Aviv final next year.
Yeah, the EBU will be breathing the largest sigh of relief that they're not faced with a Tel Aviv final. I was wondering why nobody was posting the clip of Graham Norton said at Eurovision. He had the audacity to say before Yuval's performance that the entry continues to be controversial, and he let the home audiences know that there was slightly a mixed response in the hall. That's it.
On to song number 4 now, and it's the turn of Israel. Now, of course, their participation in the competition continues to be controversial. Fewer protests this year, but a mixed response at some of the rehearsals. Not sure what you're hearing at home. A slightly mixed response here in the hall.
Yeah, they zoomed in on like a couple pro-Israel people in the crowd to not show the full scope of anger and resentment inside of the arena. Again, it is a carefully crafted propaganda operation, but it doesn't change the reality. It doesn't change the depravity of Israel's actions. It doesn't change the analysis that many average people, citizens in these countries, feel towards Israel. Israel has officially become a fucking pariah state, and it does not matter. They are trying to manufacture consent. They are trying to manufacture an alternative reality that does not exist.
323 points.
And remember, Eurovision, without any contest whatsoever, swiftly banned Russia from participating. after Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, which is fair. It's fair to do. And yet Israel, for 2 years in a row now, while continuing its genocide, has been allowed to participate in Eurovision. So when people say, oh, this is not political, remember, it just means that like Israel has more institutional influence in the Western world than Russia does to be able to participate in these things, to engage in the act of art washing.
It seemed like their coordinated voting campaign worked out when using a song that frames Israel as the victim once again. It was honestly quite chilling to see how so many people voted for a country that has made Gaza to be the deadliest place on earth to be a child. And one could argue that maybe the performance was good. And to that, I just say no. So this is where things get interesting, because while Eurovision claims to be strictly non-political, the reality is that voting patterns and even song choices, especially in Israel's case recently, are often heavily shaped by politics. Despite massive protests, Israel put forward Eden Golan to perform in the Eurovision Song Contest.
Wow, I'm over the moon about the results. We got everything we ever wanted, and the fact that we were here was already the winning.
They actually didn't do it because of Russia's action. They did it because most countries were threatening to drop out. Their only reason for getting Russia out was because of loss of income from other contestants.
Place for us.
And protests, controversy, how have you sort of got through that?
I was focused on my goal, on representing us with pride. And nothing around really affected me.
Eden's song was originally called October Rain, which directly referenced the Hamas attacks and leaned hard into a one-sided narrative of Israeli victimhood. Organizers of the Eurovision Song Contest stepped in and asked for changes, citing Eurovision's ban on overtly political messaging. And in response, the official Israeli broadcaster stated, "Israel must sound its voice with pride and its head high and raise its voice in every world forum, especially this year." Yes, because what better year for patriotic flexing than 2024? The same year Israel was responsible for unaliving 16,456 Palestinian children. So a rewritten version was submitted and their song was renamed Hurricane. We are flipping through weather reports trying to find something that sticks. Though that didn't stop the backlash and protests continued. Accusations of art washing mounted, artists threatened to boycott, and yet Israel was still greenlit to perform. And now we come to today. It's 2025. Israel hasn't exactly taken a day off in war crimes. You see the word genocide now being used by legal scholars, human rights groups, and at the International Court of Justice. Protesters are still protesting. And despite all of this, Israel is once again taking part in Eurovision. Last year, they tried to sneak in a song about the October 7th attacks, but that didn't work, so now this year they put a whole Nova Festival survivor from October 7th to perform for Israel and remind the people on why they started their quest on committing a genocide. Try and deny us of that, European Broadcasting Union. And they seem to have managed to navigate the Eurovision ban on political messages within the song itself this time. The lyrics aren't political on the surface, but arguably promote a certain narrative. They're filled with vague messages about loss, light, and healing. Lyrics like, "Everyone cries, don't cry alone, all the pain will go by, a new day will rise." Lines like these lean into emotional recovery, which can resonate with national trauma or the mourning of war casualties. And while these are universal themes, in the context of Israel, they often align with narratives of victimhood, even though they're committing a genocide. Another part of the lyrics contains, "Many waters cannot quench love, nor can the floods drown it," which is actually a quote from a Hebrew Bible passage, Songs of Songs 8:7, which is apparently a powerful metaphor to express the unconquerable and indestructible nature of love. Did you think you would land in Bible class when you clicked on this video? And while the passage itself is a beautiful expression of love, singing this while a nation associated with that religious text is engaged in a war crime-riddled conflict that has cost countless Palestinian lives is bonkers. The juxtaposition of love and conflict is just bonkers, man. That's propaganda through poetry. Now, in contrast to that, Iceland's contestant in Eurovision 2019, a rock band called Hatari, was penalized for holding a Palestinian flag.
And we go to France. Our next country is France.
According to EurovisionWorld.com, the Icelandic broadcaster was fined 5,000 euros for holding the Palestinian flag. The contest organizers said that this gesture infringed their rules banning political gestures. Literally a Palestine.
Why is that a political gesture? I wonder. The recognition of Palestinians in Palestine is considered a political gesture, chat. It is a political gesture to recognize the humanity of the victims of genocide. Interesting. Of course, they didn't do this with Ukrainian flags. Ukraine gets to participate in Eurovision. Palestine does not. It is the most overt. It is the most overt, most shameful display of hypocrisy by Western nations, an ongoing atrocity, and their lack of interest in doing anything meaningful to stop it.
Flag. It doesn't even say Free Palestine on it. So in 2019, a silent flag was too political. But in 2024 and 25, an entire song wrapped in Zionist symbolism is just art. This leaves us with the question: is neutrality really neutral if it punishes the oppressed while platforming the powerful? It suggests that showing empathy for Palestinians is seen as controversial. So as a response, you will find some artists to find creative ways to show their solidarity with Palestinian suffering. Like Eric Sade. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Eric from Sweden did with discreetly wearing the keffiyeh. And of course, with the EBU being the fun bunch of bastards they are, they issued a statement regretting that Sade wore the scarf. We regret that Eric Sade chose to compromise the non-political nature of the event. Come on, dude. God forbid someone put a bit of cloth with a certain pattern to display his own cultural heritage, by the way. Thankfully, this Belgian politician wasn't afraid to call this out.
Hoe hypocriet is het dat Israël vandaag gewoon kan meedoen aan het Eurovisie Songfestival, terwijl er ondertussen op datzelfde Eurovisie Songfestival Palestijnse vlaggen en Palestijnse sjaals verboden worden. En wel, ik heb hier een Palestijnse sjaal mee. Ik draag die met heel veel trots om te tonen dat wij zijn voor een einde aan die oorlog, voor een einde van die genocide en voor het staakt het vuur. En wij zijn met veel in de wereld die een einde willen aan dat geweld. En wij zullen niet zwijgen, wat jullie ook blijven proberen. Free Palestine, boycott Israel.
However, as of just very recently, Eurovision lifted the ban on Palestinian flags among the audience. Thank goodness for that. Although performers may feature only official flags of the country they are representing in the contest. And in another incident, guest singer Madonna supposedly provoked controversy when two of her dancers appeared on stage with Israeli and Palestinian flags on their costumes. As a response from Israel's culture minister, Miri Regev, it was an error. Politics and a cultural event should not be mixed. Which is gobsmackingly hilarious because today Israel is trying to do just that more than any other contestant in this year and the last year. So I'm inclined to think that Miri Regev might have been talking about something else when talking about not being able to mix two things together. Another glaring double standard lies in how quickly Russia was banned from Eurovision in 2022 following its invasion of Ukraine. An appropriate and justified decision. Yet, somehow, that same logic doesn't apply to Israel, despite the staggering death toll and widespread international condemnation. However,
isn't it funny how all the way down to like dumbass slop tubers saying, oh, this is political, all the way to fucking Eurovision where nation states are complaining. Something being considered political is always when it's a fucking non-state actor or a victim of a state actor. It's always political if it's like a marginalized community getting representation in video games. Call of Duty, not political. Call of Duty only becomes political when there's like female operators. Israel being invited while doing a genocide, not political. The mere mention of Palestinians, the victims of Israel genocide, political. Always the same principle, dude. Always.
Thankfully, many people are not silent on the imbalance of justice here. Across Europe, there have been street protests, online campaigns, and growing calls for a boycott of Eurovision 2025. Over 70 former contestants and industry figures have signed open letters urging the European Broadcasting Union to take a stand. Yet, Israel remains in the competition. Why? Well, part of the reason why might be because one of their presenting partners is Moroccan Oil, an Israeli cosmetics brand, and has been an event sponsor since 2020. The official Eurovision site does have a part in their FAQ that's all about why Israel is still participating, and honestly, it would save everyone time if they could just be upfront and be like, guys, Moroccan Oil is a sponsor. Don't ruin this for us. Anyway, they put voices against genocide in an impossible position where if you push back, suddenly you're the one trying to cancel a survivor of a terrorist attack. Consider watching something else tonight. Stay loud because your voice...
Yeah, I don't care about that. Like, they're like, wow, you just don't want victims of the Nova attack to get a place. Like, yeah, I don't care. If their simple introduction to the event in and of itself is to launder the reputation of a country that's doing horrifying crimes on a daily basis, yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't care. What a cynical way to try and use identity politics like this. "61% of Eurovision fans in Britain said Israel shouldn't participate. 58% of all Britons, Israel shouldn't participate, shouldn't be allowed to compete. Eurovision fans, 61% said Israel shouldn't participate across the board. Ironically enough, seemingly Israel won all of these countries in the votes. They got like a shit ton of votes from all these different countries on the telephone votes. It's not that sophisticated of a propaganda operation, by the way. They're just simply pumping votes. It doesn't fucking matter.
Hey, everyone.
Anyway, let's move on to some greener pastures here, and let's talk about Anthony Fantano shitting on Tim Pool.
Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd. Hope you're doing well. It seems once again we have to come onto this channel and address a right-wing freak pretending to be a fan of music and art, or at least visibly struggling on their shitty YouTube channel and podcast to sort of like rationalize maybe the person they once were or the heart that maybe they have on some level, not really being copacetic with the psychotic, bigoted views they now have to hold for a job. Of course, I am talking about the one and only Tim Pool.
Bald on ball violence, by the way.
AKA Beanie Man. You know, if you've had the displeasure of seeing any amount of content from Tim's YouTube channel, you know that like a lot of other weird right-wing talking heads on the internet, he makes a lot of money and gets a lot of attention by virtue of commenting on with a lot of indignance, a lot of pop culture items that are either nominally or deeply offensive to those with right-wing views because, oh, it's woke or it's blasphemous or whatever. Enter in singer-songwriter Laura Jane Grace of Against Me fame, modern punk rock legend, many would claim, who recently did a little performance at a Bernie Sanders rally of like this silly ass acoustic sing-along song about essentially, as a trans person, feeling fucked by God, which, if you have two brain cells to rub together, even if you haven't personally experienced what Laura Jane Grace is, obviously describing in this song, you sort of like get the concept pretty easily that I am a trans woman. Personally, I feel kind of under fire socially with all of this hate being lobbed towards trans people, all of this bigotry. A lot of that bigotry tends to kind of skew as being very religious, or at least it's coded as such, hence the metaphor where she's feeling fucked by God. Now, apparently this performance may have gotten a little viral online in right-wing circles, made some people pissed off. Tim Pool goes on his show and says people are angry and pissed off and raging about things all the time just to have something to talk about on YouTube. So of course that's kind of like the lead into this whole reason for him talking about Laura Jane Grace in this video here.
A transgender singer is sexually graphic in front of a crowd of people, which I presume largely is adults, but it's a Bernie rally, so there's probably some kids there. Totally inappropriate.
If this were any other Tim Pool segment, and in many ways it is, there really wouldn't be much reason for me to talk about it, except for the fact that I find it hilarious that Tim spends a great deal of this video trying to validate his criticisms and basically provide some weight to his point of view here because he used to be a massive Against Me fan.
I am an OG fan. OG, of course, for those that don't know, means original gangster.
He even tries to impress
No. I'm an OG fan. Original gangster. Oh my God.
The viewers of the video that Tim really knows what he's talking about and knows where he's coming from here because he used to know how to play all the songs on guitar.
You had the classic song, Baby, I'm an Anarchist, for which I can still play on the guitar. And then, of course, you had much better songs, in my opinion, like Pints of Guinness Make You Strong.
In fact, it's kind of funny because as he progressively talks about Laura Jane Grace and this song and like how big of a fan he once was, it seems like the number of Against Me songs he knows how to play on guitar like increases. First it was a bunch of songs, then it was like the Axl Rose songs, and then like, he's listing other tracks too. He just knows the whole damn Against Me catalog.
And they have a song called Tonight We're Gonna Give It 35%. And that is, I can't remember which album it's off of, but I used to play it all the time. I'm pretty sure I can still play. So it's only 4 chords anyway. And it's about signing a record deal. What? We're gonna get signed to a major record deal and get $1 million? Let's go. And that's when I was like, hypocrites.
He even goes on to play a lick from an Against Me intro.
I can prove it. Here we go. Okay. Anybody who knows what that song is, you know exactly what song I was playing.
And I just find this very funny because like the time period that Tim describes in this video as far as like being into Against Me and how their music resonated with him at the time when they were originally hot with Axl Rose and so on and so forth. I was a big fan of the band at that same time. In fact, like I saw the band live way back then and I had all the EPs on vinyl and liked some of the stuff they did on Fat Wreck Chords not too long after that. And Tim is just like obsessed in this video with like proving how like hardcore of a fan he was, how deeply ingrained into like the Against Me sphere he was. He even goes on to sort of like brag like, oh yeah, like I know people who knew or know Laura Jane Grace. I don't know them personally. I don't got any beef, but like, I know people who know people. And Tim like basically says all of this to build up to his argument that in his opinion, now he states this.
Also, saying you're hypocritical for signing with a record label is so funny. It's like, what the fuck are musicians supposed to do? Die? It's their job, dude. It's the dream of like every musician. I'd rather have, punk musician signed with a record label than an independent commentary guy signed with the Russian Federation to do fucking propaganda. Like, one is directly impacting your output. It's additionally crazy. He's like, yeah, they should have been not fake like me and gotten money from Russia to say Ukraine is the enemy of mankind.
Says fact, but then he also sort of like backpedals a bit. He's like, oh, I'm just saying, I'm just asking some questions. He goes on to argue that he feels that Laura Jane Grace is essentially just like pretending to be trans or transed herself for money and attention, and was entirely motivated by the fact that like Against Me was in a ton of debt and just needed money.
I would say that the honest take here, lead singer of Against Me, was in the gutter. The band was not doing really well. They had massive amounts of debt. They failed. And then I got an idea, trans. And then all of a sudden they saw a big bump.
Now, if you're an actual Against Me fan, you know how bullshit that argument is, because when you dig into the band's back catalog, like tracks as early as Disco Before the Breakdown do very much convey like a closeted queer experience point of view of some sort. So like that alone would instantly delegitimize any argument.
Bro. Fantano's such a fucking music nerd. It's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, that in and of itself probably shows that. Sure. But you know what else also shows that? The fact that that has never happened. No one has been like, oh, I'm going to trans myself for clout. It's so not a real thing that the only people that have done something similar to that are people like Steven Crowder and other Republican charlatans who can't find any person like transing themselves for clout. So they have to become the example. Why the fuck would anyone undergo the process of HRT for fucking clout? Like, there's way easier ways of gaining prominence and money than becoming persona non grata automatically, public enemy number one automatically, becoming a part of the 1% of the less than 1% of the fucking population that is straight up vilified every step of the fucking way for you know, living their goddamn truth. It makes no sense. There are so many hurdles beyond the structural hurdles of hormone replacement therapy. There are so many societal hurdles in your way that it is virtually impossible for someone to trans themselves for clout. Okay? And it's ironic because there used to be a very similar argument against gay people before trans people got into the crosshairs, when the point of contention was around like gay rights, right? Even though it was always LGBT, right? This was the argument that Republicans presented. They would say, oh, gay people, they're just doing it for fucking clout. What clout? Are you going to go suck a dick for clout? Like, oh, gay people are just gay for attention. I don't see you taking it up the butt or putting it in a man's butt for fucking attention. The fuck are you talking about? People do it because they love it, okay? It's that simple. I don't get it. I don't understand it. You literally couldn't be more wrong. Okay, that's the example that I'm using, which is Josh Sider or Steven Crowder are the only fucking people that actually trans themselves for clout, and they do it to prove the point that you can trans yourself for clout. But the very act of them transing themselves for clout unironically undermines the argument that they're making, which is that there are people that are doing this out there, but we couldn't find them, so we became the example. Then I guess you don't have an example. It's the same principle behind Ben Shapiro at the fucking failing Daily Wire, which we're going to be talking about in a second, looking for a documentary piece on men who claim to be women to beat people in athletic competitions, in specifically basketball or any sport, okay? Daily Wire. They tried to do this. And if you recall, as I do, there's video evidence for this. They talk about it openly. They couldn't find a single example in the real world of someone even coming near the I'm faking it for athletic competitions. Like, they couldn't find a real example of this to make a documentary around it. So they ended up making a work of fiction. The Daily Wire movie on men playing women's basketball, that one was supposed to be a documentary. And they couldn't. Lady Ballers was supposed to be initially a documentary. They couldn't fucking find someone to do it. They couldn't even pay someone to do it. So they made a fictional movie about it. Now, in the process of trying to do this investigation, at a certain point, if you're an honest person, you realize, oh my God, we can't even pay someone to trans themselves. It kind of feels like this is not a real thing. And you just, at that point, you're supposed to stop. You're supposed to cease your investigations and perhaps make a documentary about how this is not a real problem. But because these people are not honest actors, because these people are simply invested in doing propaganda against 1% of the fucking population that's hurting no one, they double down by making a work of fiction. Anyway, I just get so annoyed when people make the same exact dumbass propaganda that gay people used to face in like the 90s and shit about how they're faking it for attention. But now with but now they're doing it with trans people, which is even crazier than faking it for attention for gay people. Like, you're also simultaneously, like, you're like, you can just turn around and be like, I'm gay, okay? Even though no one is fucking faking it, obviously, for attention. You get no additional benefits on that part. But like, for faking being trans, like, there's a lot of work that goes into it, you know? And there's a fuck ton, just like faking being gay in the 90s would not give you any fucking societal advantages, and instead would unironically destroy your fucking life in a completely homophobic society. Faking being trans right now is just like putting you in the crosshairs of some of the worst people on the planet for no fucking reason. Who would do that? Who would do that for no reason?
That Laura Jane Grace coming out of the closet was like entirely fabricated and so on and so forth. But what's hilarious about this is that Tim is apparently such a fan, he's actually aware of this song, references it in his rant, and sort of like poo-poos the idea of that by saying this song must just be about either being gay or being about dating someone who's really fat and ugly.
The disc before the breakdown, we are like, hey, it sounds like this dude's gay. No, I mean, like, literally, because like, either he's dating someone who's ugly or fat, or he's singing about being gay, because it has the lyrics, I know they're going to laugh at us when they see us out together holding hands like this. They wouldn't understand it if we told them all the reasons. Pause.
You can't make this up. The guy is such a mealy-mouthed piece of shit. And look, I'll be honest, it's been a long time since I have like really truly loved a new album from Against Me. I haven't really dug much the band has done since like searching for a former clarity. And a lot of my reasoning comes down to the band mostly like adopting a more mainstream rock sound over the years. The idea that Against Me and Laura Jane Grace are like completely beyond listenability and fandom and respectability at this point because like they're just the biggest sellouts in rock and punk history is like complete bullshit. Like even the band's most mainstream sounding albums in their catalog don't even come close to sounding like radio rock or even like traditional commercial pop punk for that matter. In fact, I don't even think Laura or Against Me
and I hope he mentioned this, Tim Pool's music
could even make that sort of album if they really wanted to. So the degree to which they can really even sell out on that front, I feel like is not even a reality. You may disagree with that personal assessment that I have. Certainly the opposite is arguable. However, I feel like the last person on the planet who should be making that argument is Tim fucking Pool. Because if Tim is going by the metric that Laura Jane Grace was at one time, like a really great underground hardcore singer-songwriter with anarchist leanings, and now she's like no longer fully that, and as a result she's a loser and a cretin and she shouldn't be taken seriously. Okay, if that is true of Laura Jane Grace, that applies 8, 10, 20 times for Tim fucking Pool, who apparently over here again is sitting here like a stan. I play all the songs on the guitar. Oh. So like how deep into the ideological tank were you for every old school Against Me song? Probably more than even Laura Jane Grace was, and she wrote the fucking tracks. Like in the grander scheme of things, the ideological shift that we're seeing in Laura Jane Grace as a singer and a songwriter over the course of Against Me 2002 to Against Me 2016 is like super gradual and even minimal in comparison to Tim Pool going from Against Me stan who knows all the songs on the guitar to Russian oligarch paid right-wing talking head freak who releases some of the worst music known to man under the title of his podcast.
Tell me what to do instead of dreaming. Let me die for you if I...
And at the very least, I can...
That's not enough. That's not enough. That's not enough. We need more. More! No. Nope. You're going to have to hear it. No. Anthony's being too nice. This is the classic goated one. Tim Cass only ever wanted an official music video. I love that, like, this band resembles bands fallen out of their former glory. You know what I mean? Like bands will break up, and then they'll like, in an effort to make some money one last time, they'll like get back together, and you'll see like the alcoholic divorced dads getting together for one last hurrah. These guys look like that, but they never even fell on. Like their starting position is like fell off band trying to restore its glory. It's crazy. How do you get here without falling on first? Oh my god, where's the fucking drop? That's like, it's 3 minutes of torment to get to the fucking drop, and the drop is still ass. It's crazy. It like, look, I don't listen to music, and then when I listen to stuff like this, I'm like, well, you know, I probably won't for the next couple of months. You know what I mean? It's like, it's put a pause on my listening to music by a couple months at least. Stop manipulating the audio to make it worse. No, I can't. I'm trying to make it better. Listen. No, this is disrespectful to CVS music by calling this CVS music. The reason why I played this is because of the propaganda that I do against music in and of itself. Okay? I ain't slick. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to come out and tell you straight. Act like I'm not wrong right at this very moment. Immediately after hearing Tim Pool's song, do you not even a little bit understand where I'm coming from when I say I don't listen to music? This is anti-music propaganda through and through. Yeah, every fucking right-wing grifter is a goddamn failed artist, dude. Oh my God.
And respect the fact that Laura Jane Grace in her own art and work has actually like tried to explain and contend with these changes that she's had ideologically over the course of her lifetime in her music, actually presenting them to her fans to try to give them some sort of understanding. Meanwhile, Tim Pool over here is a million times more the sellout than Laura Jane Grace could ever be. And he gets to sit there on his shady billionaire funded podcast YouTube channel and pretends like he's not the textbook definition of a political internet grifter.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine.
This is infinitely better content than his music. Can we all agree? Him doing the Ukraine is the enemy of mankind shit was like, that was Kino. You know what I mean? That in and of itself was like way better content than anything else he's ever produced before or after. This is the best Tim Pool clip with the weak ass fisting of the table.
Is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
But yeah, wow, you really got to give it to Tim Pool for uncovering the Laura Jane Grace billionaire trans woman grift. Because as we all know, all rock singers, all punk rock bands, if they want to become famous and want to become millionaires and just sort of like, you know, get really big and get really huge and see tons of success, but only for a little bit though, only for a little bit, they all have to become trans. But yeah, there you go. Tim Pool exposed once again as a dimwit, and I think I'm going to leave it there. Over here next to my head is another video you can check out. Hit that up or the link to subscribe to the channel. Anthony Fantano, Tim Pool.
Things are not going well at the Daily Wire. They're losing talent, laying off staff, and their CEO, Jeremy Boring, has resigned. With all the rumors swirling around the company, I think it's a good time to take a look at how they got here and just how bad things may be. Let's start with the beginning. The Daily
Jew-hating Obama administration strikes again. They monitor Congress to target Israel. Jew-hating Obama administration strikes again. God, I fucking love American media. Just the most unhinged group of charlatans on the planet. Famous hater of Israel, notable Jew hater Barack Obama, only gave $38 billion to Israel on his way out. How dare he? Disgusting. Really messed up.
Daily Wire launched back in 2015 from the humble beginnings of being cooked up in Jeremy Boring's pool house. Boring and Ben Shapiro would start the Daily Wire through their LLC, Bentkey Ventures. The Daily Wire found early success marketing its content on Facebook, where Ben Shapiro in particular gained a large following. The outlet got massive engagement for its articles, often dwarfing news outlets like CNN and HuffPost. However, an investigation by Popular Information detailed how much of this engagement was driven by sock puppet accounts that hid their affiliation with the Daily Wire to help spread their stories. Although it violates Facebook's terms of service to do that, the Daily Wire didn't face any real penalties after they were exposed, aside from being asked to mark accounts with names like American Patriot and America First as being run by their company. The Daily Wire also saw growth in podcasting and on YouTube, in part through their aggressive marketing strategy, which included a large number of paid ads. And over time, they began.
Everything is fake all the time, dude. Everything is fake all the fucking time. It's all moneyed interest coming in, flooding the market with propaganda, with the hopes that they can actually target. Like, it's like view botting, right? Why do people view bot? Because Twitch is, much like every other platform, but especially on Twitch, like, it's a very top heavy platform, right? So when you actually use ViewBots to get to the top of the directory, real audience members come along as well. That's it. It's literally that simple. For the Daily Wire, that was the goal. Everything that they've ever done is completely botted into fucking oblivion. And they were able to manufacture some kind of like a real audience out of this. Until, of course, that audience, until October 7, basically, when that audience was like, oh, wait. You guys love Israel.
And to develop a loyal audience. They later launched a subscription service where they provided members with exclusive material. And for the first few years, things were looking very rosy for the company. By 2022, the Daily Wire seemed to be reaching its peak. They celebrated by renaming their subscription service Daily Wire Plus, and it had gained hundreds of thousands of new subscribers throughout that year. According to Jeremy Boring, revenue figures were projected to be reaching $200 million. That money was used to sign high-profile talents such as Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens. In short, things were looking very good for the company. At some point, things began to take a turn. It's difficult to say exactly where this was, since the Daily Wire is very selective with the metrics it makes public, and there are many different parts of this company to consider. But I want to highlight a few of the reasons I think the Daily Wire is in some trouble right now. I believe the first major catalyst was the company's foray into the world of movies and television. Many of the people at the Daily Wire have, at various times, tried to make it in the world of entertainment. Jeremy Boring had produced and written several shorts. Ben Shapiro was an aspiring screenwriter, Michael Knowles was an actor, and Andrew Klavan has writing credits for a few produced movies. Their levels of success vary.
I did call this at the time, yes. Yes, I did. And if you remember, chatters, when they launched their scripted division, I said this was destined for failure. And it's not because I saw the future. I simply looked at the past. The example I used, yep, this chatter is correct. You guys are so good at recall. The example I used was NRA TV. The NRA is one of the most powerful lobbying arms in the United States of America. And yet, the NRA fell apart. Why did the NRA fall apart? Not because they were mismanaging funds, even though that took place as well. But the reason why the NRA fell apart was because of their ambitions of entering the marketplace of content creation. The NRA took a lot of risk to create a steady flow of propaganda that directly came from the NRA, cutting out the middleman. It created the careers of Dan Bongino and numerous other Kalayan Noor, numerous other people. Having said that, however, it caused the collapse of this massive fucking organization. Because content creation is an expensive endeavor, especially when the people doing it are not, organically charismatic and are requiring, or they require a tremendous amount of marketing dollars to be spent. Okay? Same problem that the Daily Wire also landed on. There is a reason why these fucking dipshits don't make it in Hollywood. Here's the clip. Jeremy Boring in a statement. They've also made a bunch of movies. Earlier this year, the Daily Wire told Axios 12-month revenue hit $100 million for the first time in January. This is, by the way, when they were talking about how it was exploding, how the Daily Wire's revenues were exploding and how successful they were. 2022, up from roughly $65 million for the full year in 2020. Jesus fucking Christ. That is way too much money, brother. Holy fuck. I don't know how the fuck they are sustainable and actually making money this way. Details, the investment will go into building a line of live action and animated children's entertainment. I mean, this will destroy them. This will destroy them like it destroyed the NRA. Remember that the NRA was not destroyed by, like any organized campaign or even the fucking district attorney, the Southern District Attorney of New York. It literally was originally destroyed by NRA TV because consistently making content is very difficult. Now, of course, the NRA did not know how to consistently make content, so they had a really bulky operation, whereas Daily Wire does know how to make consistent content, at least at a price point that makes them, I guess, make money or generate some revenue. NRA was destroyed by internal embezzling, wasn't it? Yes, internal embezzling, but also the media operation. Internal embezzling certainly played a role in it. The media operation literally fucking was a revenue sink. It literally was just the unlimited amounts of fucking money being pumped into the NRA TV side. And wild how I didn't know you yet. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Yep, that's from April 2nd, 2022. Contrary to what my haters might say, if you actually spend enough time in here, you will probably develop a better understanding of the world than listening to them and arriving at conclusions only because it is against the position that I'm presenting. Because that's what my haters fucking do. They don't have actually an established worldview. They're simply reactionary to everything that I present. And therefore, because I'm right more often than I'm wrong, they find themselves wrong more often than they're right. So cut out the middleman, and instead of watching me through clips that are framed out of context, that are framed in a nefarious way, come directly to the source itself, and perhaps you will understand the world much better than you currently do. Oh, Van Jones is on! Talking about Biden. Is he going to cry? Oh my God. Is he going to fucking cry? Did he cry already?
Praying for him as he is pulled for and prayed for so many others.
I'm sorry. I'm interrupting the Daily Wire broadcast for a brief moment. I have to see this motherfucker cry a little bit.
I covered him. I heard all these stories, but just you have personal stories about how he'd pick up the phone and call people, members of someone's family that are dealing with a cancer diagnosis or who are in need of somebody to comfort them or whatever the case may be. And then, of course, he's
oh my God, the amount of glaze CNN is doing on Biden is so funny.
Him really getting behind the cancer.
This also presents Jake Tapper in a unique predicament, in a unique position, because like he literally is ass blasting, no pun intended, Joe Biden right now because of his own career ambitions. Him and Alex Thompson have gotten together and written a book. Alex Thompson was one of the reporters that actually criticized Biden's age. Jake Tapper came in after the fact, after everybody was on board. Having said that, Jake Tapper, ever the ambitious media demon he is, has joined in on the fun of ass blasting Joseph Robinette Brandon. Again, no pun intended. And therefore, this is going to kind of ruin their book tour, I think. Because they're going to turn around and say like, oh, dude, look at this. You're releasing this book. Joe Brandon is not even dead yet. He can read it. Like, you're going to attack a man with cancer? The second time I think that pun was intended, no.
Now is 38 years old. Joe Biden has been in public life for 50 years, so longer than most Americans have been alive. Joe Biden has been walking the halls, marble halls, pressing the flesh, trying to get things done for Americans. Cancer is just one of the many causes that he has championed, but this one now strikes very close to home.
Yeah, I think we do have a clip of him talking about this. I want to just play it.
The fight against cancer, the fight to eliminate racial disparities in cancer, and
claims he wants to fight against cancer, gets cancer.
Unwilling to postpone.
Okay, I don't care. Him saying he's going to fucking fight against cancer is meaningless. Everybody says that. It's like saying, dude, saying he's going to cure cancer was one of his dumbest campaign promises. Who gives a fuck? Anyway, I'm sorry to see this news. Cancer is truly awful. My dad passed away in 2021 with cancer. Praise for Joe Biden and his family. Nope. I hope Jill is next. What the fuck? What did Jill do to you? President Trump reacts to the news of former President Biden cancer diagnosis. Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family. We wish Joe a fast and successful... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I would have expected Trump to be like, to at least have one snide remark in there. Yeah, he didn't write this. What is this? Oh, they hired Reza Keller of Crisis PR. Oh my God. Jake Tapper, Alex Thompson hire Reza Keller for Crisis PR ahead of Biden book launch. I wonder if they knew ahead of time. Their authors plan to roll out the book as smart as possible per reports. It is set for release on May 20th. Oh my God, it's going to be released in 2 days. Just like Brandon's cancer just got released. Oh my God, I think Brandon released his cancer on purpose. Come on, you didn't expect a haha, you got cancer from Trump? From Trump? Dude, I absolutely expected him to say something snide. And by the way, tomorrow is Monday. He's going to be in front of cameras. They're going to ask him about Biden's cancer diagnosis. Just wait. Just wait. If you think Donald Trump, off prompter, is not going to say some snide remarks about Joe Biden getting cancer, we shall see. We shall see. But I absolutely would expect him to be at least a little catty, for sure. In his eyes, Joe Biden, literally, and the Department of Justice under Joe Biden did lawfare against him. He stole the election from him. Are you kidding me? He is Satan's very own soldier. Biden, I mean. Okay, law. No, I definitely expect him to say something. I expect him to say like something snide. Like, I hope he has more time to recover instead of trying to ruin the Democratic Party further. Something like that. You know what I mean? I can see that. He's too petty. If he is actually the man I know him to be, if he still got it, he'll say something. He'll say something. Not like directly. Not directly. He's not going to be like good riddance. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't want to come across as like too mean-spirited. But I could totally see him saying something snide in reference. He's not going to say something too crazy. He's not going to come out and be like, yeah, he sucked. I'm glad that happened or whatever. But I could totally see him. Yeah. Something like, he may be crooked Joe, but I wish him a straight recovery. Something like that. Even that. or defending his position, saying, I told you he was too old. This guy was so old. The Democrats propped him up. Knowing he was so old, they probably gave him cancer. Nancy Pelosi gave Joe Biden cancer. Believe it. And they tried to come after me too. They shot me. They shot me in the ear. Only got ear cancer. Defeated it. Just like I defeated COVID, which is fake. But also a Chinese bioweapon. Yeah. My own health. I'm a beacon of health. I'm a beacon of health. As you know, the lying news media kept covering for Joe Brandon, saying that Joe Biden was actually healthy. They kept saying, I was the unhealthy one. Well, whose prostate is the size of a walnut now, Joe? Okay, maybe he won't go that far, but you know, you get the picture. I had Vladimir Putin, 1 finger, 2 fingers, sometimes 3. Let me tell you, things are great down there. Things are great. Oh no, frames are dropping. I went too far. I went too far. I'm sorry. Let's dial it back and let's get back to the Daily Wire.
From no success at all to a modest amount of success, though none of them seem satisfied with what they have achieved. They would often voice complaints that it wasn't so much their lack of talent that held them back, but rather a bias against conservatives in Hollywood. In his 2011 book, Primetime Propaganda, Ben Shapiro describes his experience of nearly getting a job as a screenwriter. For those unfamiliar with Shapiro's
I love this video so much. Oh my God. Jose is the GOAT, dude. Jose has some fantastic videos, by the way. This is amazing. It's like a reminder of all of my favorite Ben Shapiro hits. This interview is hilarious.
As a young conservative, he had a column and had written a few books. For his 4th book, Primetime Propaganda, he used that public profile to obtain access for several interviews with various studio executives. In that book, he describes a brief story about how he had a small opportunity to become a writer in show business. Apparently, several scripts he had written were read by studio executives and agents, and he, as a talent, was being shopped around town for a potential job. Eventually, though, his agent dropped him because of his existing writing credits, marking him as someone that people in the entertainment industry wouldn't want to work with. I should point out that one of the books Ben Shapiro had written was titled Porn Generation: How Social Liberalism is Corrupting Our Future. More than just a provocative title, that book is also an absolutely wild read. I've never read something by a 21-year-old that calls so many female celebrities whores. There's a real incel energy to all of it.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people forget that, like, Ben didn't become the intellectual giant of the right overnight. He spent many, many years writing the most Hitlerian stuff about Arabs, Palestinians in general, including demanding a final solution for them. Okay, quite literally demanding a final solution for them all the way back in like 2002 for townhall.com. I am such a fucking Ben Shapiro. I am such a Ben Shapiro scholar. The Porn Generation was also yet another disturbing book that heavily demanded censorship. Ironically enough, Mr. Freedom of Speech, I used to use this all the time as well. Mr. Free Speech fucking wanted unimaginable censorship with the Porn Generation book, How Social Liberalism is Corrupting Our Future. And it's like incredibly, it's an incel screed. Okay. But who could forget his works of fiction? The homoerotic fan fiction he wrote. I forget what the title of it was. Yeah. The title of the, of course, article from Town Hall is called Population Transfer is Not a Dirty Word, famously. I used to have a running bit where I would translate the speech to German and then read it out in German to help you develop a better understanding of what kind of politics Ben had. He disavows that article, yes. Well, he did. He later disavowed the article while still advocating for everything in the article. Anyway, let's keep going.
And a producer for a show like The Good Wife might not want one of its writers having a credit like that on their resume. Here's an excerpt from the book describing a performance at the 2003 MTV.
The book is Allegiance. Oh, thank you. It was Allegiance is homoerotic fan fiction of Barack Obama having gay sex, I think, with like the Iranian mullahs.
Video Music Awards.
True
the video
Allegiance.
is going to be playing alongside his words to give you an idea of how outrageous this supposedly was. The competing princesses of Pop-Tart whoredom, Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera, both dressed in sluttish bridal costumes, popped out of wedding cakes, and began singing Madonna's 1984 hit, Like a Virgin. Finally, Madonna made her grand entrance, dressed in black, form-fitting S&M groom outfit. Madonna joined the two former Mouseketeers, and the three gyrated around this.
He's so horny when he's writing this stuff. I think in his mind, I have this sneaking suspicion that in his mind, this is the only way that he can actually appreciate this kind of like art that has a hint of eroticism associated with it. So he's like consuming it in anger. But deep down inside, Benny Boy does actually have an appreciation for fine arts more than any other conservative personality. For those of you who don't know, Benny Boy himself is a violinist. His father literally is I think his father was a not super famous, but like somewhat famous violinist as well. And he grew up in the world of arts in Los Angeles, California, only to become an incredibly fucking annoying person. The other person that also obviously has an appreciation for arts, but is not as like well versed in it, is Donald Trump. But Ben Shapiro's father is a composer, yes, and he grew up in Los Angeles. And why do you know so much? Because he was like my number one ideological enemy for almost a fucking decade. What do you mean? This is like, it was like him and Steven Crowder and Tucker Carlson. Like these guys were the top three. These guys were my actual ideological enemies. Of course, I learned so much about them over the course of my coverage. Yeah. Unlike these fucking dumbass slop tubers, like I choose my sights on my ideological enemies carefully. I don't try to masquerade as like some kind of liberal or centrist person and then only hyper focus on like a fucking Twitch streamer who is a out and about socialist. Okay. Another one is Charlie Kirk. Of course, I know a lot about Charlie Kirk's background as well. Now it's Asmin, Nux, and the likes. No, they're not. They're not my ideological enemies. They're fucking utterly irrelevant. And unfortunately, I mean, they will inevitably be left in the dustbin of history. This is just a brief moment where political discourse has moved in that direction. They are not considered genuine ideological enemies. Maybe Asmongold, given his prominence as a figurehead in conservative commentary. But like, no, I don't give a fuck about some VTuber who wants to make a name for himself by presenting me as their enemy. Just as I don't give a fuck about like Sex Pestiny. Those people are utterly irrelevant. They have no real convictions. They have no real firmly held beliefs, or their firmly held beliefs and convictions are not rooted within a genuine interest in changing the world. Ben Shapiro, on the other hand, is a Republican through and through. He is a party man through and through. Anyway, let's continue.
Staged like hookers starved for Johns. He doesn't mention the part where Missy Elliott comes out later on for some reason, but he does go on to say that Madonna kissing Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera turned young girls bisexual. I feel like I have to mention that Ben Shapiro here has the ghost of a point.
I saw a clip of Asmongold defending the I'm actually clean allegations, and it lives in my mind. This is really funny. Which fan base is this? I'm gay, white, and racist. Tel Aviv nightclubs. Oh my God. Incredible. Oh, fantastic. No notes.
Point when it comes to how women are sexualized in entertainment, but his solution isn't about empowering women. Rather, he calls them whores and says they should promote heterosexual sex after marriage. The irony of this origin story, though, is that Ben Shapiro had more of an opportunity in Hollywood than so many other aspiring writers. He had meetings with former studio executives and offers to develop a pilot. Getting an agent to read your script, never mind being brought on as a client, is a major, major opportunity. What Ben Shapiro never acknowledges is that it was his public profile as a conservative writer that got him these meetings with executives to begin with, starting him on this whole journey through Hollywood. That same public profile being his undoing seems to be lost to him. It wasn't the private ideas in his head, but the very public positions he was taking as a writer. Here's an excerpt from the Primetime Propaganda book. The quote here comes from an agent telling Ben he can't work with him. I don't know if this is a direct quote or if this is simply Ben Shapiro citing something from his memory. Listen, I have no problem with your politics. It's just that my agent started sending your sample around and it got to a producer on one of the shows. He said that he knew who you were and that he'd never work with you. The whole reason I'm even dealing with you is because your writing has that sparkle. But let me get back to you. Because it needs to be said, Ben Shapiro's creative writing is not good. I've done two.
It's not. But True Allegiance is the gay fan fiction. But also, listen. It's not like Hollywood doesn't have its fair share of freaks and conservative writers and conservative directors. There are plenty of them out there, okay? It's just you can't be a conservative and suck at the same time, or suck as hard as Ben sucks. That's it. That's it. That's the whole problem here.
Videos on that all.
Okay, don't you dare disrespect Taylor Sheridan, okay? No. Like, Taylor Sheridan is actually a good example of someone who is both conservative and also doesn't suck as hard. Some of his later work, yes, is not great. But, like, there are moments of in Taylor Sheridan's work, there are moments of watchability, okay? You can't say Taylor Sheridan's entire body of work sucks. It doesn't. That's it. Like, Clint Eastwood is a fucking phenomenal example of this, okay? Clint Eastwood is a fantastic example of this. I'm not talking about Sorbo. Kevin Sorbo sucks through and through. He was an actor. He doesn't have any fucking motion. Or even James Woods, again, actor, doesn't have motion beyond that. We're talking about directors, like people who are participating in the creative process beyond actually just acting in front of a camera. Like Mel Gibson or Clint Eastwood, like these are guys that, regardless of their fucking reactionary freak status, at least have some glimmer of light in their writing, okay? Denise Villeneuve is pretty right. Wait, what? No, he's Quebecois. He is a victim of colonial oppression. I will not let this slander go on. No, the man who is responsible for the Dune series is actually a man who is primarily guided by the experiences as a francophone living under the brutal colonial occupation of Anglophones in Canada. No, he is not. First of all, he's Canadian. So I feel like if you're a Canadian and also known as a Canadian, your conservatism is nothing in comparison to like the American hog. Bro has CIA cinephiles in here spreading misinformation. I know. Andrew knows a lot more than I do about this stuff, so I assume he's correct. Frank Herbert was a speechwriter for Reagan. Yes, Frank Herbert is actually a great example of this, except he also became such a fucking hyper obsessed like Arab file Arabophile that, and also an incredible environmentalist as well, simultaneously, that like it doesn't, he's all over the place. Like he doesn't count. He is a major Arabu. As a Canadian, I love how Americans talk about Canadians. It's because your worst fucking freaks are down here ruining our politics. Yeah, Herbert was a little bit of an eco-fascist for sure. But again, I think he became such a... I think Frank Herbert became such a fucking Arabophile that like... he's more so like a OG libertarian. All right, let's continue.
Already, give those a watch if you want to learn more. I'm dubious about the second half of this quote, but the first half does reveal that it was him, specifically Ben Shapiro, not generic conservative, that was being rejected. It is interesting how Ben Shapiro, when he's rejected, doesn't look at his own personal choices that may have led to that decision, but instead retreats to this identity label he can use to pretend as if he's some kind of persecuted class. Whether or not conservatives have as many opportunities as more left-wing people in Hollywood purely based on their politics isn't really related to Ben's story, as it was very much him who was rejected for his very controversial writing credits. All of this speaks to the Daily Wire's entertainment ambitions and how they market them. They need to present this idea of conservatives being rejected by Hollywood.
Choose one to erase from history entirely, J.K. Rowling. I don't even consider J.K. Rowling's writing to be all that good. I'm sorry. I think it was like super fucking basic always, but it was... What the hell? What the heli? What the heliante? J.K. Rowling, CIA, clapped me. We're back, though, obviously. It was a brief, minor blip. It's fine. It's not the biggest problem. The back and forth was shorter than people fucking spamming, oh, you got killed by the TERFs. But yeah, I don't think J.K. Rowling is a brilliant author. A millennial never read Harry Potter? No, I did. I read all the books. I didn't watch the movies. I read the books. And as a child, it was a fascinating universe to delve into, but I wouldn't consider that universe to be like think about J.K. Rowling and then think about Tolkien. Or think about even George R.R. Martin. Okay? Which one is a better author? Like, it's not even on the same fucking planet. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, in the field of fantasy, people like Tolkien or people like George Martin are so fucking above and beyond in comparison to J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling was great at making like a super simple concept. That's it. You're talking about a person who literally named an Asian character Cho Chang. Get the fuck out of here. She is not a fucking good author, dude. Are you joking? She made the most like heinous depiction of Jewish people in Nazi Germany, the fucking goblin representation, as people who handled the money. Like, she is literally the most basic author of all time. But obviously that helps. It helps for children. Anyway, let's continue.
Hollywood because it energizes the audience who reads them. It'd be far less effective marketing if they were...
Wait, a partnered streamer, Asmon on top, you a whole bitch, FN? Who the fuck is this? Hasanabi, big fan. I love you. I love Hasan. I love Hasan. I love Hasan. What is this meow meow? Lol, what is this meow meow ad? Help me. And then in February, he says, Lamau, And then he comes back. To say Asmongold on top. I have to look at his clips right now, right? I gotta see something.
Speed boosting ass nigga.
Yo! Ya biraz sesi kısın ama ya. Kendimi duyamıyorum lan. God damn.
Like, what is that?
He is not black? No, I think he is. Which makes this thing even funnier. Anyway. Yeah. That's crazy, man. You a bitch, Asmon on top, FN. Bro. The ultra rare black Asmon fan. Check his description. He's Mexican. Dude who uses AAVE but is an Asmon fan is fucking amazing. Okay, I love that. Respect. Oh my lord. Bro. Bruh. I apologize. As you guys know, Mexicans are Turks, Flexicans are Turks, but La Raza is not recovering from this. I'm sorry. No recovery. Get baited. W clout. Asmongold on top. Bro, Asmongold thinks dudes that look like you should perish from the national borders of this country. And he's literally... He's like, Asmongold be like, you're close enough in San Diego. Might as well move to the other side of the border. And this motherfucker's in here being like, riding for him. Oh my lord. Oh, amazing. Bro, the fact that his first clip of him saying the N-word, wait, why would that be shocking? That's the least shocking thing that we found.
Hit me, hit me, hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me.
Nigga, I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. Bro, what the fuck? That shit was funny as shit.
Yeah, fuck
nigga.
yeah. Light him up. Let's go. Big party.
Oh, shit.
Okay, this wasn't him saying the N-word, by the way. Chatter, you are a liar. It still wouldn't be shocking, but... He sounds like Donkey. He said in the first clip you watched before, he's about to turn this into a full-on media career. No, he's not. He's a fucking Grand Theft Auto streamer. That's not going to happen for him. In any case, I hope you're doing all right, Mickey's World. I did see Wait, did you see a big streamer stream with Eric Adams? I don't know who streamed with him, but I saw this. Yeah. New York City Mayor Eric Adams talks to Raoud about being under federal investigation and facing up to 35 years in prison after raising concerns about illegal immigrants coming into New York City.
Like just Philly, New York, you've been.
This is wild.
Yes. Yes. You got a cheesesteak?
You gotta get the cheesesteak.
Okay. All right. How was you feeling about the cheesesteak?
I went down for the game.
What, Eagles game?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You Eagles fan?
Yeah. I'm a Giants fan. Come on, man. You're trying to do to me.
Okay, Giants fan.
It's pronounced Rod. Hey, listen. Make no mistake. It is going to... Sites such as this one will be more commonplace in the future. I do fear that my impact on American politics has been for the worse. And this is basically all that I've gotten, all that I've created. I do feel like the Democrats are aware of the people coming onto Twitch and doing stuff with me. And it certainly, like Aiden Ross doing the Trump thing also played a role in this as well. But I don't think they understand how this works. No, they've been trying to get a foothold on Twitch for a very long time, since the AOC collab years and years ago. And it's literally in their memos. They've been trying to do it. Let's keep going.
They were presenting their entertainment ambitions as a product of personal bitterness over failing to succeed in the way they hoped.
Yeah,
But
Cory Booker.
in 2021...
News you might see some more Senate Democrats on Twitch soon. Dems are given a private briefing last week hosted by Cory Booker, urging them to get on platforms like Twitch and Snapchat. Dems were briefed by members from the pro-democracy advocacy group Democracy Century. The Dems were told that sporadic voters who broke for Trump last year are on those platforms. Almost a third of the Senate Democratic caucus is over 70 years old. Finally, your chance to grift to the left? Yeah.
They had an opportunity to make those dreams come true, and they were going to leverage their conservative media company to make it happen. A Daily Wire article announced this entertainment initiative, and in it, Ben Shapiro wrote, "We're going to be bringing out movies, edgy, entertaining, awesome movies that won't mock your values. We're going to be producing TV shows, comedies and dramas that take you seriously and that don't take advantage of your viewership to promote leftist causes." This is the type of branding that was being used to market this initiative. That watching the movies and TV shows created by the Daily Wire would be a form of a resistance against this idea that culture has been hijacked by the left and is being used to push a leftist agenda. The underlying assumption of this article is that there is this vast swath of angry conservatives ready for this entertainment, and part of how it was being marketed was through the politics of the platform activating that audience. The first partner for the Daily Wire for this project was a production company called Cinestate, headed up by a guy named Dallas Saunier. At the time, the company had just changed its name to...
Bro, literally everything they did was to farm the dumbass hogs. They basically took like the Target marketing initiative and flipped it on its head. Where you know how like Target doesn't really give a shit about gay people or whatever, but like once a year, they'll be like, here's some t-shirts for you queers, you know? They do that once a year. Basically, that's what the Daily Wire was trying to do, but for racists. Where he was like, oh, you want chocolate, but you hate gay people? Eat our homophobic chocolate. And obviously, it's a failure on both fronts. Like, I don't think it's like a company actually invested in, I don't know, the queer emancipatory movement or whatever. when they do a once a year t-shirt release. And I don't think people give a shit about purchasing patriotic beer. One side is virtue signaling, the other side is vice signaling. Virtue is a better way to effectively market your product than vices are. But ultimately, the only thing that matters is whether the product is good or not and affordable. That's it. That's the only thing that people care about.
Bonfire Legend. This was done a few months after one of its producers, Adam Donaghy, was charged with sexually assaulting a minor. Saunier and other members of the company were accused of covering for Donaghy's previous actions committing sexual harassment. Jeremy Boring was very aware of this reporting before teaming up with Bonfire Legend. In a Daily Beast article, he was quoted as saying, "To the extent that things may have taken place in the production of this film or another film, I don't think it's my business. In the same way that it's not my business if something takes place at any other kind of company that I buy product from. I'm sure there have been allegations of sexual harassment at almost every major production company in the country. That doesn't mean the product itself has to be banned." The first product of this union, and the one Boring was referencing in that quote, was the movie Run, Hide, Fight, best described as Die Hard set in a school shooting. I've covered this before, but a short review for it is that it's underwhelming. One mistake I saw a lot of people making when talking about this movie was describing it as being produced by the Daily Wire. It had actually wrapped production well before the deal was made with Bonfire Legend, and the movie was looking for distribution. That's really only part of the story, though. The movie was never meant to be distributed by an external company. Rather, Cinestate/Bonfire Legend was planning on releasing it under their new genre label, Rebeller. It was also a culture website that published various articles, books, and podcasts. Following the revelations about Adam Donaghy in June of 2020, Rebeller had to fold. While it's probably true that a movie about a school shooting would struggle to find a distributor, I think having the name of someone accused of sexually assaulting a minor as a producer probably hurt it even more. Also, Rebeller had something of a reputation for being more sensitive to the right. An article by Adrian Nguyen goes into some of its history and helpfully points out that the site was getting shoutouts from Ben Shapiro.
Is that why they promote policies that allow for increased school shootings? They want to make more movies about them? Yeah. Ironically, Run, Hide, Fight, if the fight part of that is conducted with weapons, it is both simultaneously a way for right-wingers to advocate for more zones where people can have guns, which also creates an environment where there's more school shootings. Because the whole point behind right-wingers constantly advocating for ease of access to weapons is because they claim that this will make places safer overall, when in fact more guns means less safety and more gun violence.
Hero over a year before they went into business together. I think it's likely that Cinestate/Bonfire Legend wasn't exactly looking for a brave partner to distribute a challenging movie that woke Hollywood wouldn't touch, but rather they were looking to partner with a distributor that would take on their toxic movie. And the Daily Wire, having no entertainment production team of their own, needed a company that was at least receptive to their politics. So it was a lovely match to make some bland movies. Run, Hide, Fight was released in January of 2021, and while it gets mocked, like all of the Daily Wire's movies, for making almost no money at the box office, that's not entirely fair. In the case of Run, Hide, Fight, the only numbers I could find said that it made a little under $35,000. But it's important to remember that this movie is primarily for online distribution, and while the Daily Wire doesn't share its streaming metrics, they claim to be very pleased with its performance. And I think this might be true. There was a lot of hype surrounding this entertainment initiative when it was announced, and this was their very first movie. Even if the female lead and interracial romance would have branded it as woke had it come from Hollywood, the Daily Wire's audience was ready to ignore that and support this new front on the culture war.
No, I don't agree. That's another... I think Jose's analysis is wrong. No, that's not true. That is precisely the reason why Daily Wire... This contributes to Daily Wire's failure, because every single movie that they made suspiciously also had Gina Carano, because that was the only recognizable talent in their movies. And Gina Carano is a woman. Not only is she a woman, but she's also kind of a brolic woman. And you know, doesn't fit the gender stereotype that people wanted to see from the Daily Wire. And that was part of the problem. Part of the problem was that a lot of these movies that they churned out also had women in them. If you remember, people were shitting on it. People were shitting on the movies. They were like, what the fuck? Why is this like, oh, well, I thought we were above this whole like female saves the men.
Back when they first announced their entertainment initiative, speaking to Deadline, the Daily Wire claimed to have 1 movie and 2 TV shows in development, but it takes a long time to produce programming. From here, we got a very long dry spell of new releases. The next release for the Daily Wire was Shut In, a thriller about a woman trapped in a closet while her drug addict ex threatens their children. Whereas Run, Hide, Fight was a finished product that the Daily Wire distributed, Shut In was the first movie they took a hand in producing. The script had been found by Dallas Sonnier, and originally Jason Bateman was attached to direct. But the pandemic threw the project into disarray, and it ended up at the Daily Wire instead, with DJ Caruso now directing. This is probably the best of the Daily Wire's movies insofar that it's fairly average. The first 2/3 I would even describe as good, until it's let down by a very messy ending. There was some controversy surrounding the movie, as it included Vincent Gallo, who hadn't appeared in a movie since 2013, in part because of his behavior online, making various bigoted remarks, such as saying women shouldn't have the right to vote. On the business side of things, the Daily Wire did make one choice that seemed a bit odd. That was to first release Shut In on YouTube for free. It would air as a live stream, and anyone who missed that live stream or wanted to watch the movie again would have to sign up for the Daily Wire subscription.
Don't you think you're turning into a lib-centrist to make your ideology more digestible to bigots? I'm turning into a lib-centrist? The fuck? I spent the first couple of hours shitting on Joe Biden after his cancer diagnosis. What are you talking about? I'm turning into a lib-centrist.
In service. They had actually done this for Run, Hide, Fight as well, although that movie had already premiered at the Venice Film Festival.
Sir,
and had...
I'm not a liberal, nor am I a centrist. I'm apolitical. I'm looking for my apolitical hat, but I can't find it. It's not within reach. But I'm apolitical. Take my word for it.
A very limited international release. That led to a write-up in Deadline where the strategy was briefly described like this. The film is also being sold to international distributors by Voltage Pictures. Those buyers may not be thrilled by the update. Jeremy Boring explained that the stream would be limited to the US only, though I'm not sure how successful that was since I was able to watch that just fine in Canada. It's possible viewers of the Daily Wire might have had a hint on where to get a VPN.
We use ExpressVPN.
The only numbers I could find for Shut In pegged its box office at roughly $715,000, which is actually the most a Daily Wire movie has made at the international box office. The broadcast on YouTube first strategy would be used again for their next movie, The Hyperions. Like Run, Hide, Fight, this is another movie that had been produced prior, but failed to...
You aren't apolitical? You're a terrorist sympathizer? Excuse me, I'm apolitical.
...find distribution. There isn't much to say about this one aside from it being pretty forgettable, and that since none of the actors involved had any idea it would be on the Daily Wire, we don't have to hold it against Carrie Elwes or anybody else. What's probably most notable about this initiative so far is just how little impact it made. Unless you're a longtime viewer of this channel, or like digging through my older videos, you've probably never heard of or don't remember any of these movies. This isn't really a surprise. It's incredibly difficult to break through to mainstream attention in the movie space. But considering the money being spent, the Daily Wire was falling well short of its lofty goals. In spite of Shut In and The Hyperions landing with a thud in the first half of 2022, the Daily Wire was still riding high. It began releasing publicly numbers of its subscriber count and total revenue, declaring that it had 600,000 subscribers and revenue was projected at $100 million. By the end of the year, these numbers would be revised.
No politic here. Israel #1. No politic here. Israel #1.
To over 1 million subscribers and up to $200 million in revenue. The movies I mentioned likely weren't fueling most of the growth. In fact, what was fueling that growth was almost certainly the June 2022 release of the Daily Wire's biggest success, Matt Walsh's What is a Woman? According to comments from Dallas Sonnier, who produced the movie, its budget of $1 million was returned roughly 30-fold, and it became the most watched thing on the Daily Wire Plus platform.
Israel high. Israel high. Israel #1. That's right. Israel high.
Didn't exactly come out of nowhere, as anyone who was on YouTube at the time remembers just how ubiquitous the ads for this movie were.
Yeah, oh my God, bro. They fucking pumped the ads so aggressively on this shit, dude.
Aggressively marketed itself, with some public examples of spending being tens of thousands of dollars for high-profile articles on their website. This movie almost certainly had a lot more than that spent on advertising. Whatever the cost that went into promoting the project, though, it certainly paid off. While the movie itself is a giant pile of anti-trans misinformation, it was undoubtedly a success for the Daily Wire, and you'll notice it's far closer to what made the Daily Wire famous in the first place, providing a polished sheen to conservative talking points, creating something that looks like a documentary but isn't much more than an op-ed written by someone with a childlike understanding of science. This is what their audience wants. On the other hand, there was another June 2022 release from the Daily Wire that was far less successful, the movie Terror on the Prairie, starring Gina Carano. This Western was meant to be Carano's big debut in a starring role following her dismissal from Disney after she compared being conservative in America to being Jewish in 1940s Germany. Carano had made those remarks in 2021 and was quickly signed by the Daily Wire to star in 2 movies for them. The first movie,
more like being a Jew in America in the Upper East Side in 2025, where everybody is ham-ass. That's right. The only people that are as attacked as the American conservative are the American Jews. Do you know how many times I walk past free parking signs and I think to myself, this must say Free Palestine? Do you understand me? Do you know how terrifying that is? I'm already terrified because I walk down the street. I'm walking. That's already terrifying for me because I can't even park my F-350. I can't even park my F-350 in the goddamn parking lots. It's too big. It's too big. It's too based. It's too American. Okay? And then I see Mexicans everywhere, which is also terrifying. Who knows what they're up to? Probably illegal. And then Hamas propaganda everywhere.
It was supposed to be titled White Knuckle, but it was put on hiatus after COVID vaccine requirements for filming led to Carano pulling out. Instead, the Western Terror on the Prairie would be developed instead, as it was shooting in Montana, a state with less strict regulations on vaccinations for a film set. The deal the Daily Wire made with Carano seems to have been a very bad one. Aside from her Western making almost no impact, the cost of starting up production on another movie, only for Carano to cancel because of vaccine requirements, was a complete waste of money, especially since the movie was never made at all. The juxtaposition of Terror on the Prairie and What is a Woman say a lot about this company, though. One was an attempt to make a mainstream feature, the other a pseudo-documentary for their conservative base. The first movie was a flop, the other was a success. It should have been a hint as to what path the Daily Wire should be focusing on. Instead, they would continue to try.
Yeah, but the documentary, if you want to call it that, is basically a Matt Walsh YouTube video, but 3 hours long. That's it. Yeah, they should have leaned into making YouTube videos that are more expensive to make, I guess, instead of trying to make like works of fiction.
Try walking down both. At the end of June, the Daily Wire hosted a massive presentation where they announced Daily Wire Plus, a rebranding of their subscription service, I suspect to sound like Disney Plus. The initiative included a new deal with PragerU and signing Jordan Peterson as a talent. This event, hosted at this large theater, was the Daily Wire at its peak. Its subscriber count had nearly doubled that year, and its revenue was following in suit. Immediately using...
I call cap on this too, by the way. I think I have no proof for this. I have no evidence for this. But given the downfall of the Daily Wire and how swift it was, I suspect that the first year subscription numbers were perhaps maybe a little massaged, maybe mass purchasing of subscriptions from a financier, for example. We will never know. I don't know the legality of such things, but I do personally believe in my heart of hearts, with no evidence for this whatsoever, with the exception of how fast their rise and fall was, that they may have perhaps massaged the numbers a little bit to make it seem like they were raking in the revenue, because there's no world where they are spending this much money, okay? They're wasting this much money making shitty ass movies that no one is watching. They're not actually getting they're not actually generating revenue. They're not in the green. They claim to be, but they're not. They're only in the green because of the subscription numbers. And all the while, like their entire fucking output has dramatically reduced.
All that money to expand seemed like a great idea, but they vastly overestimated their ability to grow. After Terror on the Prairie, we wouldn't get another original movie from the Daily Wire for 1.5 years. And so far, it's the only one we've gotten since then. And that's the movie Lady Ballers. This anti-trans movie is the most cynical admission of what the Daily Wire's entertainment division would devolve into, playing to a conservative audience as the Daily Wire staff act out their Hollywood.
You're being a hypocrite. Everybody knows 80% of your subscribers are financed by clutter. This is true. I would not have a career if it wasn't for the beautiful nation of Qatar. Okay? Let's be real. Everybody knows my biggest funders are the state of Qatar.
Ambitions. The animated series Mr. Bertram is more of the same.
This was
While
also
earlier
a massive
efforts
failure.
were mostly forgettable, these newer ones are outright embarrassing. It's a clear example of amateurs producing long, boring comedies about sad men giving off intense divorced guy energy. That being said,
burning her a gift. Thank you. Coming in straight from the wonderful state of Qatar.
Though, in the case of Lady Ballers, Jeremy Boring would describe it as the second most watched piece of content on Daily Wire Plus. As miserable as that movie may be, much like What is a Woman, it reflects what this particular audience wants. And it's very different from that attempt to reach the mainstream that were initially part of the Daily Wire's entertainment initiative.
I never would make a movie for political purposes. I feel like movies have been political for generations, but I feel like when things get overtly political or agenda pushing, I tend to believe that it hurts the artwork.
Had this been the Daily Wire's game plan from the get-go, I think things would have gone very differently. But as it stands, they spent a lot of money to get
like
where
Batman or
everyone
Halo.
imagined
Thank you for the
they were
7
going to
gifted.
go in the first place. But while these movies and TV shows could be considered a modest failure, there was one major entertainment initiative that was a far bigger failure for the Daily Wire, and that's its kids' entertainment strategy. This was announced back in March of 2022 as the Daily Wire bravely declared it would invest $100 million over the course of 3 years to create kids programming. Much like their earlier entertainment initiative, this was also marketed as entertainment that didn't include leftist messages that were attempting to brainwash.
This, I swear to God, I invented this. Early heads of the show, early fans of the show know. I used to have a bit where I would make fun of like conservatives being like, these children's stories are too woke. Sharing is caring. Fuck that. That's communism. And they unironically did that. Like they literally did that. It's like, be kind to your neighbor. How about you fucking fear your neighbor? Okay. What do you mean be kind to your neighbor? It's stranger danger all the way, baby, especially if they look Mexican.
People.
To succeed in our effort to create a true news and entertainment alternative for the millions of Americans who are tired of the hegemony of the woke giants that want to preach radical race and gender theory to our kids, we're not here to teach the kids in the guise of entertainment. This is entertainment with a capital E. Rob Schneider is a true entertainer.
After this announcement, it would be a year and a half,
no, he's
October
not.
of 2023, before we saw this kids streaming service, Bent Key, come to fruition. There was a minor bit of controversy when the streaming service's flagship series, Chip Chilla, was accused of being a Bluey ripoff.
New TV series Chip Chilla is being dubbed a bootleg Bluey.
There were also fears that these shows would contain conservative brainwashing that were largely overblown, as most of these programs were bland, generic kids' entertainment. After the launch of Bentkey, no one really paid much attention to its lineup of original titles and licensed kid shows. I kept an eye on it myself to see if its metrics ever changed, and the few I could spot weren't particularly encouraging. When it first dropped, there were a flurry of downloads for the Bentkey app, and these were almost certainly largely members of the Daily Wire audience with kids or those who simply wanted to support the platform. While the Daily Wire wouldn't release how many people had subscribed to it, we could at least check the Google Play Store, which had the slightly vague metric of 50,000 plus downloads listed on the app's page. The Apple Store likely had similar numbers, as the app had similar reviews on both storefronts. It would be over a year before that number went from 50,000 plus downloads to 100,000 plus downloads. In all likelihood, there are probably less than 400,000 downloads for this service, and we have no idea how many of those free downloads led to someone actually purchasing a $100 annual subscription. Even if every single person who downloaded the Bentkey app purchased a $100 subscription, that still wouldn't even reach half of the 100 million that was pledged for the service. But the real kicker here is that these numbers and estimates I'm giving are way too generous. Because while it's true it does cost $100 for new subscribers who are getting Bentkey for the first time, if someone is an existing Daily Wire Plus subscriber, they got Bentkey for free. With Bentkey's download numbers dwarfing the subscriber count of Daily Wire Plus, we could only really guess at how many Daily Wire Plus subscribers got Bentkey, but I imagine since they were the first ones to hear about it and most of the downloads for this service seem to come in its first month, most people who are using this service aren't paying for it. I doubt there's any way this massive investment made any sort of profit. In fact, it almost certainly cost the company millions, if not tens of millions of dollars. The irony here is that as a streaming service offering entertainment, Bentkey shows a lot of lessons learned. One of the biggest problems with the Daily Wire Plus, presenting itself as some kind of hub for entertainment, is that it only has a few movies. The overwhelming majority of the stuff on there are conservative documentaries or video versions of their podcasts. In short, it's for people who want conservative news commentary. Sticking a couple of movies on there isn't going to make someone think they should get that instead of Netflix unless they want that conservative news commentary. No one signs up to Netflix to watch one movie a year. That part only happens when you forget about your Netflix subscription and it auto-renews because you keep forgetting that you have it. Bentkey actually made an attempt to provide volume, with a decent number of titles at launch. Of course, it was hurt by the fact that no one really knew what most of these titles were. And with services like Disney Plus actually having shows and movies parents have heard of, there's no reason to take a chance on a streaming service with shows that have no cultural footprint in your primary market of the United States. The one high-profile show they did eventually add to the Bentkey service was the original G.I. Joe cartoon, which is something people have at least heard of, although it seems like it's more for dads looking to relive their childhood than something a kid would be into. One move that might have helped salvage Bentkey was when they announced their own version of Snow White.
Yeah.
It was a bit baffling a move because it was done entirely despite Disney, which is part of how they got in the whole Bentkey debacle to begin with. But by attaching a conservative personality like Brett Cooper to it, they could maybe tap into that same resentment that made a movie like Lady Ballers a hit. But it seems like that movie might never happen for several reasons. The first one being that in...
This is the worst part about the Daily Wire's fall from grace and turning into the Faily Wire is that we'll never see our queen as Snow White. Yes. Brett Cooper, also known as Femme Shabibo, left the Faily Wire.
In late March, it was reported that the Daily Wire laid off a number of its staffers, specifically in its kids' entertainment department.
I guess they could do reshoots with Ben in a dress, if we're being real, considering there's not much daylight between the two, in terms of looks especially. So I don't know why they didn't just keep going with Ben in drag, but...
Nicole, who left the Babylon Bee to help develop programming for the Daily Wire, confirmed that everyone who created original programming for Bentkey got laid off. The Snow White movie had another big problem as well, as its star, Brett Cooper, had left the company a few months earlier, and we have no idea how far into production that movie got before her departure. More on that later, because I should also mention the other big entertainment investment the Daily Wire made, the Pendragon cycle. The rights to produce a series based on the Pendragon cycle books was announced in 2022, alongside a new plan to adapt Atlas Shrugged. The Ayn Rand adaptation hasn't been mentioned since, but we have seen Jeremy Boring go hands-on to direct the Pendragon Cycle series. The various production diaries that have been posted online reveal a very expensive production. There is a big crew, stunts, special effects, and all the requirements that make TV productions of fantasy shows so expensive. This series is a very big bet. It was originally scheduled to come out in late 2023, though that release date has been pushed back, and as of early 2025, there's still no sign of the series. Similar to Benki, the Pendragon Cycle appears as though it's a passion project for Jeremy Boring, something he personally championed and invested enormous resources into. Boring's departure from the company.
Oh, it's so awesome. It's so awesome that these failed artists never gave up. Listen, I will say fair is fair, okay? Because sometimes a failed artist can't get into art school and then, Nazi Germany. At least these guys are failed artists who just kept trying to make art. You know what I mean? And they might be Nazis in their politics, but at least they didn't redevelop the Fourth Reich. They support the Fourth Reich, but they didn't, play a personal role in the development of the Fourth Reich. Just saying. Partially because they're still trying to make art. They're too busy trying to relive what glory they perceive as lost from them or stolen from them by woke.
Company, I suspect, has something to do with all these massive investments and their limited or non-existent returns. The Pendragon Cycle in particular looks to be a massive money sink. The show would need to be a breakout hit for it to be in any way profitable for the Daily Wire, and I suspect that simply isn't going to happen. Also, it shows us the Daily Wire hasn't fully learned the lessons it needed to from Ladyballers. Its audience doesn't want mainstream entertainment. They want conservative coded movies that speak to their biases. In essence, they want a right-wing version of what they imagine Hollywood to be. It's not that they hate political messaging in entertainment, they just want it to be their political messaging. One of the big assumptions made by Jeremy Boring in this whole entertainment initiative was that there was a massive audience waiting for productions he considered politically neutral.
Go ahead, Disney, make $25 billion worth of content inculcating radical gender and race theory in children who are 6 years old.
Yeah, that's the problem. They're too angry. They're too angry to make art. That's it. They are entirely too angry to make art. It's the same principle behind all these right-wing dipshits that spend all of their time criticizing the video games that do come out. And when you ask them, where's your video game, Grums, they have nothing to show for it. So many people basically in the gaming sphere have completely dropped any sort of interest in playing video games whatsoever. They just care about the drama of shitting on developers that they perceive as being too gay or woke.
I don't have that money to spend on marketing. I'm glad you do. I know that 50% of everyone who encounters that content is going to want to come over to dailywire.com and subscribe here instead.
What Boring fails to understand is that, while a large percentage of Americans vote Republican, they aren't all clamoring for a platform like his to start presenting movies and TV shows. If someone really wants politically neutral entertainment, why would you go to a partisan political platform?
Yep.
The only thing that might have made them have a chance is if they had a large selection of quality entertainment that people have actually heard of. But less than a dozen movies and a weak animated series after 4 years isn't nearly enough to win over a mainstream audience. This is especially true for Benki, which failed spectacularly and was so obviously a bad move. There were signs of a better strategy where they actually licensed programs and produced several originals to come out at the same time, but the $100 price point for a service with no recognizable shows in a landscape filled with competitors offering better deals with more programming wasn't realistic. And to have invested so much money, reaching roughly $30 million in its first year, is just a spectacular waste. If that massive audience waiting for conservative branded TV and movies exists, it certainly didn't show up for the Daily Wire. Investing into money pits like entertainment weren't the only mistakes made by the Daily Wire. Their terrible management of high-profile personalities was also another mistake. There was a minor blow-up in early 2023 when Steven Crowder went public with a contract he considered unfair that the Daily Wire offered him. This
double oof. Oh my God, this was such a glorious day. God, all my enemies died. And from the ashes of their fucking blossoming media careers came a cockroach that can withstand the nuclear holocaust. Asmongold is pretty crazy. Like, he basically sucked up most of these guys' audiences. It is wild to think about.
More or less blew over when footage of Crowder being verbally abusive to his pregnant wife before they eventually divorced surfaced. There were a few
slave contract, $50 million slave contract. Not just withstand, but thrive. A roach rose from the ashes like the phoenix of filth. Yeah. Look, everyone's time will come. Okay. And I'm not just saying that for hopium or copium or whatever. It's just when you don't have real moral conviction and the only thing you care about is just engaging in reactionary slop propaganda is only going to take you so far. There will come a day when the political tide will change. There will come a day where you fly too close to the sun and you won't be able to withstand the negativity that is associated with such things. And the reason why I say that is because I fly too close to the sun all the fucking time. I live in this space filled to the brim with death threats and doxings and swattings and all this shit. But the reason why it doesn't bother me as much and the reason why I can still continue is because I believe in the things that I'm saying. If you don't believe in the things that you're saying, there will inevitably come a day where the things you're saying will no longer be considered fashionable. Like, this is what I mean. Look, there has never been a moment where Asmongold has not surpassed me in viewership. Asmongold has always been one of the largest content creators on this platform. If you noticed, I didn't really give a shit about that at all. As a matter of fact, I've said this. I've said that he is a much larger content creator than me. Right now, however, he's reaching those levels of prominence from conservative commentary. That's why I typed it, because you don't care. Okay, well, it seems like you care more than I do, right? If Asmongold got 100K viewers playing video games, great. I don't give a shit. It's awesome. Asmongold getting that level and Asmongold getting that level of prominence doing conservative political commentary, however, spells trouble for political discourse and its future in this country. That's it. Because it means that people are looking for even dumber and dumber reactionary slop rather than at least like ideologically minded propaganda that used to come from the likes of Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, who would at the very least entertain the conservative think tank talking points that came directly from the American Enterprise Institute or the Heritage Foundation or the Manhattan Institute. That's it. But considering that his viewers are people who fancy themselves to be apolitical, those guys will change with the tides. They will change their political perspective with the tides. And the Trump train will inevitably run out of gas or coal, if you want to extend the analogy. Why do right-wing folk always think it's a jealousy thing? Same thing when we criticize billionaires, etc., is purely projection. I think it's because their worldview relies on having enemies. Their worldview relies on having ideological enemies, because you can't really build a vision for a future society as a reactionary if there's nothing to react to. Because if you were to be honest about a conservative future and were to design it If you were to design a conservative future, most other conservatives that are in the margins would go, oh, I don't know if I want to live in that. That seems kind of shitty. Because when expanded to its logical conclusion, a conservative vision of society, a reactionary vision of society, is basically just Israel or Nazi Germany. And most people, understandably, don't want to live in Israel or Nazi Germany. Even conservatives who think that they are in this battle fighting against like progressives or people that have gone too woke, they only join the ranks of conservatives because they think liberals have gotten too out of hand. Progressives have gotten too out of hand. They have negatively polarized themselves towards the Democratic Party because they think the Democratic Party is the vision for a leftist future. This is why conservative movements are destined to fail unless there is genuine ideological conviction that's grounding them. And I don't think there is. I mean, I'm sure there's like some real ass Nazis in there in those groups, but for the most part, I think it's an ideology destined for failure.
Elements of this feud between Steven Crowder and the Daily Wire I want to highlight, particularly a phone call you recorded.
What is this? Ollie ever Kobe Unleashed. Maybe you should have shown some more Houthi music videos. The tide would change faster. What? Chatter, what's interesting about this is you're in here mentioning him. You're the one who mentioned him. And you're not him. Like, I'm a content creator. You're a chatter. You're a chatter fighting his battles in this chat. Who do you think is more pathetic in this regard? And the person that you're defending is fucking Asmongold. Under normal circumstances, if you were to show his content or commentary to like average people in your life, I think they would probably think less of you. I'll be honest. Like, imagine showing, let's say you go to school. You probably don't. I assume you're a NEET. But let's say you were going to school and you were like, hey, you want to see my favorite content creator? And there's a dude with roaches crawling over him who says insane shit with regular frequency. I feel like most people would think less of you in the real world. That's it. So I find it particularly funny when Asmongold fans will also then come in here to be like, you don't know the things you talk about. Brother, your favorite political commentator is Asmongold. Like, what do you mean? You're not in here for knowledge. You're not invested in the realm of politics for developing a vision of society that you think is going to be one where everybody thrives. The fuck do you mean? Asmongold is successful because he even knows less than Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is biased. He is a propagandist. He lies with regular frequency for a political vision, but at least he has one. Asmon doesn't even have that. At least he, went to college and went to law school and knows how to write, even though his output is disgusting. You are not even embarrassed to come into an actual political commentary stream to say that your favorite content creator that you want to defend is Asmongold. That's an automatic disqualifier. Coming in here and saying like, oh, dude, I get my notes from SlopTubers is hilarious. You've already given the game away. You get your notes from a guy who doesn't even believe half the shit that he's saying because he knows that dumb fucks like you will go, oh, yeah, he's based. And then you try to, as soon as you as soon as the reality sets in, you turn around and say, we're all cogs in a machine. You think we're making a difference. Like you're not being thoughtful when you say this, okay? No one thinks you're brilliant for making this statement. We know that political action takes time, okay? We know that political action takes time. It requires a tremendous undertaking, okay? It takes decades. That unfortunate reality is what causes people to actually develop nihilistic tendencies and to only cover politics from the framework of drama, only be interested in politics from the framework of drama, you know, a back and forth between a content creator that you've identified as an ideological enemy versus a content creator that you've identified as one on your side, you know? That's it. I appreciate that coming from a slob tuber who claims to do journalism. That's funny, little bro. Brother, once again, the reason why you feel this way, the reason why you feel the way that you do is because of the communities that you occupy online. You think that these communities actually are worth a damn in the real world, but they're not. That's it. There is a reason why you will consistently be confused over and over again for years to come about how why don't all these other mainstream media outlets actually recognize this person for the fraud that he actually is? Why is it that like journalists and academics keep coming onto this dude's broadcast? This makes no sense. Don't they all see the YouTube videos that I watch? Perhaps, one, that perspective online in the slop tuber commentary sphere is not convincing to actual adults who are knowledgeable on the issues that I speak on. Or perhaps it's not enough to develop a comprehensive perspective of a person's worldview or commentary on any subject matter when the only introduction you have to said subject matter is a negatively framed 17-second clip. Once you identify this contradiction and internalize it, you will be able to expand your consciousness. Okay? I don't claim to be a journalist. I do, however, sometimes engage in journalism. Okay? I'm a political commentator. I'm a Twitch streamer. But there is a reason why at least respected journalists do consider this community and what I do to be worthwhile. Once you identify what that reason is, you will perhaps open up your mind to new concepts that you never thought was previously possible to understand.
Recorded with Jeremy Boring about a contract he was offered. It gave us some insight into the Daily Wire's hiring policies.
Bench talent, young talent, they don't get deals like this.
So they don't get deals that...
They can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand.
This is an important bit of information that gives us a sense of how the Daily Wire treats its talent, particularly its new talent, paying them slave wages while their online identity is being built, and then possibly offering them a bigger contract down the line. Steven Crowder's initial offer had a staggering dollar figure of $50 million over 4 years, a fact Crowder didn't share at the time. Far more damaging for the Daily Wire than the Steven Crowder controversy was the departure of Candace Owens. She had joined the platform in 2021 and starred in the program called Candace. In March of 2024, Candace Owens' departure was announced by Jeremy Boring on Twitter. The reason for her departure was never made entirely clear, though many assumed it was her butting heads publicly with Ben Shapiro, particularly over the ongoing genocide in Gaza. This explanation, while logical, has a few confounding facts. Candace Owens' support for the Palestinian people doesn't seem entirely genuine. In fact, in 2019, she tweeted that...
Yep. In her defense, supporting terrorists in the Middle East seems to me like to be the next logical step for a party that defends MS-13. Demands open borders and hates Jewish people and babies. Separately, how funny if Trump just deported her. That's Candace Owens on May 6, 2019. Jose, once again, coming in hot with the now, I assume, now deleted Candace Owens tweets.
Congressional Representative Ilhan Omar should be deported for criticizing the ongoing violence in Gaza. While it might be tempting to say her turn on Israel was a result of the state's actions after October 7th in 2023, it appears her pivot started almost a year prior when she retweeted an anti-Zionist statement from Max Blumenthal, leading to a public confrontation with Ben Shapiro. I'm not sure why or how Candace Owens turned in her Zionist card in these intervening years, but she seems very aware that making comments like the ones she made in November of 2022 would annoy her boss. Owens would continue to make comments like,
I think Candace Owens knows that the pro-Palestinian route is not necessarily enough to launch her career into the next level, but the anti-Semitic route certainly is. The pro-Palestinian route offers him intellectual honesty in the eyes of onlookers that are not familiar with her entire commentary, right? They look at her and they hear, oh, well, she's brave. She's bravely speaking out against something that mainstream media refuses to speak to. But that's simply just a cover for her. It's a cover for her to actually do the things that do make her popular, which is to say anti-Semitic things. And yes, I am saying it. Anti-Semitism is an opportunity for a career nowadays. It didn't used to be, because there was a fucking stranglehold, understandably, on anti-Semitic rhetoric. Well, whenever someone was being anti-Semitic, they would get clapped, they would get banned, okay? Understandably, because anti-Semitism before October 7 either was used as a weapon against those who dare criticize Israel still, but also anti-Semitism before October 7 was seen as like the primary marker of fascist sentiment. I think it still is the primary marker of growing fascism in this country, but unfortunately fascism has become infinitely more normalized in the commentary sphere. Why would she take the anti-Semitic route? I honestly don't understand why she would do that, because she's an independent careerist. And as someone who wants to develop an audience, in the independent sphere, you might have noticed there are very few content creators on the right-wing side that aren't anti-Semitic, that are still popular. Tim Pool is another great example of this. Tim Pool did not go the anti-Semitism route, but it went the kind of pro-Israel route. And look at his numbers now. Virtually the entirety of the right-wing audiences want someone to, at the very, either A, attack people like myself without actually showing their full perspective on the matter, Asmongold, okay, or even go so far as to, say heinous shit about Muslims all the goddamn time, or they want people to come across like they are straightforwardly anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. It's very difficult to be right now. It's very difficult, I think, in the right-wing commentary sphere to be a pro-Israel content creator, especially for younger audiences. They've completely dropped it. Right-wing audiences have most audiences under a certain age demographic have completely dropped support for Israel. It's over. I don't pay attention to the numbers. Did Tim Pool fall off? Yes. Anyway.
Like these until eventually she left the company.
Literally the only thing I type about is how identical Asmongold chat and Hasan chats are, and how identical Asmongold and Hasanabi are streamers who cater to the hive mind chat. Ironic because you're in here, but if you were to actually show a point of contention to Asmongold in a similar vein, he probably wouldn't pull you up. He would probably ban you. So if you're right-wing and don't support Israel, you're anti-Semitic and a fascist? No. Candace Owens is. I wouldn't say every single right-wing person is. There are plenty of right-wing people that don't hate Israel because it's the Jewish nation state. They hate Israel because they see the fucking dead babies. and they think that's really fucked up. Or they see the dead babies, they think it's really fucked up, and it's additionally fucked up because it's being paid for with our tax dollars, and they can't stand the arrogance of Benjamin Netanyahu and other pro-Israel accounts or pro-Israeli politicians that come out and actually undermine American civil liberties at the behest of Israel and its objectives, its policy objectives. There are absolutely right-wingers that are agnostic in terms of their analysis of Jews or whatever, but simultaneously fucking don't like what Israel is doing. It's totally understandable, dude. What do you mean? There's only so much death and destruction that the average person can look at and go, yeah, this is fine. This is totally acceptable. This is great.
There are rumors floating about saying that she wanted to get out of her contract or that some sort of gag order was placed on her, but it's been difficult to confirm any of that. And it's quite likely that Candace Owens is happy to play into controversy that raises her profile. What is undeniable is that Owens' departure is a huge...
Go look at it. Asmongold's chat never stops talking about Hasan. Hasan's never stopped talking about Asmongold. Asmongold's chat never stops talking about me because they have no other way of understanding politics. They have to see it from the framework of drama. My chat talks about Asmongold every now and then because he says some fucking insane shit as a prominent right-wing content creator. That's it. Also, most of, like, he has Hasan emotes in his fucking chat. I don't have Asmongold emotes unless you think the Roach emote is an Asmongold emote, in which case, you know, that's just a universal one. Like, you're talking about a group of people whose political understanding is like whether or not there's like a black woman lead in a fucking video game. That's not real politics at all. Of course they're going to fucking constantly talk about me. I am the number one beacon for people who don't... I'm the number one beacon for people who don't actually have any, like, real worldview or moral convictions, but simply hate everything that they consider to be woke and DEI.
Huge loss for the Daily Wire, as she has gone on to have massive success since leaving. She is getting millions of views on her YouTube channel, which mixes celebrity news and absurd conspiracy theories. Another talent the Daily Wire lost was Brett Cooper. While Owens was a known commodity before signing with the Daily Wire, Cooper was more or less plucked from obscurity. Some producers at the Daily Wire created the format for her show, and then she was...
Yeah, I had the international media talking about me too, but that's not the first time that Asmongold has been talking about me, and that's not the first time that they used my face as a fucking emote in their community chatter. It's been going on for quite a while. For someone like... Listen, dude, look, it's this simple. Are you ready for this? For someone like Asmongold, who presents himself as apolitical or nuanced or a centrist, while also doing right-wing commentary, he can't just come out and fucking repeat American Enterprise Institute talking points because that's fucking boring. And most of his audience is not invested in that. That's why they analyze Trump from the perspective of content. They're like, oh, he's the content president. He's doing so much content. If you do not have a larger scope of understanding, a framework of understanding that like Trump's actions are probably going to impact you in a harmful way, then you look at it because you feel from your position of privilege, which is not even correct. You're not even privileged in that regard usually, but you feel like these are policy positions that you're sheltered from, and it's simply actually destroying your ideological enemies, the wokes of the world, the DEIs and shit. And that's precisely the reason why you angle your commentary from the framework of constantly being at contest with someone who does care about about being an opposing figure, an ideological enemy to the Trump administration. That's it. That's it. That's all it is.
Hired to fill that role. Shortly after, she became very popular at the Daily Wire, with her show, The Comments Section, being one of the most viewed at the company. Cooper had become so ingrained into the Daily Wire that she was set to appear in the Snow White movie and the Pendragon cycle, only the latter of which actually wrapped filming, so we know she'll at least still be appearing in that, assuming it ever gets released. Brett Cooper announced she was leaving the Daily Wire in December of 2024. Much like Candace Owens' departure, Cooper has largely remained tight-lipped about why she left, although she did offer a diplomatic farewell.
Today, December 10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section and working for the Daily Wire. It is not true that I am being forced out. It was my own choice to leave. And believe me, this is bittersweet.
The comments section has gone on without Brett Cooper, with her producer Reagan Conrad taking on hosting duties. I can only assume the Daily Wire believed that since they created the format, they could swap hosts and move on like normal. Only this isn't like replacing Johnny Carson with Jay Leno on The Tonight Show, because it's easier to click on a new video than find a different TV show to watch at 11:30 on a weekday evening. The response to Conrad has been very hostile, with lots of nasty comments and a huge drop-off in views. And undoubtedly, the comments section is a shell of what it once was. This cynical host swap is very much what you'd see on Fox News or some other traditional media outlet, completely misunderstanding the digital space and the importance of personalities. What's funny about Brett Cooper's goodbye is she expresses this vague desire for new challenges and new endeavors.
I am ready to take on a new direction, both personally and professionally. This means new challenges and new endeavors, which I will share with you soon.
Apparently, this means starting a YouTube channel where she is doing more or less the exact same show, but probably keeping more of the money. Much like Candace Owens, Brett Cooper started her own independent show and is racking up some very impressive numbers, mostly talking about celebrity culture with an embedded right-wing framing. The Daily Wire must look at these numbers and regret their mistake in letting Cooper go. Whatever she might have been asking for, they probably should have paid it. I can't help but think about the contract the Daily Wire offered Steven Crowder, and I wonder if Candace Owens and Brett Cooper noticed it too. Were they not being offered the big $50 million deals? Or did they simply grow frustrated working to build up a company neither of them need? Or perhaps they believed they deserved ownership of the show that is built around their talent. All we can really do is speculate, but the important...
They lost two of their major talents, and the last remaining major talent is Matt Walsh. And Matt Walsh is in a unique predicament as well. I think a big part... Number one, they tried to do blue chip, big ticket, big budget Hollywood productions. That's a costly endeavor. You don't have the audience for it. You're not going to be able to get into it because you don't have the talent for it. That ate away at the healthy runway that they had created for themselves, which I speculate they got from big donors by way of subscription revenue, right? Then they lost Brett Cooper, who was a genuine talent, a rising talent, even though she was astroturfed into that position of prominence. It doesn't matter. She legitimately became a talent on her own. Same with Candace Owens. And the last one that they have that remains is Matt Walsh. It's kind of interesting because, like, at least Candace Owens and like Brett Cooper, they do have a decent way of understanding the world of commentary and like slamming their political perspectives into culture issues that people care about, leaning heavily on the algorithm. Whereas Matt Walsh makes his money when Matt Walsh basically makes his money entirely from being a hateful little bigot, like a hateful little monster, right? If Brett is AstroTurf, you're AstroTurf. I don't think you can compare the amount of money spent on Brett Cooper to develop her as a talent at the Daily Wire to the, no money that was spent on me at TYT. Like, I became a notable figure in political commentary after I left the Young Turks, not before. Whereas her content was basically created partially because they looked deeply into the type of content that I was making, the type of content that was successful in the realm of political commentary, and basically build a fucking set for her to make it seem like she was talking out of her bedroom.
Part for the Daily Wire is that two of their major talents leaving meant a big drop in viewing numbers, and quite likely a loss in ad revenue and memberships. Although not as high profile, another failure at the Daily Wire was its publishing line. Launched in
You guys are the ones that AstroTurf me, I guess. I'm grassroots in the most honest sense because my primary source of revenue is you. Watchers who subscribe, who don't even need to, but simply choose to subscribe or gift subs. That's the only form of revenue. I don't run any ads. I don't even fucking I don't even farm revenue off of my VODs. I let people literally make money on their own if they want to off of my VODs that they will re-upload onto YouTube. I say no to advertising all the time. Part of my commentary already limits the amount of ads that I can get. Okay. Like, that's it. I'm in bed with Big Chatter. Exactly. And Qatar, of course. The glorious nation of Qatar. And the Emir of Qatar. Ugh. What? Please explain what's a genocide and how is Israel doing it? Yeah, here. There you go.
How do I respond?
Watch this video. Is Israel doing a genocide? It'll be like I'm responding to you directly, Chatter.
2021, it featured books by Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and other figures on the right. Although most of its books you probably wouldn't recognize, you might at least be familiar with the Johnny the Walrus children's book that Matt Walsh published, one of the few successes for the line. It eventually closed up in August of 2024. Alyssa Cordova, who was leading the imprint, spoke to Semaphore and said, Daily Wire was actually quite successful with the books we did publish by industry standards, but traditional book publishing is high effort and low margin and doesn't make sense for the pace of our business right now. The article goes on to highlight comparative sales between traditional publishers and conservative upstart publishers, showing how most of the titles offered by conservative publishers in the last few years have struggled to find the same level of success as books by conservative authors coming from traditional publishers. Cordova was reportedly part of the layoffs that hit the Daily Wire in March, though she would later clarify that she voluntarily resigned. This small failure represents one thing that I think is actually kind of neat about the Daily Wire, and that's its tendency to try out weird and different things. What other media company lets its hosts sell board games they make, advertise novelty cigar brands, start a random sports channel, sell weirdo plushies or candles that smell like a monastery? But the reason most companies don't do this is because it's obviously a huge waste of money, because it's hard to find an audience that wants to buy and watch all of this. When researching the Daily Wire, one of the few sources of actual numbers for their inner workings usually comes from Axios, specifically from articles by Sarah Fisher. Unlike a lot of other sources that speculate based on announcements from press releases, Fisher seems to have an in with Jeremy Boring. In fact, Jeremy Boring stepping down from the Daily Wire was an exclusive.
Yeah, which means that I would question the authenticity or the legitimacy of the information being presented
for her. This isn't that unusual. Fisher is a journalist who specializes in media analysis, so naturally she'd be dealing with a lot of these stories. But something interesting in the last few articles where Jeremy Boring was quoted reveal some interesting hints about the inner workings at the Daily Wire. In May of 2024, there was an article highlighting the success the Daily Wire has had with its commerce vertical, making $22 million in 2023. The article goes out of its way to highlight how Jeremy's Razors, a line of shaving products with Boring as their face, has earned the company $19 million of that $22 million total. That number is revenue though, so it doesn't really tell us how profitable any of this is. And for those keeping track at home, that means roughly $3 million was earned in revenue from all those hoodies, t-shirts, and embarrassing fan merch that I mentioned a little earlier.
That's okay. That sounds like a very high number for, a chatter. But I will explain to you. I will tell you something. Okay, one, that is minuscule for an entire media company that's also producing stuff on the side, like producing commerce on the side. It is pathetic, okay? Especially when you consider what their profit margins might look like. It's impossible for them to be turning profit here. It's virtually impossible. Their overhead is so much more costly. Okay, if that's their revenue numbers, their overhead is probably so much more costly. And the other thing I will mention is this. From what I understand, and I don't know if this is like actually correct or not, I keep hearing this number over and over again because like Liver King is back with this Netflix documentary on him. And apparently he was able to generate $100 million of revenue with all the fucking with all of the shit that he was selling. Does that mean he made $100 million pure cash? No, of course not. But that's one guy, and even if his profit margins were like 2% or 3%, he's still, you know, I mean, that's $100 million in net revenue, chat. That's just net. That is just the total amount of revenue generated. I suspect that his profit margin was slim, which is a good amount of money for like a much smaller operation. Okay? Or not net, it's gross. Sorry. I can't believe I said net revenue. It's gross. It's gross revenue. Yes, I meant it's gross revenue. Thank you for correcting me. My point is, he was just a fucking TikToker. He wasn't like an entire media operation. Like he had at max like 10 people that he was paying. And then also the additional, you know, on the commerce side, I'm sure that's like a self-sustaining business to a certain degree. These guys, on the other hand, are definitely not raking in the dough with a much, much, much larger operation.
Speaking of those razors, I want to go on a little tangent here. I managed to find out where these razors are coming from. Originally, they were being manufactured in China, but in a recent commercial for Jeremy's razors, there's this little line about how they've moved production.
We moved our manufacturing out of China.
According to TradeMo, a website that tracks international supply chains, Bentkey Ventures, the LLC that owns the Daily Wire, imported $1.84 million in products from a company called Dorco Co. Limited, which is a Korean company that specializes in manufacturing and selling razors. I went on the Dorco website to try and figure out which of their models was being resold by the Daily Wire, and I'm pretty sure that this handle comes from the TRA 4000 or TRD 5000 models. But what's more important than that is the Dorco razor blades are readily available from other retailers, and usually for a lot less. An 8-pack refill of razor...
That's so awesome. Yeah. The markup is because not woke. That's what it is.
...blades from Jeremy's razors costs you $22, while if you were to order those same blades from Amazon, a 16 refill cartridge set will cost you $27. Or if you want a handle on each of those cartridges, you can get a pack of 9 for $21. Or if it's very important for you to support the Daily Wire, I guess you can spend way more money buying those 8-pack refills. The article itself is not that strange, but considering that Boring was the one interviewed for it, it does seem a bit odd that it's highlighting the success that happened to have his face on them, as it's very important for him to be seen as contributing to the financial success of the Daily Wire. This lines up with a lot of Boring's attempt to be the public face of the company, fashioning himself as the God King, starring in expensive commercials for his razors, and he even dropped a single at one point. Jeremy Boring clearly wants people to know who he is and to think that he's doing a great job. On the other hand, if you look at Caleb Robinson, the other Daily Wire CEO, he's almost invisible. He isn't starring in commercials, appearing on public town halls, and he definitely isn't dropping any music on the Daily Wire channel. He seems more content to simply manage the operations of the company without becoming a personality himself. In December of 2024, there was another Axios article about the Daily Wire seeking investment.
Again by Sarah Fisher.
In their company, with Boring commenting on Fox News possibly wanting to buy the Daily Wire to expand their podcast offerings. It was a bit strange as it came off a brief mention in a Semaphore article that mentioned that the Daily Wire was a possible option for Fox. But by commenting on that rumor, Boring was given the opportunity to mention that he believes the Daily Wire is worth more than $1 billion and that it had raised a round of capital in 2023 based on that estimate. That seems like a pretty big admission, as the Daily Wire had always prided itself as operating.
What's funny about this is also, look at this. I already did this the other day.
Well, folks, a big question.
Ben Shapiro is probably one of the largest, if not the largest content creator on the Daily Wire roster. He's the most recognizable figure in the Daily Wire. Here it is, talking about something that is a popular issue, Diddy's downfall. 46,000 views. Ben Shapiro's takedown of the left's horrible border plan, 22,000 views. Okay. he very rarely ever breaks 100K. And when he does, he rarely ever breaks 200K. Ben Shapiro destroys Kanye's pro-Hitler song. 139,000 views. Like, I, on the other hand, I don't have Ben Shapiro's audience. I don't have 7 million subscribers. My coverage of Ben's coverage over the song got more views than Ben's coverage over the song. Matt Walsh is the only large popular content creator that remains on the fucking network. Okay? And only every now and then does he actually pop off, but his overall view counts are still relatively low as well. Now, Ben has 7 million subs. Matt Walsh has 3.2 million subs. Let's take a look at Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper, when she was doing her own show,
You all probably think that
was absolutely popping on Daily Wire. Brett Cooper went on her own, and look at her numbers now. Now, of course, she releases videos less frequently than Matt Walsh does. But look at her numbers. 500,000, almost 500,000, almost 500,000, more than 500,000. This got, from 2 weeks ago, 1 million views, 1.2 million views. It's all drama. It's all girly pop, but it's girly pop with a nefarious right-wing slant associated with it. And she's able to do that on her own, too. Let's look at Candace Owens now. Candace Owens. 4.2 million,
All right, you guys, the
4.2 million subscribers. Candace Owens, shocking, sinister group behind grocery items. 400,000, 400,000, 900,000, 1.6 million, 1.2 million with Ian Carroll from a month ago. These people are raking in. Oh, fuck. You okay? They're raking in the views. Now, what is here? And then last but not least, I'll show you the largest of the right-wing political commentators, Asmongold. Why are these people popping off? Is a question you might ask yourself. Asmongold from 11 hours ago, 500,000. This fucking guy, 700,000. Someone blew up a fertility clinic, 500,000. I was right. 957,000. I don't know what that was about, but I guess it's about me. Ironic because everybody always says you always talk about Asmongold. And look at this. A new race war just started. 900,000 views. It was about the outfit. Wait, really? Yeah, Expedition from the same hour. Look, anti-woke slop, 500,000 views from 11 hours ago. Video game, defending a video game, 127,000 views from only 8 hours ago. This video has already passed. Fertility clinic bomber was a 25-year-old Redditor, 151,000 views. His gaming content doesn't do as well, especially if it's pro, a specific type of game that he actually enjoys. Doesn't do as well as his, slop adjacent right-wing political commentary. The point is, I mean, here, this is 2 hours long. I can't stop playing Expedition. 192,000 views, chatter. I played more Expedition, 254,000 views. So it's actually crazy. He legit killed his gaming career, alienated a lot of his older audience. I don't think so. I don't think he would have the audience that he has playing video games right now if he didn't do the political commentary. I think he's farming the reactionaries, and then some of them do stick around for when he plays video games. I think you're wrong. Who knows where he would be at right now playing video games? Yeah, he'd probably go from 30K. He probably would have like 30K at most. Yes, right-wing political commentary is very popular. Okay, very popular for a specific subsect of watchers, viewers that don't necessarily want to learn the talking points, viewers that don't necessarily care about learning the talking points, or even developing a better understanding of politics, but instead simply want to react to politics from the framework of from the perspective of a guy who also doesn't know too much. Okay? They just want confirmation bias. They don't want the nerdy shit that Ben Shapiro presents. And I think this tide started shifting with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is a lifestyle guy with his only introduction to like actual politics as a lifestyle guy, as a guru, basically like a dating coach, was when he was hitting the culture war buttons over and over again. I think in this modern era, people want less of the actual meat, the less of the actual substance, and they want more a guy who is mostly doing cultural critique from a right-wing perspective in a way that is digestible, that has a lot of right-wing opinions baked into it. Because that's what Candace Owens does now, as opposed to what Candace Owens used to do during her Daily Wire tenure. When Candace Owens was at the Daily Wire, I'm willing to bet that her political engagement was far more focused on delivering right-wing talking points. As opposed to now, she basically leans into the culture shit, the Diddy case, or conspiracy theories, mostly revolving around Jewish people and their tricks. That's usually what she does. Because she's anti-Semitic. And for Brett Cooper, it's the same. She doesn't engage in the realm of conspiracy as much, but instead, Brett Cooper will cover, again, girly pop nation shit with a right-wing slant. This is what I think the audience wants. The audience wants someone to simply say, this is common sense and confirmation bias, and that's pretty much it. XQ saw Asma's success and tried to dip his toes in right-wing politics, and his Twitter community ripped him to shreds over it. Yeah, because XQC for years and years objectively was an open-minded person. That's the reason why his community immediately fucking yelled at him. He was actually apolitical but empathetic. You know? They want to have something that feels casual to them but reaffirms their views. Exactly. This is a model becoming widespread across subcultures, and it's only going to grow, in my honest opinion. It's like a grift drift phenomenon to secure the right's money. It's not even the right's money necessarily, but it's also the right's audience. Because there are a lot of people, especially younger audiences, that I think developed resentment to what they assumed was liberal politics, which was represented mostly by not allowing them to go to school and forcing them to wear a mask. And young kids developed a lot of resentment towards that. And what they assume is like liberalism, a manifestation of like leftist politics or socialism, whatever. Americans don't really make differences between leftist politics and socialism and the Democratic Party. So that's why I think you see this weird convergence of like the annoying Gamergate, sweaty, unwashed losers who didn't actually fucking ever grow up, and also much younger fan bases that despise women, are incels, only learned everything by being online. They developed their understanding of the world in very scary circumstances during COVID, when they were sheltered and didn't have the capacity to develop socially. through interpersonal communication. And now this is what they require. For those young people, however, they can change. I'm not so certain about older people. Like the NEETs that are 35 to 40 in Asmongold's community, I think they're firmly going to hold on to right-wing politics to a certain degree. But for the young people, I think they can change. I mean, they got their introduction to political discourse came from like the Aiden Ross and the Andrew Tates and now maybe the Asmongolds of the world. But they will most likely grow up, hopefully. But I look at this stuff all the time to develop a better understanding of what people are responding to. And I think for a lot of people, the tide will change when they finally come to the recognition that Trump is actually not giving them the bounty that they thought they would get from the Trump administration, right? They're just not. They're not going to see that. Just like the older Gen Z developed their political opinions under the Trump administration as a reaction to the Trump administration. They were very woke. Millennials and older Gen Z developed their pre-COVID anti-Trump slant political perspectives against Donald Trump. This is why I say the younger Gen Z are for the first time experiencing what it looks like, truly what it looks like as they come into adolescence, what it looks like to exist under the Trump administration. They will inevitably realize that all of this like anti-trans panic and owning the libs is not actually changing their material conditions, is not actually creating a more positive future for themselves. And once that moment of realization comes, for them, they will have another option. They will seek out alternative forms of political commentary, and that's when they come here. And that's part of the reason why I've been able to maintain an audience, even through the ups and downs, regardless of who's in charge, because I offer an alternative vision for America, an alternative vision for the future that I truly believe in. That's why I maintain this optimism.
Independent of financial backing. There might be a clue as to how much money the Daily Wire was raising in 2023, as in October of that year, a filing with the SEC revealed that they were seeking $120 million. Of that $120 million, they had already raised $50 million, and the filing mentions that there are 2 investors so far, although it doesn't give us any names on who those people might be. I'm not sure if the Daily Wire got that additional $70 million or who they might have gotten it from, but it does reveal that they were certainly looking for a lot of money. If it's raising capital, it suggests that either the company was on the cusp of expanding or perhaps just really needed the money. Even this whole play of coyly saying that they would be open to being purchased by Fox is another admission that they need an infusion of capital, that either they're looking to expand or that money.
Who do you think are the investors? We know who they are. They're the Wilkes brothers, Ferris Wilkes, and the other one, it's the Koch brother that remains. These are the open funders of Daily Wire that gave the Daily Wire millions of dollars in its inception.
Might be tight. In January of 2025, Jeremy Boring hosted this really strange town hall where he declared victory over trans people after Donald Trump signed an executive order banning certain types of gender-affirming care for minors. Listening to Boring, this is apparently what the Daily Wire had been fighting for years now. This seems like a convenient premise so that Boring can air out a number of grievances. He throws out some wild numbers about how put upon the company has been for its anti-trans stance.
The total cost of the additional shadow banning and removing from recommendation engines and inability to retarget the audiences that we weren't able to engage with in the first place, and all the other consequences of our stand on the trans issue are well in excess of $100 million.
These numbers are impossible to confirm because these are projections heavily based in speculation. It reads,
This is what I mean, by the way. Oh, okay, you banned trans people from athletic competitions. Did your life get any better? The answer to that question will never be yes. Go ask this question to your Zoomer friends or your right-wing friends, okay? The ones that fell down the right-wing radicalization rabbit hole. Are we winning? Are you winning? Did your life improve noticeably or dramatically? Do you feel like you have better job prospects? Do you feel like rent is easier to pay now? And the answer is no. Of course it's no. This was a simple distraction, albeit a very harmful one to trans people, which comprise what, 1%? Not even 1% of the entire American population. Constantly dunking on marginalized communities is only an effective tool of organizing until you actually win power. And then when you win power and all of your other promises of economic prosperity don't come to fruition, then people are going to go, okay, well, we dunked on trans people. I thought this was it. I thought this was it. What happened? What? You can say that about literally anything, lol? What do you mean? The person that gets 5th place because a trans swimmer got 4th place is only now getting 4th place. That's not a victory. And that only happens maybe maximum like 10,000 times in a decade. Okay? Do you think that you can build a coherent political movement off of the individual gripes of 10,000 people? A lot of rules that are important don't make my life any better. This is the signature achievement. This is the signature achievement or the signature accomplishment that is being hailed as a fantastic accomplishment from one of the largest political movements in the country in political media. Don't you think that that would be, you know, a groundbreaking accomplishment? It does not improve people's material standing. That's it. It does not improve your life in any meaningful way because the entire introduction of trans people in sports is simply a mechanism of distraction away from the real issues, like being able to make rent, okay? Having better job prospects, better pay, better wages, better benefits. These are the real things that people struggle with. But the more Republicans make you think about trans people in sports or whatever, the less you think about those other issues.
As an explanation as to why the Daily Wire is not earning as much money in January of 2025 as it did in January of 2024 or January of 2023. Trying to emphasize that the only reason...
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, when you hear something like that and you say based, that doesn't, like, your life is still awful. You know that, right? Like, deporting 20 million migrants is not going to make you a more fuckable person, okay? Your crush is still never going to talk to you. You're still a pathetic loser, and your family most likely is embarrassed, and that's why they don't tell you when they're having family gatherings. You, assuming that cruelty that others are going to be subjected to is going to somehow elevate your status in society is a lie, okay? Fix your own damn self. Instead of fantasizing about the state enforcing violent mechanisms against those who are more marginalized than you are. Yep. Dude, I'm going to tell you. Damn, I cooked on this, by the way. I don't even remember this, but Fucking time to hit it with a repost.
And this has happened is because Facebook limited their reach, or that YouTube has demonetized a channel or some videos. Not mentioning the very obvious problem of letting go popular hosts or investing heavily into entertainment divisions that have had very limited appeal. Boring gets to the point right here.
Taser face. The courage of our convictions to stand up when others were not standing up, that maybe that audience would have our back. And yes, that did redound to our benefit.
Bandit MD, thank you.
Not to the price of the hundreds of millions of dollars that we've been denied.
This is what this whole town hall was all about. So he could complain that while it's true they make money off of anti-trans media, it's really unfair that they're not making even more money off of that. The ironic thing is, if this topic were less controversial and simply a statement of fact, no one would be paying money to watch a documentary to say something everybody always believes in. The controversy is what made the money to begin with. Pretending like they should be earning more is a misunderstanding of what it means to take a stance on any issue that is contentious. Of course, there's going to be blowback, and if you're not willing to accept that, it doesn't sound like you understand the risks inherent with running a business like that. This whole town hall sounds like a man trying to explain why his company doesn't have any money. And he's trying to emphasize that it isn't because of his bad business decisions, rather, it's because of all the enemies they've made for taking a moral stand. In this case, the moral stand of spreading anti-trans propaganda. It all just comes across as desperate. And the comments below this video are going after Jeremy Boring in a way that's pretty surprising. And it reveals how little faith even the Daily Wire audience has in this guy. About 2 months later, the Daily Wire laid off several staff members and Jeremy Boring resigned, really emphasizing how bad the company was doing financially. In spite of all of this bad news, Ben Shapiro is still insisting that the Daily Wire is in great shape.
As somebody who looks at the balance sheet, I can tell you that that is certainly not the case. We are healthy, we are growing, we are thriving, and we have extremely big moves that we are looking forward to making this year.
What else is he going to say? That his company is in dire straits as executives step down and employees are laid off? Whatever morale there may be at Daily Wire needs to be kept up somehow. I'm not sure it's working though. I looked at the Glassdoor reviews for the Daily Wire in a previous video, and over time, its average score has only gotten worse. For the sake of the employees, I want to read this recent review to emphasize just how poor morale seems to be there. Pros: trauma bonding with your coworkers. Cons: the VP of Member Experience made employees participate in a 9/11 game of hangman during a mandatory meeting. Leadership and HR is completely corrupt. Bad leaders stay in power through blackmail on executives' talent, constantly outsourcing to the Philippines for cheaper labor. This company does not uphold any values that are spoken about on their shows. The only god here is money and power. Advice to management: turnover is high and continues to be high because of the leadership. At what point will you start looking at leadership for the turnover rate? This review came after Jeremy Boring's resignation, by the way. To anyone currently watching this video right now, I hope it doesn't come as a surprise to you that you're doing an unusual thing. My channel, for all its success, is about niche topics that appeal to a limited audience. Although I do fairly well, there are creators who do much better, and even among them, their audience reflects a small fraction compared to the mainstream. To expand beyond that audience would require someone to completely change the sort of videos they make. What the Daily Wire failed to realize is that they have the exact same problem. Their audience is definitely much bigger than mine. That is certainly the truth. Enough to give them money to mess around with and try to make those movies themselves, but ultimately they are still serving a niche. Conservatives who are so politically engaged that they regularly watch Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh. There are enough people like that to keep a more modest conservative media company afloat, but certainly not enough to create a company that was hoping to one day rival Disney or some other major production company. They were grossly overestimating the power of their reach and how compelling their ideas are. And now it looks like they are in some trouble. That said, I don't really think the Daily Wire is destined for ruin. It's certainly at a low point, even if Ben Shapiro tries to say otherwise. But one major asset conservative media companies have is a nearly endless number of backers willing to open their wallets to keep things going. The only drawback might be that, since the Daily Wire is such a big operation, some investors might scoff at the high price tag to keep it running. That could be another reason why they got rid of so much staff. By ending its failed kids' entertainment experiment, they might be hoping to find new investors to give them a new influx of cash. I have no doubt they'll probably have some announcements later in the year that are meant to make their company look like it's actually doing fantastic. But until they actually release numbers to tell people otherwise, we could only really guess that they're spending money that they don't have or making investments that will never come to fruition. Regardless, I'll try to keep a close eye on the company just in case they do have a reversal of fortunes and suddenly are doing much better than they appear to be at this moment. I'll probably have that update when the company finally drops the Pendragon cycle, because I still think that thing might actually come out at some point. I don't think a company spending millions upon millions of dollars on its production are going to let it just sit on a shelf.
I think it's... Is that Florence Pugh, by the way?
If anyone...
Am I crazy? No, right? Okay. Am I wrong for thinking that... Am I wrong? She kind of looks like her. No, that's Florence Pugh. Okay, calm down.
If anyone from the Daily Wire is watching this and wants some advice about how they can turn their fortunes around so the company won't go broke, I would suggest you guys consider going woke. One thing I didn't really mention in this video because it's kind of hard to measure is that a portion of the Daily Wire's audience seems very unhappy with the commentary coming from some of its hosts, specifically Ben Shapiro and his unwavering support of Israel. While it would be nice to say these people simply hate genocide and are pushing back against Ben Shapiro as he gleefully cheers it on, a lot of it seems to be coming from a general anti-Israel sentiment that's based in anti-Semitism rather than any concern for the Palestinian people. As much as that might hurt the Daily Wire, I think its massive investments not offering anywhere near the returns they need them to are probably much more damaging to their bottom line. This video also has a little more speculation than I'm typically comfortable with, but as someone who has been watching this company for years now, as it's simply lit money on fire to create things no one wants, I would point to my earlier videos, specifically the one on Bentkey, where I said that this whole endeavor looks like it's going to lose them a ton of money and is destined for failure. And I'm curious to how this is going to turn out, though, because while I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better, it's always possible that things could turn around if something dramatic happens. If you'd like to see something dramatic happen on this channel, such as more great videos like this,
I know you already ate, but I wish I was cooking your second dinner right now. Thank you, Chelsea Rambles. Girl, you're so real for this. Yeah, Alex Noel, one of my strongest soldiers, once famously tricked the Daily Wire into hiring him. He also did that fantastic video on the guy who does rage bait as well. Great editor. What else we got? We're experts in fascism. We're leaving the U.S. The Yale professors that study fascism are leaving the United States. I mean, look, can I say something here? You got to fight it. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Like, I've thought about it. There's like a lot of people that are like, oh, dude, what are you going to do if conditions worsen? And it's like, I don't know, fucking die, I guess. Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't... Especially because the way I see it, like, America spreading fascism is more nefarious than even other countries having their own fascist movements, Not only because, one, there is clearly a network of fascists have a more internationalist perspective than socialists do, or leftists do in general, or even progressives do. That's number one. And number two, if America is like full tilt fascist, where are you going to go? China? Iran? Iran is authoritarian in meaningful ways as well. You know what I mean? Like, where do you go? Where can you go that America can't get to you? No, you can't go to Mexico. What are you, crazy? Mexico is the fucking underwear of America, or America is the hat of Mexico. But regardless, you think America can't get to you in Mexico? What are you, crazy? You can't go anywhere. Maybe Thailand, Russia. That's it. But a lot of the places that you could go to outside of the sphere of American influence, where America can't reach you, is already like not great in their own way, you know? There are obviously some benefits. My point is, America goes fascist, we're all fucking cooked. Then you might as well just be fascist at that point if you want to survive.
I'm a historian of totalitarianism.
I look at fascist rhetoric.
I've been thinking about the sources of the worst kinds of history for a quarter of a century.
Experts say the constitutional crisis is here now.
The Trump administration deporting hundreds of men without a trial.
A massive purge at the FBI to make people afraid of speaking out against him.
I'm leaving to the University of Toronto because I want to do my work without the fear that I will be punished for my words.
The lesson of 1933 is you get out sooner rather than later.
I've spent a lot of time in the last decade trying to prepare people if Trump were elected once, let alone twice.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
I did not flee Trump, but if people are going to leave the United States or leave American universities, there are reasons for that. One thing you can definitely learn from Russians
is that it's essential to set up centers of resistance in places of relative safety.
We want to make sure that if there
Bro, they're not wrong, okay? Obviously, they're fucking important academics. Like, these aren't random dickheads, chat, okay? These are the guys. Like, that's not an exaggeration. These are the fucking guys, okay? When they're ringing the alarm bells, understand that the alarm bell is being rung for a decent reason. The problem is, like, you have to fight right now. This is the last best moment to fight against growing fascism in this country. And I feel like tucking tail and running away is the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do.
there is a political crisis in the U.S., that Americans are organized.
We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking in.
My colleagues and friends, they were walking around and saying, we have checks and balances, so let's inhale, checks and balances, exhale, checks and balances. And I thought, my God, we're like people on the
Yeah, fleeing is not the lesson of 1933. I mean, but as academics, who are probably definitely still very much liberal, they learned the wrong lessons there. The German Revolution should have been successful. You know what I mean? Like, the goal should be to, instead of tucking tail and running, is to try and push for a American revolution, and not a bourgeois revolution in the form of the initial American revolution, but like an actual proletarian revolution.
Titanic. saying our ship can't sink. We've got the best ship, we've got the strongest ship, we've got the biggest ship, our ship can't sink. And what you know as a historian is that there is no such thing as a ship that can't sink.
The golden age of America has only just begun.
America has long had an exceptionalist narrative. Fascism can happen elsewhere, but not here.
But talking about American exceptionalism is basically a way to get people to fall into line. If you think that there's this thing out there called America, and it's exceptional, that means that you don't have to do anything. Whatever is happening, it must be freedom. And so then what your definition of freedom is just gets narrowed and narrowed and narrowed and narrowed, and soon you're using the word freedom, but what you're talking about is authoritarianism.
Toni Morrison warned us.
The descent into a final solution is not a jump. It's one step. And then another. And then another.
We are seeing those steps accelerated right now.
There are some words, in Russian in particular, that I feel help us to understand what's happening in the United States, because we now have those phenomena. Произвол. It's the idea that the powers that be can do anything they want to you, and you have no recourse. This not knowing who is next creates a state of paralysis in society.
The Tufts student whose visa was removed because she co-authored an article in the Tufts student newspaper.
I thought, what?
Tim Miller, host of the Bulwark podcast, says, leaving America right now is pretty stupid unless A, you have family member without full legal status you were trying to protect, or B, just like the other country better and would have moved anyway. The husband and wife fashion experts from Yale had already left in August 2024 for a comfortable sabbatical in Toronto and were planning on staying even if Kamala had won the election, so the entire premise of their little New York Times spectacle was bullshit. I mean, I think the message that they're presenting is not incorrect, for the record. I think that they're right. It's a message that I agree with, which is that fascism in America is here. We are down to our ankles in the waters of fascism, and we're slowly sinking, soon to be up to our waist in the waters of fascism. Straight up. And it is upon us to try to build a decent enough coalition, a coalition of the willing, to try and fight back against it. Because I feel like before you know it, you're fucking balls deep and then neck deep.
Would I do? If guys in masks try to grab my student, would I scream? Would I run away? Would I try to...
Lying as usual. If you want to change, you guys just need to win the next election. Yes, bourgeois democracy. That's certainly what didn't get us into this mess to begin with. Norm Finkelstein thinks it's silly that we are saying fascism exists in the U.S. Yes, the reason why he says that, and I totally understand his position, even though I disagree. Like, I use the term fascism or Nazism colloquially to help people understand by making a comparison to a historic wrong that everyone is positioned against, okay? I get why he's saying that, because from his perspective, it's understandable to say that, like, there is no fascism in America because there is no other. There is no, there is an other. There's the undocumented migrants. It's like immigration enforcement, but what he means is like that it's already fascist. Like it's already so capitalist that there is no need for some kind of like fascist movement to present itself as an alternative to like a real socialist left. The real socialist left is so ascetic and so powerless that, I mean, look, what am I? I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, and like, yeah, sure, I get like harassed a little bit from Customs and Border Patrol, but like under different circumstances, I think I'd probably be imprisoned, right? If I was a genuine, real, game-changing, system-changing threat to the American administration. Having said that, though, UB is correct on this. Not connecting the rise in fascism to America's undying love of aiding Israel makes this nothing more than a grain of salt in my eyes. You can't mention the tough student being kidnapped for a newspaper article without talking about the content of that article. Yes, Israel already is a fully functioning fascist state. And by the way, Israel is a fully functioning fascist state in the way that you understand historic fascism. That's why I say it's a Nazi state. That's why I say Zionism is Nazism. And defenders of Israel are Nazis. And America wants that here. They want to have the same censorship regime here. They want to have the same like arresting dissidents attitude, like the legal structure that Israel has here. Israel, however, has a permanent other, and that permanent other is the dehumanized indigenous population of Palestinians. Are you saying that he's describing is the logical outcome of fascism, that we already reached the end state of the ideology as a nation in the USA? I think he's saying that it's American fascism does not reflect historic fascist movements. And I, to a certain degree, I understand that, because fascism still also requires a little bit of reading, or at least like some ideological conviction. And American fascists don't have that. They're just like pure reactionary in every sense of the word. They're not necessarily aligned with like the organizational principles of a fascist movement. They don't even have like we try to make believe that there's like similar structures of the brown shirts, for example, but like the most you get is like the 1%ers or a bunch of like Heil Hitler fatties that get together and do camp on the weekends as they experiment with their sexuality for the first time ever inside of tents. Like that's all they got, you know? We're too invested in burger, too comfortable. Just like living conditions have not worsened to a degree where there's like radical revolutionary socialist politics that is rising from the ashes. There's not really a lot of like, there isn't really a coherent, cohesive fascist movement in this country. You understand that you're talking complete bullshit, but you enjoy pushing the propaganda. You mean bullshit fear-mongering. That is not what he means. What does he mean? Fascists are more internationalist than socialists. Why? What do you mean? They have moneyed interest. Capitalism is one. And consolidated power in the hands of capitalists can create a more robust network of international fascist movements. Why the fuck do you think why the fuck do you think there's like way more cooperation between like right-wing fascism, the AFD, and like, I don't know, American leadership or Le Pen or the Reform Party with Nigel Farage here in the United States of America or Viktor Orban, as opposed to as opposed to no real alternative to that here in America. I can't watch the stream for 5 minutes without being mad. Bullshit. All right, let's hear what the intellectual... What is the end goal of American fascism? More of just the same. American dominance around the globe. That's it. A preservation of American capital and American dominance. We already have it. the fear that it might go away at the global stage is what is guiding American leadership to become more hands-on. This is not a Asman watcher. Come on, guys. Not every single dissenter in my chat is an Asman Gold fan. Are you kidding me? You have to be able to make a difference between slop tuber enjoyers and a guy who has read too much and is fucking annoying in the chat. Click his profile. He's hosting him. Yes, I do watch Asman. Wait, really? Oh my God. Wait, you're an Asmongold fan who knows who Norm Finkelstein is? What the fuck is going on? I have cognitive dissonance from watching Asmongold and Nick Fuentes. Oh, you're a fucking Nazi. Oh my God. Oh my God, wait, what? Wait, are you a neo-Nazi that watches, that listens to Norm Finkelstein? What the fuck is going on? It's gotta be, this Destiny has to be the guy that fucking actually is the connective tissue here, right? Like, because this person is, maybe I judged too fast. He went, what is BDS in 2021? Look at this fucking asshole going from learning about boycott, divestments, and sanctions for me in 2021 to fucking turning into an absolute fucking freak. You guys are not appreciative of the fucking information that you learn from me, okay? You have to be a little bit more respectful. If I can look back in your chat logs and you know, find out that I taught you something as fundamental as boycott, divestment, and sanctions, not even just for Israel, but for apartheid South Africa as well. You can't be coming back in here and be like, I got brain broken by a guy who fucking has roaches living on top of him. Okay? That's crazy. You know, you didn't actually answer his question. No, he didn't ask. Sorry. Rather, he didn't answer mine. I responded to his statement, and then he moved on. I just don't think there's enough in common. I just don't think there's enough in common with Nazis. Yes, I do watch Hasman. Nah, you do teach me things. I listen to everybody. I just got annoying by like fascists being used over and over again. Oh my God. Nazi or not, he's wrong. Norm Finkelstein was on Chris Hedges just weeks ago talking about fascism in America and how it's worse than ever because liberals destroyed the American left. The quote from the other chatter is more than a year old. Wait, so your anger is that I think that like American fascism is more burger oriented than like ideologically minded in the way that historic fascist movements have existed? Because that's my position. Or is your only interest in this conversation to actually, you know, annoy me and to, in your mind, secure a victory that way? Because I'm saying that a political movement that ran on deporting 20 million people, that actively is working to declare people non-citizens, that very clearly has a white nativist immigration agenda, as evidenced by the fact that they're falsely claiming that there's a white genocide happening in South Africa and are trying to introduce white migration patterns into the country while simultaneously trying to deport 20 million migrants with No real reason for why that deportation must happen, by the way, which is going to be not only politically, but economically incredibly costly. No other reason other than some kind of like failed eugenicist approach, while simultaneously undermining at least some of the good parts of the American Constitution, like the First Amendment or even due process. You think all of those markers are not indicative of a fascist movement? All of those markers are not indicative of a fascist movement. Israel is fascist, and America is turning into fucking Israel. You hate Israel, which is now making me a little suspicious because you said you got cognitive dissonance from watching Nick Fuentes. So I don't even understand. Nah, you do teach me things. What was the question again? The only way universities are being censored is by talking about Israel. The only thing I really don't like about Trump is supporting Israel. Wait, so you're an Asmongold fan who watches Nick Fuentes. You're an Asmongold fan who watches Nick Fuentes, and you like Donald Trump. You don't think deporting 20 million migrants is indicative of fascism, and you just don't like that Israel is a point of contention, and defense of Israel is the big issue for you. I apologize to every single person. Yeah, I'm not going to deny the allegations. No, we understood what the allegations are. I like that he's also admitting that he's a fucking Nazi. The average Asmongold fan that seemingly is more well-read than the guys who come in here and they're like, you're fucking terrorism, you hate. You're terrorism, you hate fucking white people. I hope you get deported. Like that's the type of guy that we normally get. And now we caught one. We got him. Guy who's hosting Asmongold openly admits to being a fucking Nazi and is only upset about me using the terminology, using the political marker of fascism for Trump because Trump is not fascist enough. Amazing. Now I wish I got the dumb fucks more often than this fucking dipshit. Oh, God. Goes to show you when you can have a normal back and forth with someone and someone can present themselves as intelligent, that doesn't necessarily mean that they actually have a good worldview or a coherent one or one that is, good for themselves even. I remind you, I swear I'm an open-minded person. Dog, you just copped to being a fucking Nazi and a Nick Fuentes watcher, and now you're saying you're an open-minded person. Let me explain something to you, okay? This fantasy of creating a white America, white being a socio-political construct to begin with, okay? This fantasy of a white future for America is not going to save you. You are still going to be bitchless, okay? You are going to get no pussy. You know who's going to get the pussy under your fucking Nazi America? The Aryan Chads are going to get the pussy. You're probably going to get fucking sent to the salt mines, okay? So you better push back against that when you have the option, when you have some semblance of freedom, and stop being a fucking Nazi in the nicest ways that I can urge you to change the trajectory of your life. That's crazy. No, this person is, guys, he's not incoherent. His ideology is unfortunately coherent. It's stupid. It's racist. It's dangerous, but it is coherent. That is interesting, though, that an out and about open fucking Nazi in the chat is just like, yeah, I love Asmongold and Nick Fuentes. My bad. Yo, get my face off there. The classic no pussy argument. Yeah, because I feel like that's a major motivator for you, brother. That's why I'm saying this, because you're too young. Otherwise, okay? How the fuck did you arrive at your worldview? I suspect that somewhere along the way, a girl that you had a crush on probably, dated someone else, and that resentment carried over to you going on a fucking political journey that ended up with you believing in whatever the fuck Nick Fuentes is saying because he looks very similar to you in many ways, and you find him to be a charismatic figure. And Asmongold too. Jesus Christ. I think that's a simplistic analysis of what's going on here. No, it goes back to what I was saying already about the fucking the Burger Reich ideology. It's not that simple. It's not overly simplistic. Americans are overly simplistic, especially because their living standards as a firm member of the labor aristocracy in the heart of the imperial core is too sweet for them to like develop enough political resentment and enough ideological conviction to fucking become out and about neo-Nazis elsewhere. They literally arrive at these conclusions for incredibly silly reasons, which is why I work actively to try and shake them out of this stupor that they found themselves in. Like, why do you think the average fucking American gives a shit about trans people? You think it's because, like, they have a direct relationship with a trans person? Do you think a trans person was their immediate supervisor in their place of work? Do you think a trans person was a landlord and they develop resentment? No, it's because someone recognized that these were unstable and angry people and were fearful people, and they were able to capture that attention and capture that anger and resentment born out of their material circumstances and redirect that attention to fucking trans people. Okay? That's it. And for the most part, for a lot of young men, it unironically comes from having an interaction, something as simple as like having an interaction, especially after a shit ton of entitlement that they've developed for themselves, thinking that they're supposed to experience a future that their great grandparents thought they would experience, upward social mobility, everything's given to you with a fucking handshake. Women are servile ultimately, and that they date you unconditionally because you show promise. When none of those things happen, your brain starts breaking a little bit, where you're like, at the first sign of conflict, at the first sign of failure, you turn around and you go, well, I guess the systems are at fault here. And to a certain degree, there is truth. The systems are at fault. It's just the systems that they perceive to be at fault are feminism or, I don't know, emancipatory, queer emancipatory rhetoric, shit like that. Like, look at, oh, fuck, you guys found it. Is naturally eradicated as people become more educated, less insular? I would disagree. It's about being more educated. Nature versus nurture is a real debate, but the more we learn about genetics, the more points go in favor of nature. Dog, considering that we just saw your fucking profile picture, I wouldn't be running around with this nature versus nurture, genetics determine your destiny attitude. Why is it that none of the Nazis are ever fucking Chads? It's literally always some pimple-faced dipshit, like a little weasel that fucking presents themselves as this like master race guy. I think it stems from insecurity. Yo, that's not my political account. That's my tame Twitter account. We get it. You're getting off on this interaction. It's born out of insecurity, chatters. That's where this comes from. It's the insecurity of what you thought was your destiny not matching what your current living circumstances look like. Okay? That's where it stems from. You think you have this, you're determined for some kind of positive future that you were supposed to have This future was supposed to be given to you. And at the first sight of failure, you immediately go, okay, fuck this. Everything is broken. I'm not getting what I thought I was supposed to get. And it's not me that's wrong. It must be society that's wrong. And while societal analysis or systemic analysis is appropriate in this situation, many people, given that there is no leftist thought that is broadly popular, many people have two options: woke liberal bullshit that is, again, mostly just distractions and no real change for a better future for anyone in the next generation, or right-wing reactionary nonsense that is also a chock full of distractions, but at least distractions that they will follow through on. Any sort of aberration from the norm that is presented is seen as an aberration that must be excised. And these guys falsely think that if you fucking deport, again, 20 million undocumented migrants, which we don't even know if there's 20 million, but even then, they're not doing anything wrong. As a matter of fact, they're not a burden, but a boon on America. Okay? We got to deport those guys, and then things will be better for me. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. It's the same fantasy that people have about the same fantasy that like libertarians have, right? Where they think like, oh, anarcho-capitalism. Once we have a society without rules, once the government stops getting in the way, I will have a fucking mega corporation. It's like, no, you won't. You'll be a slave, you fucking idiot. You'll be a slave. You're a slave right now. What makes you think once the fucking rules that at least kept your company from not executing you at the first sign of discontent is once those rules go away, what makes you think you're going to be the fucking manager of the factory? You can't even manage the Auntie Annie's pretzel shop at the fucking local mall. What are you talking about? If you're not cutting it right now, what makes you think you're going to cut it in this like anarcho-capitalist future? And the same goes for a neo-Nazi authoritarian future. What makes you think you're Hitler's top guy? You're not. You're fucking cooked. You're cooked. Plus now there's been so much death and destruction, and the American economy has collapsed in and of itself. Holy shit. Yeah, you're not him and you're not Himmler, bro. Okay? You're not. It's so weird. That's why I never understand it. Like the shit that I advocate for out here, at least in the short term, is good for you because you're not a fucking billionaire. You're not a fucking multimillionaire and in charge of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Everything that I advocate for is good for your class right now as it stands. And if you don't have the understanding, if you don't even have the self-interest right now, what the fuck makes you think you're going to survive in any other form of governance? You're not. You're cut. You're cooked. You're already advocating for the gods under this structure. You're not going to be a god in the next one. You're just a peasant in this situation. You're going to be a peasant in even worse material circumstances in the next structure. That's it. Motherfuckers would be like, oh, Hasan, you claim to be a socialist, but you have money. It's like, okay, you're defending capitalism. You got no capital. Show me the deed to the fucking factory, and then we'll talk. Show me the motherfucking deed to a factory, okay? What capital do you own? Nothing. The only thing you have to your name is a busted down 1994 hand-me-down Honda Civic that your brother fucked in. You can't even get pussy in that goddamn car. And you're over here talking about fucking capitalism. We must defend it. You don't got shit. It's so funny for someone working a regular 9 to 5 to be like, no, dude, one day I'm going to be rich and then those poors better fucking look out. It's like, it's not happening for you, bro. It's not. It's not going to happen for you. It's not happening for you right now. Why the fuck do you think advocating for something that helps the super wealthy even further at your expense, at the expense of your living circumstances, why the fuck do you think is one day going to flip in your favor? It's so dumb. It doesn't. Please stop. I'm a leftist, but I can't get laid and you're hurting my feelings. Shut up. Lamau, your takes have truly remained the same for like almost a decade. Not a bad thing, by the way. Yeah. It is the same. And it probably will remain the same because the societal ails are, the societal problems are the same. They're not changing. And the dumb motherfuckers who defend these unjustifiable systems still have the same stupid ass talking points. Okay. So yeah, my takes haven't changed either. I can't believe we arrived at a dude that was literally hosting Asmongold, who just openly was like, yeah, I love Nick Fuentes and Asmongold. I mean, I can believe it. It is definitely the profile of a type of person that I suspect exists in the Asmongold community. But it's so funny that he's in here trying to keep up and is unashamed about his utterly immoral worldview. But even then, he's in here because he's like, well, you do fucking rip into Israel as opposed to Asmongold, who doesn't. Yeah, bro, I hate Israel because Israel is the fucking politics that you want here in America, dumbass. It's a fascist country. I don't care if it's a fascist country for Jews. Okay? I don't care. It doesn't make a difference for me at all, okay? You do, because you're like, oh, why does Israel get to do fascism but for Jews? Like, you're like jealous. Israel gets to do fascism. Why can't I have an ethno-state for white people? It's like, do you think that's going to be do you think that that's going to be good? Do you think that's going to be cool and nice to you? It's not fair. You don't know why he hates Israel? I think I know why he hates Israel, big dog. Pretty sure he revealed that when he said he watches Nicholas Fuentes. Okay? That's it. When you're a Nicholas Fuentes fan and you hate Israel, you're basically jealous. You're jealous that, like, you know, the Jews get to do it, but you, as a Christian white man, don't get to do it here. The very same reasons why I hate Nick Fuentes and his politics is the same reason why I fucking hate Israel. Like, it's literally the same shit. Just because the people doing it are from a different ethnic or religious background does not change the dynamic of fascism. An ethno-supremacist, exterminationist ideology that is the guiding motivator for this nation state. All right, let's continue.
To pull the mask off? Would I try to videotape the scene? Would I try to pull the guys off of her? Maybe I would get scared and run away. The truth is, I don't know. Not knowing.
You're right there, but then again, you're crippling yourself. Your takes on illegal immigrants and terrorism will keep a lot of former Dems from coming back. Asman is more appealing than you. The more shit on his comm, the more people you push away. You're right there, but again, you're crippling yourself by saying you hate Israel, full stop. Yeah, I think I'm going to be all right. This guy's like, hey, man, do you want to actually have a larger audience? You need to stop talking about the humanity of illegal immigrants. You need to stop talking about the humanity of militant resistance against unjustifiable things such as genocide. And you need to also stop saying that the country that is an apartheid state doing a genocide is fucking full of shit and awful. Yeah, dude, let me moderate my position so I can just undermine my worldview. Actually, let me just fucking become a grifter. That's what you want. Is the diametrical opposite of what I seek to do here, dumbass. It's not me that has to change his mindset here. My goal is to make a convincing argument that you change your mind, but you want your cognitive dissonance slop served to you so hard that you'll go and get it from a fucking smelly dude who has cockroaches crawling out of his fucking ear. That's how low the bar is for someone to be like, well, I agree with this guy. He's telling me, as a former Dem, he's telling me what I want to hear, which is we got to fucking dress up as Ash Ketchum and catch them all and do Pokemon style catches on mass deportation runs where 90% of the people that have been sent into the fucking slave labor prison in El Salvador have no criminal record whatsoever. Yeah, let me find middle ground with that shit, dude. No, thank you. God damn. You saying you hate Israel is like saying someone hates Palestine because of Hamas, and there are the personal attacks. Well, there you go then. We know how this will turn out. Oh, this is so fucking lame, dude. Just immediate victimhood. Yes, your ideology and your worldview is dumb. I'm sorry to fucking say, okay? I'm sorry I can't be nicer to you when you're literally telling me to change my mind as the chatter, okay? Yes, the reason why, first of all, you saying you hate Israel, like saying someone hates Palestine because of Hamas. Yeah, welcome to the fucking real world, dumbass. Everybody fucking says that, okay? They do. And even if you were to have that opinion, okay? Even if you were to have that opinion, you have to understand something here. One side is the wronged party. The other side is the party doing the wrong. Israel is the party that is doing the wrong. Israel is the settler colonial enterprise. Israel is the much more powerful military force in the region. Israel is the one that has an apartheid state. Israel is the one that has nukes. So yeah, I don't give a fuck if you say, oh, I hate all of Palestine because of Hamas. Welcome to the fucking real world. That's like what half of the honest Zionists say anyway, but it doesn't even fucking matter. Okay? I don't give a shit. You can say that all day, every day, but it doesn't change the dynamic at all that Israel is an apartheid state doing a fucking genocide and the Palestinians are the ones who are being genocided. Can you tell right from wrong? Or are you so stuck on the aesthetics argument that you just can't fucking comprehend anything? Typical expectations that I have from a former lib. This is why we say scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, by the way. Okay? No, you don't largely agree with me on Israel. You say, you can't say I hate Israel. Why the fuck not? Can you say you hate Iran? Can you say you hate Saudi Arabia? Can you say you hate China? Can you say you hate DPRK? Then yeah, I can say I hate fucking Israel, okay? Suck my dick. I don't hate every single person living inside of the Israeli state boundaries, but I do hate every single person that defends Israel's genocide. Yes, I do. And I also, just like I hate the Democrats that are fucking deluded and don't realize the dangers that a fascist America presents to the rest of the world, that think this shit right now is is just a game. It's like, oh, Trump is the content president. Like, it's fine. I'm a liberal, but who cares? Whatever. Maybe 20 million migrants will get deported in the fucking process. Like, I hate those people, just like I hate the liberal Zionists that turn a blind eye to the atrocities. Okay? It's the same thing, especially considering that Israel is simply an extension of the United States of America, most valuable state in the fucking nation. My hatred for all of the people that defend Israel's actions are virtually identical to the hatred that I have for my fellow Americans who don't actually recognize the severity of Trump's actions. That's it.
Terrified me.
It's a deliberate act of terror. It's not necessary. It's just being done to create a spirit of us and them.
Продажность. It's a word in Russian for corruption, but it's larger than corruption. It refers to a kind of existential state in which not only everything but everyone can be bought or sold.
Critics are calling this a quid pro quo deal between Adams and President Trump.
I'm committed to buying and owning Gaza.
He made $2.5 billion today, and he made 900 million.
There's an expression in Polish. I found myself at the very bottom, and then I heard knocking from below. In Russian, that gets abbreviated to there is no bottom.
We cannot allow a handful of communists.
It's so funny that like our analysis of authoritarianism it entirely revolves around Russia. Like our top like fascism understanders constantly point to a regime that, at least in its inception, eviscerated historic fascism, the USSR. But their understanding of fascism does not come from like the anti-fascist movements within the USSR, but instead, basically the state bureaucracy that unfolded and how that was actually similar to fascism.
Radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws.
What starts to matter is not what is concealed, but what has been normalized. There's no limit to the depravity.
President Trump did not rule out the possibility of a third term.
And the sadism.
The White House released this video titled ASMR, Illegal Alien Deportation Flight.
And the cruelty that we are watching now play out in real time.
This facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use.
You have to continually ask yourself the question, is this okay?
Notice how every single person that they're pointing to pretty much is American legal permanent residents, at least, that they're pointing to are all because they criticize Israel in some capacity. Much to think about. It almost feels like Israel is our laboratory of evil that we are desperately trying to import here to the United States of America. It almost feels like it's not only just a lab of death finding new and unique ways to fucking eviscerate a captive civilian population, but it's also its politics are so advanced in comparison to like where we want America to look like. If you can't realize that, you're failing. You're failing the test. You know? Simping much? You think being asked and let go of the airport, but people who were in prison for nothing in the USSR were fine? Wait, what? What? Did I say that? At any point, did I say that? No, I didn't. You just made that up on your own. Do you feel like it's a solid argument to present, just one that I didn't make, because you can't address the argument that I am making, which is that there's a tremendous amount of literature from the USSR or from the Russian Revolution that you could point to, or even other revolutionary figures that have written extensively about the growth of fascism and how fascist movements grow. But Western liberal academics only focus on authoritarianism from the framework of like Stalin or the USSR. I feel like this is a problem in and of itself. This doesn't mean that the USSR did not have horrible governance practices or was run by a paranoid man. Okay. It's just that there's plenty of other Russian literature that you can focus on, considering that even that very same leader of the USSR, Stalin, was the great annihilator of fucking Nazis.
Is there a line I wouldn't cross? Is there something I would not do?
People say, oh, the Democrats should be doing more, they should be fixing things. But if you want the Democrats to do things, you have to create the platform for them. You have to create the spectacle, the pageantry, the positive energy, the physical place where they can come to you.
Poland recently went through a shift towards authoritarianism. Unlike in Russia, unlike in Hungary, the media remained a place in Poland where you could criticize the regime. And as a result, democracy returned. The moral of Poland is that our democratic institutions, the media, the university, and the courts are essential. You know you're living in a fascist society when you're constantly going over in your head the reasons why you're safe. What we want is a country where none of us have to feel that way.
God damn. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go on the Noah Samson stream soon. So for that reason, I gotta end at 7 hours and 30 minutes. Another fucking half day. Love you guys. And we'll spam
the case of testimony from
here. I'll spam the link right now. Okay. Love you guys. And I'll see you on the other side, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Not even 8 hours, dude. Another fucking half day in the books. I'm a fraud for saying that I stream for 8 hours. Look who's here. Hello. Hello, Kaya. Hello. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.